Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving faster. There's a freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is. Excuse me. Now, that wasn't anything pretentious. That was just a cough. So there it is. Excuse me. So welcome, dear friends. We're back at it again. I wonder if we are the space that plays that song the most. I cannot imagine that any other space plays that holy, holy song more than we do. Every single day it is played on this platform. So there it is, holy, holy. So holy, holy, the usual protocol, as you're coming in, please click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then please do us that favor by correcting that. So click on like, and if you're not already subscribed, do that. If you want to come join us on the screen, you know the format. It's an open microphone session. And as soon as you click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, it brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So that's how it works. An open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, you know that we are encouraging that people who want to donate towards the platform, they should use that buy a coffee app. So if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, then just click on that buy a coffee, buy cups of coffee, not a coffee, but cups of coffee. So click on the buy cups of coffee app and go there and go wild. So all of that. So click on like as a matter of course. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already to correct it. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. And if you feel inclined towards donating to the platform, click on the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So to the headline. Actually, let me kick it off from this one. Let me just move them around a bit. Let me move this to this end. Okay, so to the headlines then. So to the headlines, Nigerian monarch Olubadan cautions Peter Obi's camp, denies endorsing Labour Party presidential candidate. So there it is right there. A lot of fiction, very little facts, a lot of embellishment, and all of it. These are all part of politics, by the way. It's not an outright lie, of course, but you want to expand as much as you can to infer that you have support to the level that you may or may not. But don't infer that you have my support. Seems to be the clap back from the Olubadan. Nigerian monarch Olubadan cautions Peter Obi's camp, denies endorsing Labour Party presidential candidate. So quite why KBSC has felt the move, quite why KBSC has felt the mood to move in his palace. We'll find out shortly. So this next headline, a follow-on from the clip that we saw of Obasanjo yesterday. I am working with other elder statesmen to enthrone new Nigeria. So this is Obasanjo now. It is something-year-old insisting now that it is still within his wish to see a new nation birthed. So we saw the direction that he was headed just yesterday, decked out in a Southeastern regalia, with Peter Obi sat to one side, Pa Adebanjo sat to the other side, and he, of course, then made us aware who he was endorsing for the upcoming. I am working with other elder statesmen to enthrone new Nigeria. So that's Obasanjo making the headline there. So let's see then if he expands on just that video he released yesterday. Huge. No, this is not let me just remove that one. So we're back at it again. It feels like a sense of deja vu. There's an element of Groundhog Day to this next headline, only so that it is an headline that has been in the news pretty much since July this year, and it shows no sign of leaving the front line of our news reports. Ayu must go, no personal issue with Atiku. Wike insists. So the new spin on that space then is that Atiku Abubakar has sent out birthday wishes to Yemson Wike. So, of course, it is that space then that opens up for him to make commentary. It is that space, rather, that opens up for him to make commentaries on the niggling issue within the party, and he insists that those issues still niggle. So the niggling issues within the party still niggles. You must go, no personal issue with Atiku, Wike insists. So we'll find out if there's a new dimension to that. IPOB sit at home. Why is Peter Obi trying to be clever and deflecting attention? So this is the one thing that a lot of people have been critical of Peter Obi of. He has not been as vociferous as he should be and can be about the goings on in the Southeast, the IPOB space, the ESN space, the Nnamdi Kanu question, the Simon Ekpa question, and on top of that, the sit-at-home event. So Peter Obi has somewhat And with the collusion of the media space, I have to say, he has somewhat managed to evade making any commentaries on that space, because any commentary that he does make on that space, it damns him. If he doesn't condemn that space, it damns him. And if he condemns that space where 80% to 85% of his support comes from, it damns him as well. So damned if you do and damned if you don't. So why don't you just deflect? But it looks as though, like I said, the media space are somewhat complicit in this. IPOB sit at home. Why is Peter Obi trying to be clever and deflecting attention? APC throws challenge. So quite what Peter Obi thinks on that space, nobody knows till today. We're only about 2 months and a bit from the elections. Kogi, empty seat spotted as Peter Obi takes rally to APC domain. So I'm only really bringing this story up for discussion because a lot of instances were told that this guy cuts deep and cuts beyond his core base. But a lot of people insist that he doesn't cut anything outside of his core base. And you necessarily have to both the central space, the middle belt, and a bulk of the north. You have to get them on board if you have any pretensions at being the president of Nigeria. So it looks as though now, as Peter Obi steps out of our home soil, he's now finding out the realities of politics. Kogi, empty seat spotted as Peter Obi takes rally to APC domain. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. Still talking about sparse crowds in our campaign rallies. PDP presidential campaign experienced poor turnout again. So Atiku then, one man and his dog are coming to welcome him in our Plateau state. So there it is right there. PDP presidential campaign experience poor turnout again. So that again, of course, a lot of people will tell you that Atiku is just fulfilling all righteousness, knowing full well that this time around again, this thing yet escapes him again, but it's now in the throes of it. And because you cannot see that Atiku is spending money with any degree of aggression. So that is to tell you then that it's a half-hearted attempt that this guy is making as he launches towards the presidency. Tinubu will defeat Atiku, Kwakwanso in Sokoto, other northern states, Danladi Bako. So why Danladi Bako, or who Danladi Bako is and why he's feeling the need to say that, all of that we'll find out shortly. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Surrender yourself to the space just for as long as the session lasts. But before you lean back, kick back, and take it easy, make sure that the like button has already been clicked on. Make sure you are subscribed if you're not already subscribed. And if you want to come join us on the studio, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll repost it again, especially if you're a new voice. We're especially keen to hear from you, especially if you're a new voice. We're especially keen to hear from you. And of course, the invitation to donate towards the platform via the Buy the Coffee app. So as you set about all that, let me play you another musical interlude. And then when we come back, we go straight into the throes of it. So of course, you know what's coming. Osundi, OND. There it is, the Sunday Wendy song. It's such a beautiful song. You know, the one thing they do very well in the Southeast, you'll hear no argument from me, they have a certain tonality to music that is just a joy to the soul, a joy to the soul. So as joy to the soul, or Sunday or Wendy, as guys, I bring you this. Nigerian monarch Olubadan cautions Peter Obi's camp, denies endorsing Labour Party presidential candidates. The Olubadan of Ibadan land in Oyo State, over Senator Lekan Balogun Ali Okunmade II, has debunked his reported endorsement of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. Balogun and members of his advisory council described the reported endorsement of Obi for the 2023 presidential election as false. According to the Monarch, it is intended to mislead the general public. Obi led his campaign team to pay a courtesy visit to the Monarch on Saturday, during which some of the members of the Traditional Rulers Advisory Council joined to receive the former governor of Anambra State at the Alarere residence of the monarch. After the visit, it was reported that the monarch endorsed Obi for the next presidential election. But in a statement debunking the report, pardon me, let me just scroll a little bit. But in a statement debunking the report, Olubadan said, the attention of the Palace of Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Senator Lekan Balogun Ali Akumade II, has been drawn to the claim of the endorsement of the Labour Party presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, by the monarch and his members of advisory council, a claim described as false and self-concocted one to mislead the general public. The palace could have ignored the report and dismissed it with a wave of hand, but with the torrent of inquiries by some of our credible media houses seeking clarification before publishing, and the need to counter social media trending of the foul report without professional touch, this reaction became imperative. How could anybody would have in his or her widest imagination assume that a presidential candidate of any political party will receive an open endorsement from a place like the Palace of Olubadan? That must be a crude joke carried too far. It is preposterous, to say the least. Whilst discountenancing the claim of endorsement by the Olubadan Advisory Council, our politicians are counseled to please leave the palace out of their game. The campaign is just starting, and the visits to the palace are part of the itinerary of the candidates. And how would they feel should the gates of the palace be locked against them. For the umpteenth time, let it be emphasized that Olubadan and his cabinet members do not and cannot belong to any political party, and they would never express preference for any candidate or political party in public, no matter the degree of temptation. The palace of Olubadan belongs to all, just as the occupiers of the exalted stool remains father of all as well. In the meantime, I commend my professional colleagues and their respective media houses who saw the oddity in such claim and sought further clarification following their putting the report in abeyance. I also appeal to the social media handlers to always think twice before rushing out with reports, as the season we are in presently does not call for undue sensationalism. So there it is right there. Well, if you read between the lines, that's somewhat like ekpe. That's somewhat like ekpe that the Kabiyesi is sending. If you read between the lines, that sounded somewhat like ekpe that the Kabiyesi is sending. Ekpe tambabare, ikatewolotiwa, and all of that. I am working with other elder statesmen to enthrone new Nigeria. Obasanjo expands now on that video clip that we saw earlier yesterday, that is. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo said he is working with other elder statesmen to enthrone a new Nigeria where everyone would have a sense of belonging and there will be justice for all. Obasanjo made this assertion while speaking at the Ohaneze Indigbo National Secretariat in Enugu on Monday. According to the former president, Nigeria is currently at the crossroads in her political history and needs a leader with the right character and capacity to reposition the country. During his visit, Obasanjo signed a condolence register opened by the group of elders for the First Republic Minister of Aviation, Chief Umba Zulike Abechi, who died on November the 1st. The leader of the Apex Yoruba Social Political Organization, Afenifere Pa Ayo Adebanjo, and presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, also signed the register as a mark of respect for the deceased. In his address, Obasanjo said the major problem with Nigeria was the dearth of leaders with the right type of character who should be trusted with the leadership role. So, if I put my hand on someone, it means that comparing with others, I see that there is a merit that will benefit Nigeria. So that sounds like a negative somewhat, just from the first reading. So if I put my hand on someone, comparing, that means comparing with others. I see that there is merit that will benefit Nigeria. So that's not a ringing endorsement. And I believe that Chief Adebanjo stands for the same thing. Obasanjo said although he had paid his dues to Nigeria, he would not relent in pushing for justice, adding that the problem with the country is not ethnic but national. He stated, I have shed my blood for this country. I have gone to prison for this country. So what are you going to frighten or threaten me with? The only thing that my senior Adebanjo hasn't done is that he has not shed his blood, but he has gone to prison. What I believe and what I think Pa Adebanjo believes is not ethnic, it's not sectional, it is not religious, it is Nigeria. I believe in equity, I believe in justice, I believe in one Nigeria. Obasanjo described Umba Zulike as an authentic Nigerian patriot and the last of the Titans, regretting that the foremost nationalist would not be around to witness the new Nigeria he labored for. Receiving the eminent leaders on behalf of the President General of the Apex Igbo Organization, Professor George Obiozo, Secretary General of the group, Ambassador Oke Emuche, said the organization will continue to seek justice, fairness, equity, and inclusion in Nigeria as the late Amechi did. So there it is right there. So Emuche thanks the leaders for honoring the late former minister and the entire Indigbo. stressing that Ohanaeze remains committed to its support for Peter Obi in the interest of fairness and equity. So Ohanaeze, the Igbo Social Cultural Organization, remains in support of Peter Obi, a full-blood Igbo man, but not for no other reason than for reasons of fairness and equity. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. A lot to unpack from what Obasanjo said, of course. But I think this narrative, as far as Obasanjo space is, I think it actually goes beyond Peter Obi. I think he's trying to prod at the Afenifere structure and trying to prod essentially at our power fashionality. So, you know, he loves a good fight, and I think he's somewhat prodding with that. So at least we know where Obasanjo is now. So there's no equivocation. It's with the East. You must go. No personal issues with Wike, with Atiku, Wike insists. Governor Yemisi Wike of Rivers State has said, Governor Yemisi Wike of Rivers State has said other that should be other than, that's why I paused, it's just badly written. Governor Yemisi Wike of Rivers State has said other than demanding that the not relinquish People's Democratic Party national chairmanship to the South, he has no personal issues with Atiku Abubakar, the party's presidential candidate. Wike said this whilst hosting political associates and Rivers Elders Council, led by its chairman, Chief Ferdinand Braba, on his 55th birthday at his private residence in Rumwa Precon on Tuesday. He added that he has no regrets contesting the presidential primaries which he lost to Atiku. Wike said, "I don't regret I ran for the presidency. In the name of God, I am happy to make Rivers proud as far as I am concerned. If they had allowed it to be what it was supposed to be, I would have won the election, but it's okay. It has happened. People said it's because I lost. It doesn't matter. I didn't lose election. It is my first time of trying to run for the presidency of Nigeria, and we made an impact. If it is easy, let them go ahead, as they are not the ones begging. I have no problem with the presidential candidate Atiku. All I am saying is what is in the interest of Rivers State people, what is in the interest of the South-South and the South. On the issue with the estranged Rivers political allies, he said, I called him Austin Opara, and he sat here and I said, look, my brother, leave it. It will not work. I don't want to cause crisis in our system. Amechi finished 8 years as governor. I am going to finish 8 years as governor too. It will be difficult to sell another Ekwere person as governor for another 8 years. Or Omia here said he wants to go to the Senate. I said, leave it. Ekwere has gone. Ogu has gone. Leave Eche to go. You people said I should go to the Senate. I said I won't. All well, could not have stopped me. So I'm not quite sure. That's somewhat domestic stuff to his own locality. But really, the offshoot of that, Tinubu, Wike rather doubles down still on that space of you must go. So moving swiftly on and on to the next, IPOB sit at home. Why is Peter Obi trying to be clever and deflecting attention? APC throws challenge. So of course, Wike at the silence deafening. I keep saying Wike, why do I keep mixing the names? Obi, the silence deafening on his commentaries on IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, the sit at home, Simon Ekpa, the unknown government, and all of the goings on in the Southeast. The Presidential Campaign Council of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC has challenged the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, to publicly condemn the alleged attack of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC offices by the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB. PCC argued that instead of the Labour Party flag bearer to condemn the action of the secessionist, he was being clever and trying to deflect attention from the current situation. Correspondents recall on Monday, the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party had condemned the attack on INEC offices. Chief spokesperson of the Labour Party PCC, Dr. Yunusa Tanko, described the attacks as a larger plot to derail the 2023 general elections, adding that it was worrisome that the attacks were more rampant in the Southeast. So it is worrisome that the attacks are more rampant in the Southeast, but really what underpins the attacks in the Southeast? Are we going to go back to blaming Fulani people again that they've traversed all the way from the Niger Republic to come and stop elections in Anambra? I think Soludo has already pointed us in the direction of what is going on there. Tanko said, it is worrisome, no doubt, but we will not be deterred. We see this as an attempt to give the Southeast a bad name, to give an impression that the people of the area don't want elections to hold. Well, it is not really an impression, is it really? Because all of the influential voices in that space, they've always, at every opportunity, told us that no elections will hold in the Southeast. Simon Ekpa sings it like a song in his space. The IPOB movement tells us routinely, anytime we are bothered enough to pay attention to what they have to say, and they enforce it through arms. So nobody is trying to give a dog a bad name. Tanko said, it is worrisome, no doubt, but we are not deterred. We see this as an attempt to give the Southeast a bad name, to give an impression that the people of the area don't want elections to hold. This is a lie. We will continue to support INEC and the security services to ensure that this election holds all over Nigeria. When correspondents contacted the Minister of State, Labour and Employment and Chief Spokesperson of the APC-PCC, Festus Keyamo, to share his opinion on the situation, he insisted that it is high time the Labour Party flag bearer condemned the activities of the proscribed group in the Southeast. So I have never, and correct me if I'm wrong, I have never once heard Peter Obi condemn IPOB. So he wants to govern Nigeria, of course, and IPOB, as you know, want to secede. Keyamo said, these attacks have been on, Keyamo said, these attacks have been, pardon me. All right, Keyamo said, these attacks have been on even before this period, and Peter Obi knows this. It has become a pattern. Rather than Peter Obi calling out IPOB and condemning them for these acts, he is deflecting attention and being clever by half. There is one guy abroad who says he's now the leader of the IPOB and telling people to sit at home. Where is Peter Obi's condemnation of this foolish act that is the cause of these killings? In the guise of enforcing the sit at home. So there it is. It's a very peculiar thing. It's a very tricky situation, somewhat of a prickly situation that Peter Obi finds himself in. Condemn it at his peril. Be silent to your woes. So damned if you do, and damned if you don't. So that is where Peter Obi is with that. So let's go on to the next. But we're still staying with Peter Obi and nothing really looking in his favor at the moment. So a lot of the argument, of course, maybe I'll share the screen for this because a picture tells 1,000 tales, doesn't it? So a picture tells 1,000 tales. So let me share the screen for this so you can see then, because the picture is necessarily part of the narrative. So let's bring up the pictures. So there it is. So there it is. Kogi, empty seats spotted as Peter Obi takes rally to APC domain. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and his running mate, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, were in Kogi State on Tuesday for the flag off of the party's mega rally. It's just jokes, isn't it? For the flag off of the, you'll see why I'm chuckling in a moment when you see the pictures. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and his running mate, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, were in Kogi State on Tuesday for the flag off of the party's mega rally in the state. It could be recalled that Labour Party earlier accused the state government of refusing to allow the party to use its initial venue for the campaign. So the initial venue being, the preferred venue being a bigger and a wider space. And they are claiming that the government of that state, Yahaya Bello, of course, one of the APC PCCs, that he has used instrumentality of states to prevent them from using that bigger venue. But then, of course, has Yahaya Bello even done them a favor? Hold that thought. It could be recalled that the Labour Party earlier accused the state government of refusing to allow the party to use its initial venue for the campaign. Correspondents report that Kogi is an All Progressive Congress APC domain currently led by Governor Yahaya Bello. On Monday, the Kogi chairman of the Labour Party, Suleiman Abdul Ahmed, raised an alarm that Governor Bello's government was frustrating the party, denying it the usage of the Lokoja Confluence Stadium for its campaign rally. Subsequently, Ahmed told newsmen that Labour Party had secured an alternate space to conduct its campaign despite frustrations by the state government. So bear in mind, of course, they are claiming they were prevented from using a bigger, more suited venue. The party eventually held its campaign rally in the state today with Obi, Yusuf Dati, and other party chieftains and officials in attendance. Photos, however, taken from the venue showed empty seats in the stadium. There were expectations that there would be a massive turnout at the rally, but it appears a low turnout was experienced. Correspondents understand that the Labour Party eventually used the stadium. It said it was denied earlier. An aerial view of the stadium captured empty seats as people were scanty. So one man and his dog. So they claimed they were prevented, but ultimately they got the space that they intended to use. There is Peter Obi and Yusuf Dati, of course, at the venue, but then were they the only people at the venue? So there it is, the thronging, teeming crowd, the youths that they tell us are behind this guy. Just look at that. It's just unbelievable stuff. There's more of an audience anytime I cough. Look at that. It's just wild. Look at that. But there it is, of course, because it's not really anything other than this ongoing conversation that Peter Obi's popularity is concentrated in his core area and then extends onto the social media, who try to amplify that it is more than it is. And this is what the picture is telling us now, that it is really not as much. But then, of course, I mean, those are the pictures there. You can see them. But on to the next. So on to the next. No better faring for the PDP. Maybe I'll share the screen for this one as well. No, there are not enough pictures. But okay, let me just share the screen as well. So this is what's his name? This is Atiku Abubakar trying to outdo Peter Obi, but does he succeed? Well, you be the judge. Does he succeed? You be the judge. PDP presidential campaign experienced poor turnout, but look at the last one though again. So there it is. So when people are saying Atiku has already considered that this election, his last attempt, is not going to go his way, and is just fulfilling all righteousness now, because there's no heavy spending that is coming out of the PDP space. Certainly not anywhere near what we saw in 2019, when the whole place was awash with money, as he thrusted towards the realistic chance of getting the Nigerian presidency. And he won that 2019 election, by the way, but we're not seeing anything similar now. And this really, because he knows that it's gotten away from him. Finally, PDP presidential campaign experiences poor turnout again. So there it is. And that's the picture right there. You know, there is the picture right there. Even a local council. Anyway, let me just start. So the picture tells you what the picture tells you. But what does the narrative say? The presidential campaign of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Jos Plateau State on Tuesday experienced a poor turnout. correspondents learned that the rally was held at the Wang Palm Township Stadium in Jos, the capital. Many of the seats in the stadium were left scanty as of 1 p.m. for the rally slated for 10 a.m. So it wasn't even as though that was an early shot and people were still waiting to come. They're still waiting for the audience to come. So 10 a.m., 11, 12, 1. So that's 3 hours deep into the rally. And rally, what rally? I certainly don't see a rally, but there it is. Despite the stage being set up early enough, many supporters of the main opposition party and residents were not in attendance. Party loyalists, however, were seen at the stadium waiting for the arrival of the presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. This is not the first time PDP would experience a low turnout at their presidential campaign rally. So that's the middle belt right there, isn't it, Jos? So that's the middle belt right there. So we're getting the responses, of course, from some of the key areas now. So that's the middle belt rejecting Atiku now. A few supporters attended PDP rally in Lagos. The People's Democratic Party PDP on Monday, December the 5th, held its presidential campaign in Lagos State ahead of the 2023 general elections. The main opposition party is seeking support for its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar and his running mate Ifeanyi Okowa, Delta State Governor. Lagos is an important state a presidential candidate is expecting to win during the election to gain victory over other candidates. The state is seen as a stronghold of the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, who happened to have served as governor in the state at a time. To the surprise of Nigerians on Monday, the campaign, which was being held at the Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, had few followers of the party in attendance. Pardon me. So, had few followers of the party in attendance. So, anytime you look at some of these rallies, sometimes you have to discount functionaries of the party. Okay, all right, okay. So, I've also gotten an aerial shot now of ATIKU'S rally. Not the one in Jos this time, the one in Lagos. So let's just have a look at this, because there's something shaping up here for anybody that is cute enough to read the tea leaves. So, and by the way, we were discussing just yesterday when one of the APC functionaries said they have completely discounted Atiku from the race, and their main concern now is Peter Obi. You wondered why they would say that. Wonder no more. Look at this. Look at that. This is the largest party in Africa, the largest political party in Africa, holding a rally at the most populated state in Africa. But look at the crowd. And I use that word crowd advisedly. Look at that. Look at that. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. And this happened in Jos as well. This happened in Jos as well. So you read the tea leaves. So then this now next headline, it doesn't now sound as ludicrous as it did when I was just giving you the headlines. So now this now next headline does not sound quite as ludicrous as it once did. Tinubu will defeat Atiku Kwakwanso in Sokoto, other northern states, than Ladi Bako, whoever he is. Danladi Bako, co-director of strategic communications of the All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, says northern states will deliver 12 million votes to the party's presidential candidate Bola Tinubu in the 2023 poll. As far as the 2023 presidential election is concerned, the northern states, which are the stronghold of President Muhammad Buhari, will deliver the usual pardon me. As far as the 2023 presidential election is concerned, the northern states, which are the stronghold of President Muhammad Buhari, will deliver the usual 12 million votes to APC. Mr. Bako told journalists on Tuesday. So let's pause there for a moment, because this so-called, and you know, when you say something so many times, it takes on a life of its own. When you say something so many times, it takes on a life of its own. This so-called 12 million votes that Buhari claims to have, or they attribute to Buhari in the north, is just phantom and fictitious. There's no such thing. It doesn't have 12 million votes anywhere in the north. You know, it doesn't have that. Those are just made up numbers. They are written numbers. They are. You saw the campaign rally just in 2019 when two states sent their governors from Niger Republic to come and campaign with Buhari, either in Kaduna or Kano, and they trucked in people to come and vote in the Nigerian election. You know, so they're just random made up figures, and that will not repeat, hopefully, under this BVAS system. So you can completely, you know, with the new system now, if it works according to how people are anticipating, is we are now at ground zero for the politics. You know, so you can almost disregard what it obtains as antecedents and statistics and data from the past. But those 12 million, it always rankles me when they are telling us that they are telling us that they are going to write 12 million votes to APC. Is essentially what they are saying, because they don't exist. They're just fictitious, random, made up nonsense. All right, so that's my little tirade right there. As far as the 2023 presidential election is concerned, the northern states, which are the stronghold of President Mohamed Buhari, will deliver the usual 12 million votes to APC, Mr. Bako told journalists on Tuesday. I strongly believe that no serious candidate from the north can bring the number of votes that Buhari normally brings. I think, but then setting aside and holding on to that, those 12 million votes are fictitious, but also Buhari is not on the ballot, and the loyalty of those votes that are attributable to Buhari, they are attributable to the confidence that those votes have in Buhari and not in Tinubu. So you cannot just assume that Buhari's votes will automatically transmute to Tinubu, because the faith and confidence that those votes have in Buhari is not what you can anticipate will replicate with Tinubu. So all of this language, the language of rigging, so they've already attributed 12 million votes to themselves before a single vote has been cast. As far as the 2023 presidential election is concerned, the northern states, which are the stronghold of President Buhari, will deliver the usual 12 million votes to APC, Bako told journalists. I strongly believe that no serious candidate from the north can bring the number of votes that Buhari normally brings. Atiku Abubakar of the main opposition People's Democratic Party and Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwakwanso, that's former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwakwanso of the New Nigeria People's Party, are major northern candidates running for the presidency in the 2023 elections. So if we look at the northern runners and riders, the next one that is in terms of kinship and presentation closer to Buhari in terms of how he presents his personality is Rabiu Kwakwanso, a man of Islamic scholarship, a man of public do-gooding, a Talakawa pro person, which is all of the things that you would assume that from the outside looking in that the Northerners see in Buhari. So the next person that you would imagine they will gravitate towards will be Kwakwanso, not Tinubu, because of course Buhari not on the ballot. Even if he gives the direction, they will ignore it, you know, because they feel no kinship and more to it, no trust in somebody like Tinubu, but they feel that kinship and trust in somebody like Kwakwanso. Atiku Abubakar of the main opposition People's Democratic Party and former Kano Governor Rabiu Kwakwanso of the New Nigeria People's Party are major northern candidates running for presidency in the 2023 elections. Mr. Bako, a former Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, also said that Mr. Buhari displayed his usual massive followership at the recent launch of the APC manifesto in Jos in Plateau State. According to him, APC will also get more than the required 25% votes in the 36 states and the FCT. There is no problem with this, as all of the governors in the Northwest have won elections twice, and they will ensure a landslide victory for APC in their states again. He added, Mr. Bako assured that Mr. Tinubu would also record a victory in Sokoto State, especially with the president's support. So the one thing that you always think of when you think of the northern part of Nigeria is conservatism. So the one thing that you think of when you think of the northern part of Nigeria is conservatism, and the most ultra of that conservative space is Sokoto, which is the seat of their religion. So quite why Sokoto State will see somebody like Rabi Okwakwanso and give their vote to somebody, an alleged drug lord, that is stretching the imagination a little bit too far. Mr. Bako assured that Mr. Tinubu would record victory in Sokoto State, especially with the president's support. The president is extremely popular, and his opinion matters a lot in elections, whilst other candidates are not from the region. So I'm not quite sure. Of course, Rabi Okwakwanso is not from Sokoto State, but the next best thing in closeness to that space is Rabi Okwakwanso. But then, of course, the governor of that state, he was the one that stabbed Wike in the back, isn't he? And went for ATIKU. So he has to follow through as well. So I'm not quite sure that that statement could have been made with any degree of confidence, or can be made with any degree of confidence. The former Sokoto State Commissioner for Information said the presidential candidate had always identified with the state's people by visiting to sympathize with them whenever they had calamities like flood, death, and fire incidents. Tinubu will always visit the state, sympathize with the government and the people of the state, whilst he always donates money to the victims, he said. So that's another counterweight, of course, that long and deep relationship that Tinubu has formed with that space. So is that going to pay off, though? So that's the question. And we have a decent array of panelists to reflect on those questions. So we have Enigmatic Conti, who joins us. We have Femi, who joins us again. We have Collins, who rejoins us. I don't know where Collins has been. I thought he'd abandoned us. And of course, the daddy of the day, Ajan Lekoko, joins us. So before we go on to that, let me just acknowledge the super tasks that have come in. Alexander Gomez, one man, I hope you're feeling much better. So yes, I'm feeling much better, but not completely over it yet. You can somewhat hear it in my voice. I've had a bit of a flu, but a man flu, a big Oyo man flu, not the sort of flus that you have in America, a proper British flu. So there it is. Black tea, preferably Tetleys with organic honey will clear your congestion. So certainly, yes, I think I have all of those in the house. So just as soon as we're done, I'll go straight to that. So thank you for all that, Alexander Gomez. As we go to the panelists, and we kick it off with Collins if he's ready to go. So Collins, are you there?
Yes, woman.
Are you ready to go? There was some hesitation in your voice. Where have you been? You abandoned us. What happened? What's her name? What's the name of this girl that kidnapped you?
Well, just like you, I also the flu is quite it's almost everywhere.
You are in the UK, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
The weather these last 2 days have been brutal.
It has been, and because we didn't really have a proper winter last year.
Yes.
So I think
where's all this global warming that they were promising us? Where's all this global warming that they were talking about? It's just brutal, man. But there it is.
Yeah.
Well, I can hear it in your voice too, actually. So
yeah.
Is it Lemsip now? Are you on Lemsip as well? You know,
I am. Yesterday night, actually, at around 2 a.m., I had to go down the store. When I got down, the sachet they were all gone. I could only see the tablets.
Did you take the flu jab? Because I always get the notice, but I never bother. Did you take the flu jab?
I I had in the past, but since after COVID and realizing that they now want the COVID to be a yearly thing, I kind of lost faith.
No, I
in
can't bear
those
that.
things.
That COVID now is like profiteering now.
Yeah.
Some pharmaceutical companies making bank somewhere.
Yeah, so I kind of lost faith. Yeah. So I'm gonna be sounding a bit like Soludo today with my
Look
cranky
at
voice.
that. All right. So let's get straight to it then, and let me kick you off from the space. Olubadan now feeling the need to bring out his koboko and apply some lashings to the obedience space. I have not endorsed you, but why do you think then the obedience space are calling the name of the Oba in vain?
Well, one thing that I would say is that whoever wrote for the Oba, that was a proper written statement. I mean, he didn't miss anything now because all I was thinking when you read out the first when you read out the headlines without going into details is why would anyone be thinking that any king should be endorsing any particular president? Not to say that they don't have their preferences, but to come out and endorse them will shut the door on other ones, because that will mean that they will not benefit from whatever war other people will bring. I mean, kings are there to receive people and receive gifts. So why would any king with his right mind shut the doors on potential people that will come to pay homage? I mean, that's madness.
You know when I was reading that, Collins, I tried to cast my mind back, and I have no recollection of any king ever really endorsing a candidate. They will open their gates, have you sit down, they will pray for you and wish you well, which is what they all seem to do somewhat universally. But I have no recollection of any king in any region of Nigeria ever endorsing a candidate.
Yeah, they will open in especially if it's one of not, they will open their door. Take whatever you bring if you come bearing gifts, because and they will collect it and they will wish you well and you'll go home. So I think when some people go on social media to say things, I suppose for them, I wouldn't want to say that they're trying to be mischievous. I want to say that they are probably not very informed on how these things happen, because they just hear that someone is been to a place and they assume that this means that they've been there is an endorsement. But with a little bit of understanding, you would understand that if you tell a king that you're coming, a king will tell you why not coming. So
All right, let me take you from that space to another space. The campaign's now in its full throes, but you wouldn't know it if you saw what Atiku was able to pull off or not in Lagos State. Barely a man and his dog at his rally. The largest party in Africa, political party, the biggest state in Africa, and he couldn't even draw a crowd. Do you think Atiku is just fulfilling all righteousness now? And can you read defeat in his body language somewhat?
I'm not reading it, but he spent a lot of money to buy that ticket. So I wouldn't think that he will suddenly just want to, not want to give it his all. However, what he didn't see coming was Obi pulling out and Wike and the G5 doing what they're doing now. Because that's one thing about when you're somebody like Atiku who always have your way in everything, you step on a lot of toes. And when finally they come to collect their rents, this is what you get. Because the crowd that PDP usually gets in Lagos, I don't think they've gone to APC, but they've left PDP. I don't care what anybody says. I think Obi has most of them in Lagos now. And APC still control majority of them. So the ones that Atiku can get will be I don't even think that the Northerners in Lagos, I think that they're even more likely to go for Kwankwaso. Anyways, so I don't know. He's just trying his luck. I
You know,
don't think.
there are two things that I can see that are working against Atiku in a place like Lagos State. One, Tinubu is running. So Tinubu, whatever the queries are, he's a Yoruba person. And secondly, he is a former governor of that state. So traditionally, you'd expect that that will command a vast swathe of people. And then the other set of people that might not necessarily go to Tinubu and go to Atiku, they will go to Peter Obi now, who they feel has a realistic chance. So Lagos really, they have no time for Atiku.
Yeah, Lagos. I've always thought that PDP don't stand any chance in Lagos. This has always been my thinking, and I think it's starting to play out because after the Yoruba has been the majority, um, in most of the urban cities, you will get the Igbos, and if people believe that majority of Igbos are going for Obi, that will mean that in any major city, that PDP will be losing a lot of their votes in the big cities. So yeah, I don't feel sorry for him because he really shouldn't have run for the ticket, or he shouldn't have purchased it with the kind of money that he used to purchase.
Spare a thought for Atiku, Colin. Spare a thought for Atiku, and this is why I'm inviting you to do that. So this is a guy that has been pursuing that seat since since 2007. So he moved to succeed Obasanjo. Obasanjo sideswiped him, and then all the way through every election, he had been contending and contending. Up to this now, he's 80-something years old. So there is no more window for him. So do you see? So that ambition, he has held it for so long and spent so much that is almost impossible for him not to try at least one more time.
But
You
one man
know,
doesn't that worry you when they go at it at that, doesn't it worry you, like make you
you
feel
mean
like,
just for personal aggrandizement?
yeah, what exactly do they want, when they keep going at it like that? Look at Buhari, after everything that he did, look how after he finally got it, he didn't know what to do with it.
Yes.
So it's actually a worry even when they just keep going at it just for the sake of going at it. And I don't feel sorry for him.
Just that space you're in, Collins. Have we ever had a president in a term that you understand in Nigeria? Have we ever had a president that was there to actually serve any meaningful purpose rather than just personal ego? Have we ever had a president?
From the time that I know, at least I was already I already know one or two things when Obasanjo was there. Even though that we all thought that Obasanjo was a really bad president, but going back now after 20 something years, it's been now, we can see that that's probably the best president aside from Yar'Adua that was really short lived. That we ever had. So I would say that Obasanjo, taking away the third time agenda, that he had he had Nigeria at heart, because he fought a Nigerian war, he fought civil war. Given every history that I've heard, there are all the things that he did in Port Harcourt to defeat Biafra War and everything. I kind of think that Obasanjo had Nigeria at heart, that everything that he did, he did it. Yeah, personal, whatever, but I still believe that Obasanjo had some genuine feelings to make Nigeria better. Aside from the first time.
I somewhat agree with you with Obasanjo, but I will also add, I will say that by my own personal prism, I will say that I only consider whether we've ever had 1.5 sort of president, maybe not even a whole one, Obasanjo, for a lot of the reasons that you have said, about a lot of shortcomings as well. But I will also say that we had a president once upon a time in Babangida until the latter phases of his administration. Because all of the liberalization, all of the freeing of the market space, the moving of the capital city to Abuja, the building of the second mainland bridge, he did a lot of things, both in terms of futuristic. He told us that we were always going to land on a two-party system, which is where we ultimately landed, because that's the system. So he did a lot of things, but he just spoiled his copybook in the last few years of his administration. So I somewhat rate Babangida, but of course, I probably stand alone in that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to say anything about Babangida because I didn't.
You were too young.
Yeah,
Look at this guy.
Yeah, I didn't know
all these whippersnappers.
I didn't know. I only got to know Abacha, and once you hear about Abacha, you class all of them the same way. So, but yeah, that's just it. Yeah, but Obasanjo, Yaradua for the few years that he was there, from the things that he started saying from where he got in and everything, I kind of thought that Jonathan and Buhari is almost like unprepared president, because even Jonathan he wasn't prepared for it. He didn't know he was going to get it. The thing just fell on his lap and he didn't know what to do with it. And we moved from Jonathan to Buhari. To be honest, I kind of think that whoever gets it this time, aside from Atiku, maybe Atiku even, I think that whoever that gets it this time will actually be people that actually want it. Because with Jonathan and Buhari, because I think Buhari had actually given up. Because
I think they bullied him. They bullied him into running. I agree with you. He had given up, but
yeah, for all the reason that he wanted to get it the first two times that he ran, they were for the wrong reasons. It was just for the North, and that was why that he didn't get it. So when he finally got the support of the Southwest to get it, he didn't know what to do with it, because it wasn't the kind of if he had got that there with the Northern vote like he was hoping to, it would have been different, because he would have done everything that he wanted to do for his people, exactly how he wanted to do it. Maybe getting there with a lot of support from the Southwest kind of knocked him off. He didn't know what to do.
Yes. I only hope that this Buhari was part of God's master plan for Nigeria, because a real setback, this administration. But let me take you to a different space, Collins. Let me take you to the Southeast. And this is a criticism that are often levied at Peter Obi. So he speaks a lot about a lot of things. But the one thing that you would want his commentaries on the most is silence is deafening on that space. So we're talking about the IPOB narrative, the ESN narrative, this new pivoting to Simon Ekpa as a quantity, and the unknown gunmen. So he has not been equivocal enough in that space. His pronouncements are not strong and almost really muted. So now this is a criticism that the APC are levying against him. Is the criticism justified, Collins?
I mean, APC is the government in power, right? So because by the end of the day, APC also have a president running in this election. I think so far all the major candidates they have all said the same thing about dialogue and everything, and that's the most that Peter Obi can say, because when they keep sessionalizing these things like Southeast is not the part of Nigeria that Tinubu or Atiku would rule, and they just want Peter Obi, who is not a president, who is not even a governor at this time, to speak. What exactly do they want him to say? It just they're just looking for what to bring him down with. It's not because they want him to say anything can carry any weight, because he's not in power. APC, if anybody can campaign with what is going on in with Southeast against any government, it will be against APC government, because they are, whatever they are doing or not doing is letting what is going on there happen. So there's nothing that P2B can do, really. P2B have said what he can say. I don't think he can say any more than what he said.
Is it impossible, Collins, for Peter Obi to take a firm position on the Southeast unknown government or all of that space? Is it impossible for him to strongly condemn it? Because if he strongly condemns it, it will upset a lot of people in his base who feel that there is some justifications to the goings on for all of the reasons that we know: marginalization, oppression. So they feel there's some justification to the IPOB ESN narrative for all of those reasons. And if Peter Obi was too frontal in the condemnation of that space, it will experience backlash. But then if he keeps quiet, he will stand accused. So is it damned that way as far as that space is concerned? Yeah.
It's really dicey. One, what is causing the sit at home? Because they have Nnamdi Kanu in prison. The court has ruled, and they still kept him there. Did they release him like the court said, and decided to do another thing, and whatever is happening is still happening, it will be a different thing. I really don't know what Peter Obi could say, really. I don't think he should say more than what he has said. He would dialogue. It's a sensitive matter. Even Tinubu will not say anything more than that, because if he comes and say anything, the Igbo people will be like, well, I'm Igbo, will be like, oh, Tinubu wants to come and kill all of us. If it's coming from Peter Obi, people will be like, oh, he doesn't want Nnamdi Kanu out, because that's Nnamdi Kanu is what people are using, or because Nnamdi Kanu was the one. Let's forget Simon Ekpa now, because, like I said, I typed it yesterday in your under the comment. Simon Ekpa just basically grabbed.
It's a businessman, really, isn't it?
Yeah, he saw opportunity, because Nnamdi didn't allow any strong voices to rise when he was there that could probably take over in case of something like this happened to him. Maybe he was overtly confident, not knowing that something like this could happen, or he knew, but he didn't care, So all the intelligent voices that could step into that space and control it, they stayed away. And somebody like Simon Ekpa or whatever that can't even hold a proper conversation, then went in and grabbed the whole thing and started running on emotion of people wanting to on Nnamdi Kanu. Releasing Nnamdi Kanu now, Simon Ekpa has nothing, so
how do you see that space playing out under a possible Peter Obi presidency? How do you think that ESN, IPOB, Simon Ekpa, all of that Biafran narrative, how do you see that playing out under Peter Obi presidency? Would they tone it down, or will they still continue to move with the same level of aggression?
I mean, they will, depending on how Peter Obi decide to deal with it, because there was something that Ajalo Koko said yesterday, for you to know that I listen, even when I'm not in, that was so profound. He said that this case has been taken to all this human rights stuff all over the world and stuff like that. Peter Obi, as the president, who is from that region now, can now like that, or every case that they put before them will no longer make any case, or will no longer stand with Peter Obi as the president of Nigeria. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
No, well, I do get it. But if he soft pedals, if Peter Obi soft pedals with that narrative, the North will recoil against it. And yes, I don't think the Southwest will care so much, but the North will recoil against it.
I don't think that P2B should suppress it, because if he suppress it, they will run riot over him. They will run him out of government, because P2B will not want to be a one-time government, one-time president. You know, if there's any person who will be more brutal with that space in Nigeria, I will tell you that will be president of Igbo extraction. Because what are you going to say? You know, like when OPC wanted to do what they want to do in Southwest, Obasanjo did what he did. What will anybody say about that? You know, so Buhari, we already feel the way we feel about Buhari. You know, each time Buhari sends anything, army or whatever in the Southeast, you know, we already have our mind made up. You know, so we're waiting for him. Basically, it's not that we're going to fight him back, but we'll be shouting, and the rest of the world will be listening to us. So if there's any president that will crush it, it will be Peter Obi. And if Peter Obi decides to suppress it, that will mean that he will be only one-time president, because the rest of Nigeria will not take it easy. Not even the West will find it funny.
All right. So, colleagues, we've not seen you for a while. So we've not yet heard your commentaries about the Tinubu Chatham House experience. So give us your thoughts on that space. Only because we've not heard from you.
I mean, it's been discussed at nurse. I don't want to. I mean, Tinubu is like, how do I say? It's like, it's either you love him or you hate him, isn't it? For those that love him, he can do no wrong. It's just like Peter Obi, because I think we have all become that. A lot of us that have particular leaning, we have all become somewhat, you know, they say what Tinubu did at Chatham House was disgraceful. If even though I'm speaking as obedient, so what would you want me to say? It was disgraceful. I mean, I don't feel like, and somebody was asking yesterday, oh, do you think that he couldn't answer the question of why does he want to be president? And some people answer yes, that he couldn't. And the answer that I gave as well is that yes, he couldn't. Could he? Maybe. But he just showed us that he couldn't. Maybe he can. I'm sure that he can. But he told us that he couldn't. Because by the end of the day, you're going for a job interview, they ask you a question. Take the question and answer it any best way you can. Those that will love you, those that already love you, they love you. Those that will never vote for you, they will never vote for you. So I don't know why he did what he did. I don't understand it.
Do you think any of this goings on, do you think he adds or removes from anything? Do you think votes are being influenced by all of these conversations that Peter Obi cannot pull a crowd, Atiku cannot pull a crowd, Tinubu is falling apart on his feet in front of? Do you think any opinions or any votes are being swayed in any way? Or do you think people are already fixated on it?
I think there's a lot of people already made up their mind, but there's always like good 30% out there in any given election that you can still, get, So, but I believe that those, even before Tinubu or Peter Obi or Atiku came out, they already have people that believed in them, and they were going to vote for them regardless. I think if any person have made any impact, it will actually be Peter Obi, because he's a newcomer compared to these two veterans that I've mentioned. Because I keep seeing him getting a lot more people, but it's now the kind of people that he's getting. People that are more educated people that probably want a president that they consider more presentable in the international space or something like that. I see him getting those kind of people. You can argue the population or the number of those people or the makeup of those entire population.
But you see, more the argument is that those sort of people, they don't traditionally vote. Because what you're talking about essentially are Ajebota people. And Ajebota people, mommy would never let them out on voting day. They don't want them mixing with the hoi polloi.
Yeah, but I think people are. I think since people, let me say one thing, yeah, because this is someone, and I'm not, but I'm not claiming to be one. Like someone who never voted. Well, I voted once in Nigeria actually. That was only one vote that I've done. But someone who never actually voted, I will be in my house during the election, just like most people, as well. But I think one thing that this election, more than any other election before now, has done to Nigerians is that before you are able to travel, um, if you want to travel by road, those who want to travel by air, they were able to travel and everything. But this time around, for the fact that people are now afraid of traveling, moving from one space to the other, I think everybody have become affected. It's not about what you can eat or what you don't eat now. It's not about, okay, there is food in my house, wherever you people like, whoever you people like vote, you people will be the one to suffer. I mean, we have all had that mentality, trust me. But this time around, when you now add this level of insecurity in the midst, I think that is pushing a lot of people out to come out and vote. So I think they will come out this time, but hopefully things will be a lot calmer. But yeah, I think a lot more people will come out this time. But Peter B is getting them little by little. It's just the popular, it's just the percentage of those people, but he's getting new people. And when it comes to Peter B not pulling crowd, I also beg to differ slightly because his supporters are mainly students and they are mainly
Yeah, look, excuses. The excuses
no,
are covered.
no, but I have to. His supporters are mainly students and they're workers, because the argument that APC and PDP will make is that they have village people who don't know this. So those are
Yeah,
the
but is
ones.
that not where the voting mass is in the interiors?
So that now I can use it to equate to ATIKU'S not being able to get them out. But when it comes to P2B, I can make excuses. I mean, on election day, obviously, if they don't come out for P2B, there won't be any excuses. But I can proudly say I can maybe kind of guess maybe they're in school, maybe they're at work or something like that. That's why they're not able to come out for him because we already know where Obi is likely to get his votes. It's mainly in the urban cities. And these people work on Mondays, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. These people are likely to be at work. And it's not all of them that work for themselves. If it's in a place like Lagos, you probably will get a lot more business people come out. Or the big business cities, you will probably get a lot more business people come out that control their business. But where you have civil servant, I wouldn't really expect him to. If I'm the one organizing his campaign, I wouldn't. I mean, it's very funny that he will in Kogi State where he already knows that he might not get up to
Yeah, but
5%.
it's those spaces though that he needs to make an insertion. It's those spaces. If Peter Obi rallies in Anambra, the whole state will shut down. If Peter Obi rallies in Lagos, the police will struggle to contend with the crowd. But we want to see him rally in Sokoto to test that popularity because it has to be nationwide.
Yeah, it has to be a nationwide, but you
Yeah.
also have to be it has to be a nationwide. I mean, he has, but what I'm trying to say is that if I'm the one organizing it, I'll probably I'll probably have the campaign like on Saturday in those kind of areas that is a bit hostile. I'll probably have it there on Saturday, and maybe the places where I know that people are willing to close their business for me, I will have them on the weekdays. But for him to go there on Tuesday, where we all know that he's likely not going to get lifetime.
So it's because it's a work day is what you're going with.
That's what I'm thinking. But we also know that even on election day, I don't see him coming out with 5% vote from Kogi State, to be honest with you.
All right. All right. Let me take you to one final space, Collins. The never-ending saga that is Yemson, Wike, and Atiku. So Yemson Wike, he revisits that space again. Atiku sent him congratulatory messages for his birthday, but then he uses that opportunity to still stick it in that I want Ayu's head as my birthday present. So really, when Atiku moves back to Abu Dhabi after the elections and he looks back to reflect on what happened, I think if he had to boil it down to one core essence, it will be Yemson Wike that cost him that election.
I really don't think it's just some Wike that cost him the election. I think it's karma. I think the gods are after Atiku, to be honest with you, because I genuinely believe that Atiku would have asked Ayu to step down, and Ayu will probably tell him no. I genuinely, because Ayu at this time also believe that PDP will not come to power, and if they are not in power, does he want to step down and lose his position? I don't know if I'm making sense, because
but I would have thought the reverse would have been the case. If Ayu thought that PDP are not going to win the election, then he would not want to be in a position to get the blame for PDP not winning the election. No, so he would have stepped down.
But you speaking now like these people have any kind of intake. They want money. It's all about money. Yes, so Wike has already said it, that it's all about money. So this man is already in a place where he's making loads of money, So the only thing that could probably give him more money than that would be Atiku winning, becoming president, where he would now have be where he would now be the boss of the party or whatever. But him knowing that it's not going to happen, with everything happening, he will be like, I genuinely believe that Atiku have probably begged him, asked him, and he said no. Because constitutionally, you can't ask him to step down and he will step down. So I believe that he'd ask him. Because there's no way someone without electoral value like Ayu and somebody like Wike and everything, Atiku will be contemplating who to choose over this.
Do you not think it's simply just a matter of ego now? The egos have been too much on display for too long for anybody to step down. It's a matter of ego now, is it not? Between the whole of that space is really Wike versus Atiku, who has the bigger ego.
I think for Wike it has gone beyond ego. I think at first it was, but now that he's seeing that Wike is weakened, because now that he's seeing that Atiku is fully weakened, I think he's now seeing it as karma now. I think Wike is now seeing it as a revenge. That he's taking his taking.
Are you in support? Are you in support of how Wike is positioning himself? And if so, why?
For someone who didn't like how primary elections in Nigeria have been run, because I've always believed that the biggest problem that Nigerian election suffers is from the primaries. I really would like PDP to go down for the way they selected their primaries. Maybe they can rebuild and come back again and do something different. So yes, I don't like Wike. I think he's too volatile. I don't think he's anything other than a typical politician. But I don't see him as a savior of the South, like he's trying to position himself. But I like to see them destroy themselves. As someone who also supports Peter Obi, even though that he might not win, I would like to see primaries. I would like in next election, whoever becomes president this time, I would like people to be more calculated in the next primary election. I would like parties to take that serious.
Collins, a lot of people anticipate that if PDP lose the next election, they will disintegrate and cease to be a party. Are you with that school of thought? Do you agree with that? That if they lose that next election, which will be 3 times in a row, they will cease to be a party?
I think they will rebuild it on that weekend, depending if our weakest man in Rivers wins and releasing bodies of Rivers State to him, which I suspect will happen. And I think that's what Wike is also playing at. I think what Wike is trying to do is to destroy the party and rebuild it in his own image, and I think he will.
Do you think that is what his long-term game is? Because I'm not far from that thought as well. But I think that Wike is going to gift the next election either to Tinubu or Peter Obi, and then get rid of Atiku and all these elements like Yocha Ayu, and then rebuild the party in its own image. That's what I think he's trying to do.
Yeah, that's definitely what I know that he's planning to do, because with the River State money in his pocket, like Tinubu has been able to do with Lagos, I don't see why he wouldn't repeat. I mean, he has a good example. He already has a template to follow. He already has a template to follow. Lagos and Rivers, they are very similar in terms of powerful. These are states with resources. So if Tinubu could do it, he too can do it.
Do you think Wike is the closest thing that we have to Tinubu in Nigerian politics?
Yes, but Tinubu is definitely smarter because he doesn't.
Do you think? I'm not sure that I will agree because they are clever. I'm not sure that I agree. I think Wike is equally as smart as Tinubu, but smart differently. That's probably how I would want to say it.
The reason I think that Tinubu is smarter is because he doesn't talk much. Yes. Let's forget this election. Because I believe that there's something very interesting about suspense. Wike talk way too much. I think Tinubu doesn't talk too much. I think in terms of level of whatever is in their brain, maybe they are smart on the same level, maybe Wike is even smarter. But because he talks a lot, I kind of think that I will give it to Tinubu in that regards, because there's something mysterious about Tinubu. In fact, everything is mysterious about Tinubu, to be honest.
Yes, including his age and his name. Everything has a question mark.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Go. Yes.
Collins.
Yeah.
So, because what's the name of that River State guy?
EMC Wike.
Okay, EMC Wike. Because Wike talks a lot, you don't see the reason why he talks a lot. No, this election season, you don't put into consideration why he talked a lot and how effective his talk goes and how effective it has damaged PDP, particularly Atiku candidacy. You don't give it to him for what he has done.
I do, but it now means that he's also not
It seems to me that you are condemning him, that he talks a lot, and because of that, you want to give it to Tinubu.
No, I'm not condemning him. I'm just saying in terms of there's something how do I say it? There's something attractive about mystery. you know, because you really don't know where. Which Wike, I prefer Wike to Tinubu. Give it, if you ask me, who would I like between Tinubu and Wike? Anytime, any day, I will tell you that it's Wike, because Wike will tell you how he feel, when he feel, how he feel. You know, you just kind of know that. You know, I like that. But in terms of in terms of um, in terms of power should be a bit mysterious. Maybe I'm not making sense. I don't know. There's something very mysterious about Tinubu, which I think gives him a lot of power. You know, there's a lot of unspoken power about that mysteriousness. I'm not talking about his age and every other thing, his background and everything now. I'm saying that normally, even if Tinubu was a Lagosian, even if his age was known and every other thing, how rarely he came out to talk, and that the background doing everything that he's doing gave him a lot of power, because you really don't know what he's thinking when he's thinking it. But for me as a Nigerian, I would rather have somebody like Wike, who talks and I know what he's thinking, so I follow him and be like, okay, this is what he's doing now, and these are. But it's not. It doesn't keep him mysterious. It should be a little bit, you know, he should be still maintain some kind of mysteriousness about him still, if you want to play like Tinubu, to be honest.
Let me tell you this. If Wike had not been talking the way he has done, he has not been consistent the way he has been carrying out that bombastic attack on PDP, Atiku would have overshadowed them. Atiku would have broken them apart. But Wike be in the lead among those 5 people. The way he talks that resonates with a lot of people, that give a lot of people in the South that sense of reasoning and sense of belonging, that yes, a lot of Southerner sees him as a man fighting for the right of the South. So he's been able to effectively brought PDP to their knee now. It is getting clearer now that PDP is having big problem in this race, and Wike is the one responsible for that, due to his consistent attack, consistent you know, carrying out propaganda and all this thing against and exposing Atiku for what he has said, and it was against what he did, and argue for what he said is going to do, which is against what he did. So he's been able to rattle them. There's no politician in this current Nigeria that ever achieved what Wike has achieved. PDP is a very, very big party. But look at what Wike has been able to do. And Tinubu was about to achieve the same thing too, when his ambition was about to be crushed by the party. That was when Tinubu came up and came out with that Emilio slogan, and the Emilio war. How do I describe it? Emilio in Abeokuta. So look, let me tell you, when politicians, when their ambition is about to be crushed by a bigger force that is bigger than them, they will come out. That is when you will see them talk, and talking loud. So the reason why Tinubu cried loud in Abeokuta and said the Milokon and said all those things that he said against Buhari is the same reason why Wike is making noise and fighting hard and carrying out consistent attack against PDP. So you see, that is politician for you. So when you are saying that, oh, he talks a lot, he's not talking a lot for no just cause. He's talking a lot to achieve results, to bring them down. Yes.
Just a second. This thing you just mentioned about that Emilokon, I was speaking with some people from Nigeria yesterday, right? That was exactly what they said they were expecting the Southeast people to do during the PDP primaries, to insist that this primary will not proceed until they do the needful, by chanting that it is either it comes to South or Southeast, them being the majority from the southern part of Nigeria. So they just kept quiet and they let it go. I just wanted to tell you what they should have done before ATIKU'S snatched the ticket from them. Right.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. If they have stood up and make a very loud noise and said, okay, we're not going to be part of this party, we're not going to take this, it would have been a different ball game.
Do you think it was inferiority complex that played out there?
No,
that they didn't feel entitled somewhat.
It's not. It's about who will go. Why should it be you? Why not me? That's always the problem in the Southeast, because look at even the popularity that Obi is enjoying. It's a threat to all of them. They can't even stand it, So it's not Southeasterners. They are anything but inferior. They will not feel inferior, but is that thing about. In fact, if anything, is about this one.
Is it the Republican thing that we hear about all the time?
Yeah, this one feels like it's better than this one. This one feels like it's better than this one. So they really don't have.
What is Republican in this thing? I mean,
No, that's what Collins is talking about. That they are so individualistic. They don't defer to either somebody has been superior or even a higher authority.
Okay. All right. I got you.
Yeah. Because they will never unite. They will never unite. Behind one person and be like, let's push this one forward. That's been their greatest whatever. But so they will rather take a vice president from someone other than pushing one of theirs. Knowing that, because how they calculate it is this: imagine if Peter Obi becomes president now, that all the politicians of his generation, they're out of the equation. So before any Southeasterners start talking about presidency again, you're talking about 30, 40 years to come. So these people are looking at it like, okay, if it's another person or from another region, maybe in the next 8 years, I still stand a chance. But if this man takes it, that's it. I'm never going to get it. So that's
is that Soludo's game? Is that what you are saying? What you just described?
That's definitely Soludo. That's definitely Soludo.
So then Soludo would not want to see Peter Obi become the next president.
Well, now he does. I don't think that he expected the kind of backlash that he got. I think the backlash was much more than what he was expecting. I think for the first time, whatever we want to say about the Southeast, I think for the first time they're actually showing that that they want to push their own this time around. So Soludo is probably beginning to, because after he said that, he didn't get a lot of support from back home. If anything, people started threatening him and started threatening even his position and everything. So
they went to shoot up his homestead, didn't they?
I wouldn't want to. I mean, if I try to put the two together, that would mean that I was. So each time they do, because shooting up villages in Southeast is a daily occurrence now. So the one that they shoot in other villages, what will I say that is the cause of that? It could be coincident. It could be the reason. But if you say that, you will basically be saying, if somebody like me who supports Obi said that, I'll be saying that the unknown government are working for P2B then. So I would just put it down to coincidence, really.
All right. And finally, the Obasanjo space and his endorsement of P2B. What are you making of that?
Well, I think Obasanjo has always I think it's only some of us on this platform that really didn't want to. I think the confusion that a lot of people had was when Tinubu went and saw him, and they, and they talk like brothers would, so that kind of confused people a little bit. But I kind of believe that P2B wouldn't have made the move that he made without getting the support of certain people, because if you look at how, I don't want to believe that P2B was, because P2B was very inconsequent. P2B as a governor, I didn't know this man. Maybe I was not in Nigeria. When I can't even remember when first time he became governor. I'm trying, because P2B is not even somebody that I know like that, So I don't want to believe that the popularities and everything that he's
do you think Obasanjo has always been the godfather behind the Obi narrative?
I think there are people behind him, but I think what some of these people do is that they stay at the background and see if there will be acceptance, because by the end of the day, it's their name. If there will be acceptance before they will be like, okay, at least there was acceptance. It's not that he's going to win, but at least he's receiving some kind of support, which is obvious now that he's receiving, if not for any other thing, at least from the East, So he's receiving support, so people can now boldly. But I believe that he's listening to people, he's talking to people. People told him to leave PDP when he left. Because I remember when he left here, Angelico and a lot of people was like, this man has committed the highest, the political suicide of his life and everything. And everybody, a lot of people genuinely felt that was a massive mistake that he made. But it turned out, regardless of whatever happens in this election, it turned out to be the best thing that he ever did.
It only turned out that way, though, because it wasn't any genius calculation that saw that this would happen. I think it just left in protest, but then it's turned into a phenomenon.
Yeah, but yeah, that isn't that what fate is about,
Yes.
So yeah, because he left, everybody, it could have become a disaster, like some people rightly predicted, but because I was also surprised that young people on social media, all the big names on social media of note, instead of going for younger candidates and everything, because I really don't know why they chose him over some other people that's been fighting with them, So I started I started singing his praises and everything. So, but
I think it's just managed to latch on to that WhatsApp sort of generation, all these hip hop sort of kids.
But how did he latch up to that though?
He made an appearance at some church event. I can't quite and he made a speech that resonated with people. I think this is going back maybe about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. He made a speech that resonated with that time and space. And that was when they started to gravitate towards him. And then, of course, his narrative is still enraptured in that whole EndSARS movement. So it looks as though the stars are aligning for him. It looks as an alignment of the stars for him.
Yeah, he's changed. Like I was saying, regardless of whatever happens in this election, I think at least now people are discussing issues. you know, because it's no longer the time of all these politicians going to eat mama put, and you know, at least you're now seeing them trying to put in the work, trying to get in votes. You know,
Do you think that the electioneering has gotten that much more sophisticated?
I
Because
think so.
only as early as 4 years ago, you had people like Fayoshe going to eat corn at the roadside,
Going to
and that was a stomach infrastructure and all this
yeah,
nonsense.
going to eat corn, going to carry babies, going to, you know, all those rubbish that you see. At least now people are like working for the vote. Even those ones that believe that they will win, they are not so sure. You know, so everybody is working for every vote that he's hoping that he will get on that day. Even people like Omoyele Sowore is still very confident today that he could still win.
Does he have reasons to be? Is that so like false
But
optimism?
but it doesn't mean that it doesn't. Imagine if Omoyele Sowore move from 30,000 votes, according to him, he would say allocated last 4 years. Imagine if he moved from that to 700,000 votes or 1 million votes. That would have been.
You know, in many ways, Sowore has already won because a lot of this now new type of politics that is being played, a lot of it, there's a logic that traces it back to him. He created this space in some ways.
Yeah. So I think maybe in the next 4 years we won't be seeing him as because somebody like him still sees him as an activist. Maybe in the next 4 years, I won't be seeing him as an activist. Everybody will be looking at him as somebody. Imagine any of these people that goes in there this year messes up. In the next 4 years, it will be wide open. Well, with the power of incubate, we know that it's a little bit harder to, but we would have tested their beavers and everything, and tested. And I like when you were doing the reading today. In fact, you actually broke everything down when you were doing the reading, because that 12 million votes, like you rightly said, I don't believe in it.
They're phantom votes. They're phantom votes.
So this will be the year, if anything, if the beavers and then all what they're saying that they did is anything to go by, this will be the first time that we will actually know how Nigerians tend to vote. I think with that, any serious politician, and I hope that whoever doesn't win this time will not just go and sit down and wait for another 4 years. At least they can now start working and planning for the next 4 years and knowing, understanding the pattern. Because until now, we don't have a pattern. People just sit down and just write votes.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Colin. So thank you for kicking it off so excellently. Stay with us, but you can have a moment to go and get a warm drink. You sound as though you need something warm to drink. Go boil the kettle. So thank you, Colin. So let's go on from Colin to Fatai, only because he's joining us for the first time, and you know how we like to document new voices. So Fatai, good to meet you. Good to have you, Fatai. Oh, you're not joining us for the first time, are you?
It was there a day before.
Yes, I just saw the picture now. All right.
It's second time.
Yeah.
All right. You enjoyed this so much you couldn't keep away. So that's brilliant. So yeah. So then to the conversation, let me take you to it then. The Olubadan feeling the need now to caution wayward from Anambra that you call my name in vain again and Shopono will strike you down. So what are you then making then of the Oba making this public one into the political space?
Yeah, it was the original story was always a joke. It would never happen. So I mean, it's not possible. Olubadan will endorse it. The only person that could, even Obasanjo is doing it carefully. It's not that easy to do like that. You have Jagaban here, people that don't understand is people that would think Peter Obi will win Ibadan or win Lagos or something like that. Those ones are not going to happen.
There will be no point in the Olubadan endorsing Peter Obi because there is no indication that Peter Obi would get anything at all in Ibadan. And if he goes around endorsing him, then it's certain names. You know, it's a new Olubadan, by the way. He only came into office about 3-4 months ago.
Okay. I don't know that, but yeah.
Yeah.
But even whether it's new or it's old, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You know, it's not going to happen. It's just a confirmation that Southwest is a Tinubu space. I wanted to say something before about what Mr. Collins was saying before, like why Peter Obi's the broad acceptance of Peter Obi, because if you look at it relatively, okay, first of all, Peter Obi invested a lot in social media, but also, comparing to a person like Showore, if you're as a voter, you're looking at him as a person like the Nigerian culture. A Showore doesn't. Peter Obi has presence. He's been a governor. He's been a vice president candidate. He was a. He looked like somebody you could imagine him on the seat of the presidency. You couldn't imagine a Showore. So, like the broad support wouldn't this.
Why can you not imagine a Showore on the presidential seat?
No,
Why?
if you've never hold position of authority, it's difficult to picture you as being in authority. But if you've
but it's an international success story in media and publications.
Yeah, publication, okay, but maybe you could imagine him as a CEO of this day, or I don't know, Guardian or something. But the president, it doesn't have the stature, or it's not that stature yet. Like that.
What do you think is missing? Because I think everybody vaguely knows where you are, but it's difficult to quantify in words. So what do you think is missing in this Showore narrative that cannot invite people to see him as a possible president?
Showore and Peter Obi are kind of the same. They don't have a natural base. They have their bases out there in the public, the youths or the day. That's not base. That's like that's the wave. It's like
my brother, Mr. Fatai.
Yeah.
On the contrary, Obi, he has a solid base in the south.
He does.
Look,
Showore is not sure. That I think that would have been your best argument. Showore side by side, Peter Obi. Peter Obi has a whole region behind him.
That's
Showore.
Okay, I get you. The point I'm making is the difference between a wave and a base. What Peter Obi has is a wave. The wave, this sentiment that, I mean, even in some parts of the South, you all feel like it's justified for a Southeastern Easterner.
Also, you're saying
with
it's
that
not
wave,
his base, but it's not his base. It's
yeah,
not like
with that wave, right? With that wave, Showore, if you look at Showore very well, let's assume like Showore has probably like the whole of Ondo State alone. Let's Ondo and Ekiti, right? That would have been a very viable base. Then with some social media wave, and then investment in bloggers, influencers, and then social media, entrepreneurs. That would have been different. In case of Obi, the whole of I don't care what anybody will say about I'm supporting Obi because I'm not Igbo. No, forget about that nonsense. They are supporting Obi because it's an Igbo man, right? So 97%.
Is it an insult to everybody's collective intelligence when people say that? Because how many? When you say you are not supporting it because it's Igbo, of course you are, but it's
Mr. Fatai, take away that advantage.
I beg to disagree.
Take away that advantage. Right. Okay, good. Take away that advantage.
I see your
then
point.
Put him side by side now with Showore. You see, they will be on the same on the same level.
I see your point.
No, I think Fatai might have a point, but sorry, carry on.
Yeah. I think Fatai, please. Let me say this. I think Fatai is proving a point that we don't try to understand. He is. I hope I'm saying it right, Fatai. I think he's talking about the sentiment for Obi, and sentiments is different from base.
Yeah.
If you really want to look at it, it has no political structure on the ground. What I mean by structure, it doesn't have any. Its party hold no elective office whatsoever. Maybe you want to say councillor, governor, anything whatsoever, and you want to look at the political power player in that east, in that region, they are not with him. So that can be described as well as somebody that have no political base. But he have the sentiment, though. The sentiment from there that is a southern, it's our place. And we don't know how the election is going to turn out.
I think what Fatai may be suggesting is that Peter Obi has crossover appeal. And I think that's what he's saying about a wave. So he has his core base, which is the Southeast, but then he also seems to have crossover appeal to another demography, which is the youth and contemporaneous people who seem to buy into the way he presents himself. So he now has two spaces that are championing for him. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is closer to what Ajani
all right, sorry.
About. Yeah. What I mean by that, I'm not talking about the voting. I'm not saying the Southeasterners are not going to vote for him, But I'm saying that they are not. Look, Tinubu is being Lagos State. Like he's saying, he has everybody. If Tinubu, how do I put it? A base is your, anytime you go there, like, we need to do this, we need to vote for this down ballot, they will follow you. That's your base. But if it's like there is this general sentiments flowing around and you seem to ride on this sentiment, it's not a base. That sentiment can shift. If tomorrow, let's say tomorrow, the sentiment shifts and okay, the Southeasterners don't care about a Southeastern president, they will not have it. The base will not be.
How much of the Peter Obi narrative are you attributing? Put percentages to it. How much of the Peter Obi narrative are you attributing to that sentiment, that wave?
Well, you mean this phenomenon, this obedience element?
Yes. How much of this phenomenon are you attributing to these people that are just conveniently with him, as you are describing?
I think it takes the major chunk of it.
Put percentages to it. Put percentages.
Yeah. I know. So I will classify this into three major ones. So I will put percentage on three major ones. Maybe the outlier maybe 5%, the rest. But I would say these will probably take 60% of the reason. 20% between like the investment he made in social media, and 20% on the fact that Tinubu and Atiku, the top major candidate, they are old, and it's like, and Obi made a very smart calculation, like if these two, anything happens to these two guys, who is going to be the next guy that will take advantage of it, and that works. So when you look at Tinubu, if you will make it, if you will not make it, Atiku is like he has to deal with the North Buhari to Northerners situation. So there is possibility for this thing to drop out of the hands of these two candidates. Who is able to position himself to be the next to take advantage of this? I think this is the point that will be sore, and he made the move out of PDP or whatever, or something like that. But I would take these two, the Tinubu Atiku factor, 20%, 20% is investment in social media, and 60% the Southeastern factor.
Oh, okay.
I don't consider it a base. But I don't consider it a base.
You know why I was asking you to put percentages to it. For a long time I've been trying to estimate how much of this phenomenon Peter Obi will be able to hold on to after the elections. So how big the mass he will have in order to build a narrative on. because I agree with you, a lot of it, they are just people from here, there, and everywhere, just putting their narratives onto Peter Obi for this electoral cycle. And then after the elections, a lot of them, it will just dissipate. But what will it boil down to in terms of a mass?
Yeah, I think after the election, Peter Obi is going to have issues with that. That's why I say it's not a base. So it depends how the election turns out. If Peter Obi wins, fantastic. He will be a hero forever, Southeast. But if he doesn't win, it's better for Peter Obi's fortune for Atiku to win. But if Tinubu wins, Peter Obi is going to have a problem. He's going to be blamed for the southeastern region losing the chance to bring the presidency in the shortest distance possible. Because it's going to be a long time. It's not even like in the next 16 years. In the next 16 years, the South region are not going to be lying down also. The likes of Wike, okay, Jonathan was just one time. Although Southeast will have the bigger chunk of the sentiment, but it will not be that easy. Peter Obi might just fade out after the election if Tinubu wins.
All right, let's add numbers to it so we can actually boil it down to something concrete. So let's say, for instance, in February, Peter Obi, he scores 3 million votes. So let's use that figure. Let's say in February, Peter Obi scores 3 million votes, but then he wants to run again in 2027. How many of those 3 millions will still be with him, do you think, in 2027?
I don't think so much will be with him because if it depends on who. If Tinubu wins, he's not Peter Obi is not coming in the next 4 years incumbency, and in the next 8 years he's going to go to the north. So he's not going to. That's what I'm saying. It's not a base, a wave. It's going to dissipate after the election.
All right, fair weather friends. So fair weather friends. So thank you. Let me take you to the space then. The rallies by Atiku. Only one man and his dog turned up in Jos, and the dog did not even turn up in Lagos. So if you are because traditionally the largest political party in Africa has for a long time been PDP, and if you look at how scanty the crowd is, whether you are saying they used Agbero to chase them away or not, whatever excuses there are, this is in Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos. This is not a journey to the presidency. I'm not sure if you have a screen in front of you, but this is Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos. This is Atiku rallying to canvass votes. So that's the crowd. That's not a journey to the presidency.
No, it doesn't look like it. No, Tinubu's. I mean, sorry, I said to Atiku's problem is IU. Atiku's problem is IU. If anybody listens very well, I mean, Wike talked a lot, but there were a few times Wike hit on the problem with PDP with Atiku's campaign, which is that all the money made is gone. Atiku is not going to spend his money. And also with this new redesign of Naira, with everybody careful, he's not sure for Atiku. He's not going to spend his money, and there doesn't seem to be any campaign. And all the money they made from the primary, I think there's probably only little left, and I don't know. They're just going to rough it along. I think it's probably the reason IU cannot go, because if IU goes, oh, there's going to be a lot of problem. Where is all the money? And I'm sure IU will have said to Atiku, if anybody expose my yansh, Atiku, I know a little one, two or three things about you or whatever is going on between them. I'm sure that angle is a lot of blackmail stuff going on there between this Atiku, IU, all these people circle. I think it's messy what's going on. But I think the crowd issue is issue of money. There's no money to spend. If there is money to spend, I will be bigger.
Yeah, but there would be money to spend if there was a realistic chance of him becoming president. It's either he will have backers or he will have his own money. If anybody thought he was going to be president, then money would not be an object.
Yeah. No, of course. That's very correct. But there's no realistic chance. The G5 are out. The only possible sentiment that Atiku could have, because he's lost the big sentiment with the Buhari to Atiku situation. It's a big deal. That is a terrible miscalculation on Atiku's part. Terrible, very, very terrible miscalculation. And then he made the biggest. For me, this is what I consider Atiku's biggest error: appointing Tamboa as DG. Excuse me, you are not supposed to get the ticket. You're not supposed to go to the north. Supposed to go to the south. You got it. We have a problem of IU on the ground, and then you go and appoint the. Let's say the first two, or maybe you think it's like unfortunate, but this is he shot himself in the foot. Appointing Tamboa as what I know they have some deals, but I mean, why don't you just give it to Wike or something to shut them down? I mean, he's got so much experience in politics. That is like a rookie mistake. Everybody wants to kill you for the ones you already have. Then you will not take the only one left and give it to the north. You can't do that. If he gave DJ to the south, maybe not even to Wike to the south, you could even have a negotiating ground. But there is no negotiating. You give by himself the first two. If you say it's not his decision that it was whatever it is what it is. You the first two situations. But how do you explain the DJ situation? You can't always. This is articles problem. You can't always have it. It's over ambitious. He was a vice president to Obasanjo. In 4 years, he wants to be president. Calm down. The- You can't always win everything. Win some, you lose some. Just let it go around. We can getting out. The money is dry. There's no money coming in. There's no money. Nobody sees how it's going to win. Nobody is bringing in money. But they thought that they would, with PDP, of course, money will come. There's no money. Atiku doesn't want to spend his money. So whatever money that could be will be spent.
Yeah, but that's a damning evidence right there. So if Atiku doesn't want to spend his money, then he doesn't have the confidence that he's
Yeah,
going
no,
to
no,
win.
no.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, no. That is kind of like clear. I don't think even APC is afraid of it. Even I think it was it today. Somebody from APC was even saying on I think it was on Arise television or something like that. That
No,
they
it
are
was
more afraid of.
it was yesterday. We covered it here. They are more afraid
That,
of Obi. Yeah.
okay. No, no, it's true. It's true. It's true. It doesn't mean that they're afraid in terms of afraid that they will lose to Obi, but it's like Obi is
Yeah,
not a factor.
they are thinking more about Obi than
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Atiku.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Obi can trip them up more than they don't. Atiku, yeah. It's hard to see where the vote is going to come from.
Do you think this election is just opening up in one direction? Because however you choose to look at it, it seems to be landing Tinubu on that seat.
No, Tinubu, knock on wood, if Tinubu doesn't collapse and fall down, he's going to be president.
Yes, yes.
Kwankwaso and Wike, they are going to collapse into APC, and that will be the end.
No, I don't think Wike will collapse. I can see Kwakwanso collapse into APC, yes, but I don't think Wike will collapse into APC.
Where will it collapse?
It won't collapse anywhere. But he will secretly support APC because he knows that of course Peter Obi is not going anywhere, and he doesn't want Atiku to be president. So yeah, so all of the elements are lined for a
every other
presidency.
people, they are just waiting for the magic of the PVC. Like there's some kind of magic there that that's all. If there was no PVC, everybody, and the whole situation is like this, everybody, it would already be a consensus. But
do you share this confidence that people have in all these BVS PVCs, or do you think it'll just be the usual rigging? I don't share the confidence, but
the PVC is an over glorified new something, whatever.
Plastic card. It's just a plastic card.
No, actually, even INEC is trying to tell everybody it's not electronic voting. The PVC is just an ID card. So they are going to you go in. So the election is easy to rig it with the PVC because you have a total. It's like a check on the paper ballot total. So the total number of people that identified through the PVC, the total number must match with the total number of ballots. So that after, if there is a problem, that is where you can find the problem. Okay, but if I'm going to rig, I'll just make sure they align. There's somewhere, I mean, a little bit of ingenuity, you can align the number. And I don't think But at least where that it gives is a good placebo. I consider it a very good placebo. I don't think it can necessarily. What happened with Iwosho and Ekiti is because it's one place. We are talking about the whole Nigeria. We don't know what's going to happen. We will have to see. I mean, there's no definitive point to it, but I don't know. It's like a glorified placebo to me.
All right, a glorified placebo. So there it is. All right, and to the Obasanjo space for Chai, what politics do you think is playing? Is endorsed Peter Obi, of course, with Pa Adebayo right beside him, and Peter Obi sitting next to him, looking on like a dutiful son. So Obasanjo, he rarely picks a loser in politics. He gave us Yadua, and then after Yadua, Goodluck Jonathan would not have been president if Obasanjo had not interceded. So he gave us Goodluck Jonathan, and Buhari would not have been president if Obasanjo had not interceded. So he gave us Buhari as well. So he has never backed a loser, but now he's backing your man from Anambra State. So what do you think informs this, Fatai?
Obasanjo is the biggest comedian, elder statesman we have. Obasanjo is only for Obasanjo. Obasanjo, the only person I think is probably sincere is sincere. No, not even probably sincere. There is Pa Adebanjo, because Pa Adebanjo is coming from an ideology that dates back to Awolowo. So it's be like Adebanjo was right there when the meeting between Obafemi Awolowo and Great Zik collapsed. So the thing is always felt like if that thing didn't collapse, they would have wrestled the and a lot of people from that line, they would have wrestled the presidency from Shagari. But so it came from Banjo. Obasanjo is just Obasanjo, only Obasanjo know. You need to listen to what Wole Soyinka said about Obasanjo. Obasanjo is already no, Obasanjo is just
Ìpátá àgbàlagbà, àbí? Ìpátá
no,
àgbàlagbà.
I don't count it. Whatever he's doing, it doesn't really matter. Obasanjo. Those ones that he supported that they
Yeah, but he has always backed winners, though. So that's the one thing.
Yeah, but PDP was strong. PDP was a killing machine. That was a bulldozer at that time. This one, PDP is not on ground. Who is it going to support somebody? Is just not to mouth I support, but who are you going to drive to that person? Who is Obasanjo going to drive? Even Olubadan, after Obasanjo is doing this, Olubadan say, hey, don't mention me here. Who is Obasanjo going to drive? Obasanjo doesn't like Tinubu. They don't like each other. That one is a show. It's a show Tinubu went to meet just to fulfill all righteousness.
I'm not quite sure that there's a politician in Nigeria that has accumulated as many enemies as Tinubu. A lot of people have issues with him. A lot of people have issues with him.
A lot of big boys. He comes in with a different kind of politics. And so a lot of big boys that are known, I mean, they're not going to bow to his style of politics. They will be like, we are the lion and the king. And Tinubu is coming, is like, okay, screw you all. It's I am Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
I am.
No, they don't like his politics.
Fatai, ó máa sọ pé èmi ọmọ Àṣàbí.
Èmi ọmọ Àkànbí, ọmọ Àṣàbí. Tinubu is a street guy and he's a corrupt. Only God knows what he did on the street.
That Tinubu space is somewhat it is somewhat like an enigma wrapped in a mystery. You don't know what's going to happen. A lot of people anticipate that he may well be the best president that we've ever had, and it will take us to that place that we've always thought we should be. A lot of people think that, but a lot of people think it's just going to be a total disaster. No. It's a lottery ticket, isn't it? It's just a lottery ticket.
There's no chance Tinubu will be a disaster. Guaranteed. The worst it will be, it will be average. But there's a great chance he will actually be Nigeria's best president. Because there's only one thing Tinubu wants to do, is going to do. Trans-Sahara pipeline. He wants to take Nigeria's gas to Europe. That's his major. It's like Eco Atlantic was what he wanted to do in Lagos. Every other thing is he just gathering dust, and the big Tinubu is the big project guy.
Yes, and that's the one thing that thank you for saying that, Fatai, because that's always been my thought about him too. That he is a man of big ideas, big ideas. So you can a lot of politics is pedestrian, but he is a man of big ideas. But then those big ideas, he brings them to fruition. But does he still have it left in him?
No, it's just the brain you need. That's what he's saying. He's not a wrestling. He's not a. It's his brain. He needs.
Yeah, but the brain is under question too. Bula Balo Bulubu,
No.
APC, PDP, Agbado, and all this gibberish.
But Agbado, what issue do you have with Agbado though? Agbado is a metaphor for food. Like our youths are getting recruited by these what do they call them, ragtag terrorists. We are competing with ragtag terrorists, we can offer them everything. This Nigeria is a nation. We have money. We can even give them land to go and be farming. So what's the problem? Like it's like asking what's the problem? If you see Agbado or Gary,
one man, can I interject?
I understand his delivery. His delivery.
One man, can I interject?
Yeah, of course, come in.
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, I believe you said Tinubu has a powerful ideas, but let's look at it from this context, from the dimension. He's one that brought Buhari for us, give us all the promises. Buhari didn't really talk much. 2015, he talked on behalf of Buhari, all the ideas. Let me come, please. Let me finish. So he wrote all the ideas out. So then, assuming to power, so nothing happened. So what?
Who is the president now?
What do you mean nothing happened?
No, I said because he is not campaigning like an opposition. He's supposed to be campaigning like an incumbent person that this is our party. We have been in power.
You mean it's not campaigning on the basis of what Buhari has done, which is to then say that Buhari has been a failure.
No, yeah, because the idea you're talking about, he's supposed to bring the idea and give it to the APC to make the country move.
Why would they do that?
One man, because the main purpose here is to move Nigeria forward. It's not personal business. The whole thing here is to make Nigeria work. So you don't keep your idea to yourself alone. You bring it out because you are the one that campaigned for Buhari, and Buhari assumed the power. You have the powerful brain. You roll your idea to the party to the party that you brought to Nigeria.
Hold on. Are you saying he should govern for Buhari?
Not govern for Buhari. I said as a party member and as a leading personality in that.
It should point directions for the president.
What it means is that he should put a gun to Buhari's head.
I don't understand.
No, you should understand what I'm talking about here, because we are only clamoring to have a better Nigeria, right?
Right.
We are only looking for someone that will work for Nigeria, and that's all the thing we are talking about. No matter whoever has done that thing. So we want someone that will help Nigeria work. So you have given us the promises 2015. In fact, you literally talk more than Buhari 2015, all the promises. But you could not help that administration move the nation forward.
How do you mean?
How do I mean? Now you're saying that it has, because I'm just interjecting based on what you said, that he has a brilliant idea, right? Yes. So what I'm saying now, having championed this cause, ab initio, why not roll the idea and help the party and help the country, so that the country will be at that level that we want it to be? But the country, as it stands now, is a total mess.
No, Tinubu is not the president.
One man,
I
let me
understand. I understand it's not the president.
And by the way, a lot of the areas that they campaigned on, they've touched on them: infrastructure, social emolerations, and all of these things. They've touched on them. Power generation, all of that. They've touched on them, and they've moved them forward.
Emmanuel, I think I understand what you are saying. What you are telling them is that he brought Buhari, and in the name of APC, all of them together govern Nigeria.
No, they did
and
not.
Therefore, no, all of them together, this APC, including Tinubu as one of the leaders, and all of them, they govern Nigeria, and they failed Nigeria. So that is what Emmanuel is trying to say, that him coming out again, he that presented, that marketed Buhari to us, that we should vote them for change, and then the change we got is a change that destroyed the economy, is a change that have brought hardship on Nigerians in totality, a change that have destroyed the value of our currency, a change that have brought us
No. I think
so
that's a leap. That's a leap,
and
that's
what that
no,
is
no,
what is saying, that we cannot exonerate.
Hold on. Yeah,
we
no,
cannot
we know.
exonerate
Yes, but
the blame from him as well.
Is that not unfair though?
Why? What is unfair there? It's a
Okay.
collective responsibility.
Okay.
Can I answer?
Yeah, okay, go on. Yeah, go on.
I've not finished now. Let me finish.
Okay.
Yeah. Before you continue, let me just give you this a lifeline to continue with. You know, in one breath, right? These same people that want to come up every time to say, they should hold this guy responsible for Buhari's failure. In the same breath, they will say, "Oh, Buhari has jettisoned him. That Buhari, basically, he's not going to campaign for him. He's not going to help. He's not going to help his campaign and everything."
Yeah, but Buhari jettisoned him though.
They said that too. You're right.
When it is convenient for them, they saw the primaries over here. That basically Tinubu had to fight the biggest fight of his life to secure that ticket. And then, if you can see that kind of optics alone within the primary,
you are not understanding the point. I think
he understands the point.
Hold on. Yeah. I understand what you are saying, because this has been a long time narrative. Like, Buhari, he had these lofty ideas. He gave Buhari these lofty ideas. If Buhari is not taking the idea, if Kabas shot him out of Aso Rock, not even having access to Buhari, do you want him to put a gun to Buhari's head?
Did you not know that? Hold on. Are you unaware that the Buhari administration, both in the first and second term, they distanced themselves from Tinubu, that people were even mocking him? Were you not aware of that? Were you not into politics during that period?
But Tinubu has not outrightly said anything against them.
Right, against his own party.
Of course, against his own party. No, we're saying the same thing.
Who in the history of mankind has ever spoken against their own political party?
We have it now. Wike is speaking against their own party. Dogora is doing the same thing. A lot of them are doing it. So when your party is not doing well, you talk about it. You are telling them.
Emmanuel. In the same breath, why is Peter Obi quiet now with all the happenings in Southeast? Can you tell me?
Peter Obi is not the president. It's not the president.
Okay.
But Tinubu is the president, Abi. Okay. Tinubu is the president.
Tinubu's party is in power. You people don't understand
different
they are in power.
All right.
Can I answer him, by the way?
Oh yeah, come in. Is that Femi?
No, Fatai.
Fatai, yeah. Oh yeah. So come in, Fatai. Yeah.
So first of all, what he's saying that if Tinubu has big ideas, why doesn't he give it to Buhari? And of course, everybody is right about all the problems Tinubu had in Buhari's administration. But also, you are missing the point. You never know if this one you are saying you didn't give it to him. You don't know. It's a supposition. You don't know what they give, what it doesn't give, and he cannot put a gun to his head. That's number one. Also, you don't know what architecture is laid down to be continued from Tinubu to Obasanjo. Like I can give you an example. In the Buhari's administration, there is a lot of pipeline domestically connecting different regions to the north, to the east. So the Sahara Trans-Sahara pipeline is going to take from the north side, go through all these, I don't know, whatever is going to go, then go to the Morocco or something. But to get to that, you need the internal domestic one to take from Niger Delta to the north has to be laid. And this administration is laying down pipelines domestically. It might be part of it, it might be random, I don't know. Nobody knows what's going on. But even the narrative that Buhari failed is mainly media driven. You shouldn't. Buhari is a soldier. Buhari has no zero idea about economics. When you are the president, people bring you ideas that are like they bring you three ideas there. All of them are good. You need to have special expertise to be able to fish out where it is going. And that is problem of Buhari's failure. Whoever sold the idea of parallel market for parallel whatever this dollar situation, parallel market. How can you have a parallel market? It doesn't know anything about economics. They bring idea is what he is doing, try and error with all the economic policy. He does, in his mind, in his Buhari's mind, he think he's done great job. And some people also close to him, they thought they've done great job, and then they always say also we meet also crisis, this and that. But he doesn't know. If you want to measure Buhari, you have to measure.
So sorry, the idea of just trying to blame Tinubu for Buhari's achievement or lack thereof is just wild. It has no meaning. What's even the meaning of that?
If you want to blame Buhari's failure, you have to watch it from the security. And Buhari got Nigeria to Kano jet. When you have aerial dominance, all the terrorists are going to run away. That is why the Tucano jet make a Peter Obi to come out and say, "Oh, I will deal with security decisively." Of course, you will. Me myself, I will deal with Nigeria security decisively. If I have to Kano jets against some ragtag terrorists, I will bomb the hell out of all of them. They will not have an operational base. You can have a little bit here and there domestically. One kidnapping here, but they will not have this base.
All right. All right. Thank you, Fatai. But so sorry, this idea though of trying to attribute Buhari to Tinubu, I'm not quite sure if that holds up to reason or logic. But
can I respond?
I am Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That is Tinubu's.
All right. Yeah. Let's hear from you, Ajanle Koko, and then we move the conversation on. We go on to enigmatic. But yeah, Ajanle Koko, come in.
I think we have to get it right. If we want to blame just the president and we don't blame the entire party for the failure of the country, we'll be getting it wrong. So what you guys are saying, okay, we are blaming Buhari now and we should vote for Tinubu, and Tinubu gets in and Tinubu fail again. We shouldn't mind again if another person that we like come in on the ticket of APC, we should vote for that person. We cannot continue like that. Look, if you don't have a party that is disciplined, that have a focus and with vision to make that country work and make it work well for everybody, then you can't have a good governance. One person alone cannot. It's a teamwork. So we'll be getting it wrong if we want to exonerate the entire team, the party. We want to exonerate the party.
You can't blame. No, you can't because what people seem to be doing is they are almost single, and they are not blaming Tinubu exclusively, but they are blaming him majorly for Buhari's presidency. But you cannot do that.
No, it's part of the team.
He is not, though, is he? He's not part of the administration, is
no,
he?
he's one of the leaders of the party.
He is not part of the administration, and everybody here knows that in the first term of the Buhari administration and equally in the second term of the Buhari, remember there was a time they were sending the EFCC to go and open a file on him and all of that. They pushed him as far away as possible. I was even surprised they brought him back to come and run their second term campaign. So I'm not quite sure.
Let me tell you
what the expectation is that he will take a gun to Aso Rock and say, Buhari, you must do it. What's the expectation?
No, let me tell you, he is part of the team. If he's not there as an appointee for a political appointment, he's there by proxy.
Hold on. He's not there. No. You are now. No. What are you doing now? You are now saying Yemi Osinbajo is now.
He appointed Yemi. He appointed Yemi Osinbajo there. Fashola is the one that appointed him there. There are so many people that he appointed. I said appointment.
Madam as speaker.
Yeah. He nominated. No, don't let me say.
Lai Mohammed as minister, as speaker, as minister.
He nominated a lot of
No,
people.
Baba, let me tell you about. Hold on, Baba.
Let me finish. Let me finish. You will say your own. Let me finish.
Okay.
You will say your own.
Okay.
We cannot continue to say Tinubu have no presence in this government, or is out of the government, that is not playing any role. He's playing a big role.
He is not. He is not.
His son, his political son, Bajabe Amila, is the Speaker of the House.
You mentioned Yemi Osinbajo. Yemi Osinbajo was not his son in July. He was ready to chop his head off.
No, that is a different case.
Was not his son in Osun State.
No, that is a different case.
So these are people of independent thoughts.
He's the one that nominated him.
These are people of independent thoughts.
No, is he not the one that nominated him?
Are they people of independent thoughts?
He said it. He nominated Yemi Osinbajo.
No, I'm not sure that this has any meaning.
When he was fighting, when he was fighting this Emilekon, he mentioned it in Abeokuta. It was part of the statement that he made, that I made Yemi Osinbajo what he is. I made him to be vice president.
What? So what? What's the point that you are making? I don't get it.
Helping the country is bigger than one person.
Yeah, no, but what's the point that you are making?
Okay, the point I'm making is that if we don't hold the party that run the country down, if we don't hold the entire party responsible and vote them out, then we'll be doing injustice to ourselves. Because we are looking at one person that is our tribal man, and we're saying, oh, yes.
Leave tribe out of it now. Leave tribe out of it.
Let me even come in now. Let me say something right quick. Look,
come in.
Nobody says they shouldn't vote, or nobody has come over here to say, do not vote APC out, or do not vote PDP or Labour Party. That is a different discourse. That's a different understanding, right? What we are speaking to before it was going to another trajectory is about singling out an individual who has no capacity to play. Let me tell you for a fact today, if you don't know, 70% of those people, right, that people actually thinking are probably alluding to Tinubu's guy in Buhari's cabinet. They were not. For instance, Aregbesola was not nominated by Asiwaju. The guy from Ekiti State, the ex-governor, Kayode Fayemi, wasn't on the list. Lai Mohammed was not on the list. The guy who was supposed to be the Minister of Information, ab initio, was this Dele Alake. That was the nomination from Ekiti State. So when you speak about certain things, except from apart from Yemi Osinbajo, which everybody knows, and that Yemi Osinbajo, what has been his role in Buhari's presidency? He has been completely shut out, and everybody knows. So you cannot make some certain arguments when it is convenient to say, okay, we want to rubbish a name. No, you cannot say that. You may have a different idea of Tinubu or whatever, but do not come over every time to say, when you want to blame Buhari, you blame this guy. Okay, let's assume, right? Let's assume without actually considering that, okay, yes, he brought Buhari to office. Is he going to put Buhari? Is he going to put gun to Buhari's head to say, I need you to do this, I need you to do this? Who is the president? Buhari is the CNC. We've seen the nepotistic appointments of Buhari. We've seen how Buhari has cornered the whole presidency to himself. He's basically cornered everything against some certain people in the presidency, even his wife.
Enigmatic.
Of Nigeria at the point.
Enigmatic.
So hold on. If you want to be going to that route, that has been a pedestrian narrative that we've gone past. But if that is what you want to keep saying every time, you have to understand the nitty-gritty of the whole thing that is happening. Because Yemi Osinbajo, that is even in Aso Rock now, we see what Buhari has done to him. We've seen the way he's been treated as a vice president.
Tinubu has had very little influence on this administration. And they tried to, in fact, he played out completely in front of all of our eyes, to the point that people mock him all the time. That, okay.
Please, can I interject?
Yeah,
and if people believe Tinubu should answer for Buhari, that's okay.
Enigmatic. So the aid and abetting. Do you consider what we call aid and abetting?
That's another impetus to you.
Aid and abetting. How do you
vote against these folks?
Do you see aid and abetting in what Tinubu did for not doing anything?
Angelico, can I interject?
Please let me interject. Let me interject before I lose my thought. Please, I know you are super brain. Let me just drop my little 5-cent idea. Anyway, I don't understand what you are saying that you're trying to remove Tinubu, you're trying to pin down Tinubu, or trying to focus on Tinubu alone on this issue, or try to blame Tinubu on this issue. It's funny when anybody to say that. Imagine you're in America there. When Obama came out, Ted Kennedy suddenly brought Obama out and made him push him hard and became president of America. In the first 2 years when Obama was trying to restore that 2008, I don't know if you're in America then, in 2008 economy, if you're in America, you will know. Republican was always blaming Obama and adding Ted, the Kennedy family to it, and all the Democrats. So if Tinubu singularly bring out Buhari, campaign for him so hard and make him president. Don't forget, Tinubu is the
Tinubu single-handedly brought out Buhari.
Yeah, he said it. He said it, not my word. I'm just saying according to what he said. And he's the party leader of APC. And make Buhari first, make him the president. He be involved or not involved, that is not the public concern. He is the same party. If Buhari mess up, that is the start party messed up. That don't mean the party mess up in 100%. There could be areas the party did well, but in general, you weigh and balance it. If the party messed up 30-70%, that means the total party messed up. You said Buhari was kicked out in the first 4 years, but 2019 we saw him again campaigning again, hardly to bring Buhari back again. So what are you going to say about that? You're going to say, oh, he was not part of the government, but you're seeing again 2019 campaign again to bring the government back. Hold on, let me land my point, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. He has slots and he put people in his slot. He participated, he didn't participate fully. That's not our concern. Our concern that APC has fucked up, has messed up.
No, language.
Sorry. APC have messed up, including Buhari and whoever along that party line, they are messed up. So if you're adding Tinubu to it, it's not far-fetched. So don't get angry about it. It's politics. It's
nobody's getting angry. It's just
it's not a part of it. Like
we got you already.
My last thing. Just like you are removing Osinbajo from Buhari government as he was single out.
How can you remove? He was part of the administration. Okay, you answer what you just said.
I just answer it because
hold on. Can you hold on, please? Osinbajo is the vice president of the administration. Tinubu is just a party member, a senior.
He's not just a party member.
Can you hold?
He's a party leader.
No, look, Tinubu is not a member of the administration. So you cannot say that he has any oversight of the administration. But Osinbajo is a key component of the administration. So you can make the attribution that he's somewhat culpable. Tinubu is culpable too, for reasons that he's a member, a senior member, and even the leader of the party, yes. But you cannot say that how did they not make the administration a success when he had no actual role in the administration? And you say he should advise them. If he advises them, and from the body language we saw that they were not somewhat responsive to him. So what was the expectation?
This is what I said again. Let me say this so you should understand. I said you cannot distance Simbajo from Buhari, and same thing, you cannot distance Tinubu from APC. That was my statement.
Let me continue my.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Wait.
I didn't understand any of that.
What this is what we're talking about, right? This is a belief system that everybody they already have a certain.
Can you understand my consternation, Enigma, or am I not getting something?
No,
because I don't see how Tinubu can be culpable for Buhari's administration.
It's okay. It's one of those things that they've already had in their mind. Just like you are trying to change the mind of an obedient now. For instance, in the ATIKU'S SARS issue that happened in Anambra State, right? During Obi's tenure, when a lot of people died, and then it was tied to Peter Obi, right? They would defend him that he had no role to play in that, but he was the sitting governor. He's the CNC, he's the chief executive, the chief security officer in the state. They will probably want to argue the fact that no, he probably does not have the power to control the police. But when you change the narrative to the SARS situation that happened in Lagos, they will say Tinubu controlled the military to kill people in SARS. So when people have such mindset and thought process, it becomes so tumultuous to actually change it. Let's just leave it like that. Okay, Tinubu brought Buhari to power. Buhari has done 8 years. What you can do not to see Buhari's face or anything that is anything that is associated with Buhari at all, or any Buhari's appanage, is vote against Buhari's political party, which is APC. Come February 2023, go and vote against APC. Do not even see APC at all. Vote against them if you have the power, and then let the majority vote win.
Brother, let me even just add one last thing and I go. This argument is, I think, is what if I'm right, is what they call straw man argument. Nobody is saying exonerate Tinubu, but also he's not culpable. If he's not in the administration, he's not culpable. Okay, you cannot, because it's his party. Even if you are just an ordinary party member on the street, you're not totally. You can blame even the party member on the street for the failure of Buhari because for voting for him and whatever. But it doesn't make him culpable. Tinubu cannot be culpable for Buhari's failure. But it doesn't mean that, let's say I am talking now, it doesn't mean I am exonerating Tinubu. Of course, you can. My point is that nobody knows. We are only supposing that Tinubu didn't give Buhari's idea. You're not there. I was not there. Nobody's there. Maybe he gave, maybe he doesn't give. We can read the tea leaves in the direction of the policy of the government. But at the same time, Tinubu is only riding on options. If you don't like Tinubu, who do you want to vote for? You're going to vote for Atiku. Nobody is saying if there is a stronger alternative, of course, the party APC will be sweating. But Tinubu is not sweating because he doesn't see opposition, doesn't see alternative. So he's able to say, I am Tinubu, I'm different from Buhari, but I will continue some things he did, some other things, I will cut them off. So I think that it's not exoneration, but at the same time, it cannot be culpability.
Yeah,
but Fatai, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Would you consider Tinubu as for playing a role of aiding and abetting Buhari on the destructive path that he took Nigeria? Would you consider him as playing a role of aiding and abetting, and as such, should as well be held responsible, all of them be held responsible for the failure of the country, and therefore should not be considered to be our next president?
That's kind of like a constitutional pronouncement. Nobody can make that. Nobody can make that pronouncement.
The question, aiding and abetting, would you consider him as a man, could you describe his action as aiding and abetting? And
everybody that voted for Buhari aided and abetted whatever you think. But the point is, you are
no, don't go about voting. Voting is different. Let's go about the leadership. Is one of the leaders of the party.
Yeah, I don't.
Yes. Just say yes and let's go on.
Yes.
I think you cannot totally remove Tinubu from whatever happened to the Buhari administration, but it doesn't mean you're going to shoot him for Buhari's failure.
Enigmatic. Let me tell you. See, look, we can't be talking like this.
Oh, Baba, this is funny.
Do you think?
This is just funny to me alone.
No,
because look,
enigmatic. Nisuru.
Hold
on.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't like what he just said now. When Putafari is trying to answer, he said, just say yes and let's move on. It just as if that I'm sorry, Sagbon, Abi, I mean, we can't.
Apology not accepted.
But look, we are talking about a country that is bigger than all of us, is bigger than every individual in that country. No individual, no matter the position that individual occupy, is not bigger than that country.
Can you get me some water?
And so, when we see these people acting this way, playing us, destroying the nation, destroying the future of the nation, and we don't want to hold them accountable, I think it's so sad if we are trying to justify things like this.
Baba,
I think philosophically is right though. I think you're right though. Philosophically you are right, but as a matter of practicality, it's a question of how much do you owe Buhari? Do you tie Tinubu to Buhari? To what degree? It's a matter of degree. To what degree would you tie Tinubu to Buhari? Certainly, you can't say it should be.
Okay, you answer that. To what degree would you tie? Actually, we're going to make that a round robin question.
You want me to answer it?
No, I'll get to you. We're going to squeeze it around everybody. We kick it off with Enigmatic. So, Enigmatic, to what degree would you tie Tinubu to Buhari's administration, the failure or successes of? To what degree? Give us in percentage terms.
Okay. First, let me just say this, right? As contrary to what Baba said, like, of course, we are supposed to hold these folks' feet to the fire, right? And then, when I come here sometimes to make some fun about when people are so anxious or probably getting mad about the way Nigeria would go, I laugh at them because there's a clear path for Nigerians and for Nigeria to have taken a great advantage of. There's a Showore there who has almost killed himself for them. But since you have decided, all of you have decided to go with all these oligarchs, then we're going to be there together to smile and because I know one of them is definitely going to be president, and the top two are those the legacy candidates, and that's why I laugh every time. They are pushing somebody who is serious down, but they're just by the side. So, of course, if you want to say, has APC actually done anything good for Nigerians or for Nigeria, what has been their position? If you want to see the failures of Nigeria, one man, you cannot continue from APC 7 years ago. There's a foundation to that. This thing started since 1999. There was a political party before APC came to power, right? And then if we actually have to if we actually want to hold people accountable, almost all Nigerians are culpable of this because there's a certain region, right, for 23 years up until now that has voted consistently and has been able to have enabled consistently PDP to power, regardless of their failures. So when Tinubu and APC and Buhari and all of them took power 7 years ago, where are they taking Nigeria to? Positive or negative? I would say negative, not to the best of my expectation. But what I'm actually saying is you cannot tie a presidency's failure to just only one man who probably helped him by way of use of galvanizing his region to vote for him. If I have to tie Tinubu to Buhari's failure to APC generally, of course, you can't detach Tinubu and APC. You can't detach Buhari and APC. They're all together. So I may not be able to put a number to it, but of course they are symbiotic. They are both symbiotic relationship, and then you have to find a way realistically what actually was Buhari's and it was is Tinubu or was Tinubu's role, practicality in Buhari's
enigmatic. Enigmatic. Can we push you to put a percentage on it, just to give people a sense of how much you are willing to attribute Buhari's failures or whatever to Tinubu? You are not going to be held hostage by it, but just give us a percentage.
You know already. From my own understanding, from what I know, from what I know, I can count of like 6 different eggheads from this United States. One of them is my mentor, who was supposed to have an appointment in this regime. Everything has been taken care of. He was is top executive, at Google. But we know what played out at the end of the day. And this is what I'm speaking to, right? These are the people that actually came from Shuaju's recommendation. So from what I know, 70%, 80% of recommendation that he made, it was turned down. That's what even from Ondo State, from Ekiti State, from Osun State, I know that for sure. Those who made the ministerial list, those who made several positions, the lists were turned down. They picked somebody else from the Kabas list, of course. So if I'll be tying him with Buhari, because of course, without him, probably the Southwest wouldn't have voted for Buhari or whatever. I would say maybe 40%.
All right, brilliant.
So by way of giving him that Southwest platform, and then being able to use his platform now to run for his own campaign, basically.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. So let's go on to Femi. Femi, so that question is just that rather somewhat heated debate even. People trying to attribute the failings of Buhari's administration to Tinubu for reasons that Tinubu was that final piece that gave Nigeria Buhari. So they cannot say that he cannot claim credit for giving the country Buhari and not take some of the blames of the Buhari administration. But how much of the Buhari failures is attributable to Tinubu, Femi?
Yes, thank you, one man. If I was to put a number to that failing, I would ascribe it to, I would say, a 50%. Why would I put 50%? Buhari contested in 2003, 2007, 2011, before contesting in 2015. And prior to then, he failed like Tinubu will say Olule 3 times before finally getting in. So definitely nobody can take away the efforts of Tinubu into making Buhari president in 2015. So whatever might have happened after that can always be ascribed to Tinubu in a way. Because before the elections, we know that there was a symbiotic relationship, CPC and the ACN factions, and with the new PDP and some parts of ABGA, the Rochas faction, that came together to create the APC. So we know that was the agreement. It was a gentleman's agreement. So nothing was written down. But after Buhari became president, Tinubu was I would say he was actually put out to the cold because he was actually zoned out. Buhari stopped listening to him. Anybody that you saw around Tinubu at that time, people you could say were his men that were finally brought into government, were actually people who Buhari actually had a liking for. People like Fashola. Tinubu didn't want Fashola to become a minister. People like Fashola, people like Lai Mohammed. These are people who Buhari just has a liking for them. Not that it's because Tinubu actually recommended them to become members of his cabinet. So actually, when Buhari got into power, he stopped listening to Tinubu. So you can't say, so after Buhari became president, you can actually ascribe most of his failings to Tinubu. That's why I said I'll put that number as a 50%. Because someone like Buhari is very dogmatic over nothingness. He's very dogmatic, very stubborn, and he actually has nothing upstairs, in my own assessment of him. So he's always very dogmatic about things. Once he takes a position, it is extremely hard for him to move. So I don't think Tinubu, even if he had the right ideas, which I doubt, could have been able to pass those ideas to Buhari, and Buhari would have listened to him. Look at his pickings. He's chief of staff, he's chief of army staff, navy, and all those things. Nobody, those are people who Buhari wanted, not people who were recommended to him. So you can't exactly say, okay, Tinubu should have been able to pass the genius ideas he had to Buhari. Buhari won't listen to him because Buhari is a very stubborn person. So that's why I said I'll put that figure at 50%, because he brought him. He was a major factor in making Buhari president. Without Tinubu, Buhari would never have become president in Nigeria. So that's my assessment of the entire situation.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Femi. So let's go on to Collins, who I suspect may have left us. Collins, are you still there? And the question, how much are we attributing Buhari's failures to Tinubu, who by his own admission gave the country Buhari? So Collins, if you're still there. All right, I think we may well have lost Collins.
I'm here.
Oh my God, wow, you sound rough. Come on, carry on. Carry on. Pele?
How much am I attributing failure of Buhari to Tinubu?
Yes.
To be honest, before now, I used to, before this election got to this stage, I used to be like, give him all gege, be like he could have do something, like tell him something. But knowing Buhari and everything, I don't know. In fact, I don't know. I don't know if I blame him completely. I don't know if he was even so much involved, if he wanted to. There's a way that he could have been involved that Tinubu will listen to anything that he has to say. So I don't know. Because that president, once you become a president in Nigeria, it's a different thing. Nobody can tell you nothing. So, because if Buhari had done well, I don't think anybody could have been saying that nobody would have want to accept that Tinubu has any part to play in it. So, but I blame two of them because I just want to, but I know that he couldn't have done anything. He couldn't have said anything that Buhari will listen to him. But I don't know, Jerry.
If you were to give a percentage to it in terms of attributing Tinubu's involvement, complicity in all this, what percentage would you give?
I would say 70. But without Tinubu, that Buhari wouldn't have made president, I'll probably then make it 90%.
Oh, all right. So there it is. Thank you, Colin. Yes. Thank you for being brave as well. Staying even. I hope you are nicely tucked up in bed. Anyway, you have to sweat it out. That's just it. When you have flu, you have to sweat it out. Thank you, Colin. So you are up next, Fatai. You opened up that space. So address it.
Collins, take some pepper soup if you can.
No, Collins is not a pepper soup man now. He will eat chips and mushy peas. He's an English man.
What of Ishewu? Go eat Ishewu.
Collins, do you even know what pepper soup is? Look at that.
Come on now.
Look at this. People.
Come on now.
It's a Nigerian delicacy. We call it pepper soup.
Stop.
All right. So you're up next, Fatai. You opened up the space. At the end of your narrative, give us in percentage terms. But you know the conversation. Give us your submission.
Okay. Like naturally, I would have loved to go in the way of enigmatic. Like I would rather not give a percentage, but because the house demands it, I will not give Tinubu more than 10%. Anything more than I will not give anything more than 10% blame in it. And the reason I will say not more than 10% blame in it is because, or like let me say two fronts. First is fact that Buhari is surrounded by sharks. Buhari has no idea about economics, and those guys they knew, and they were ready. They were going in to get anything. I mean, even the accountant general, how much was the $100 billion or something, whatever it is. How they sold to him the parallel market currency, this currency stuff. I have no idea. Buhari has no clue, no kindergarten level clue about economics, and there was nothing Tinubu could contribute in that space with those guys that surrounded Buhari that will make any impact. The only reason I would blame Tinubu for it is because of APC, is their party, not necessarily because he put him forward, he put Buhari forward. That would be like blaming every professor that recommended a student and the student failed. I don't. I think it's like. I mean, nobody is God. Nobody knows. I will judge Buhari on security. I will not judge Buhari on economics because I know it doesn't. Judging Buhari on economics is like judging dead man on who about who stole the meat. He has no clue economics. He has no clue. He's a soldier man. If I want to analyze Buhari, security I would, but economics I wouldn't. That with no disrespect to okay, because I was not in Nigeria. I'm not in Nigeria, so I don't know. From what I see, a lot of people go through a lot of pain, but so I wouldn't. I, with all due respect to that, but I wouldn't blame Buhari for the economic failures because he doesn't have a clue, and these guys are all out to do whatever they want. And then also Oshibanjo's part. Ajanle Koko, sir, you
Okay,
made a point.
okay. Hold on.
Oshiban, sorry, I just
Sorry.
finished this. I just
No,
finished
no,
that point.
hold on. You still get to finish, but I
Okay,
wanted
okay.
to add. I wanted to add an addendum to that question only because you opened it a little bit again. Um, Also, how much of the blame for this administration goes to Oshibanjo as well?
Okay, good. Thank you. Or even brought me in.
Yeah.
Oshibanjo, for me, is one of the biggest failure of this administration. I think you shouldn't. I think Tinubu is very right to be very angry with Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo became megalomaniac. You are not bigger than this because you are vice president. Yeah, it's a big position. It's a privileged position. Only a few Nigerians will ever get there. But you have to be humble. That when that Abeokuta speech, that Emilio Con speech, but if you listen very well, he wasn't saying. He was not just saying that I put Oshimbanjo forward. Tinubu is saying he's saying it from the position of anger, from her disappointment. He say Yorùbá, àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá, I ní láti kọrin Ògúndè. Wọ́n gbọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá, wọ́n gbà lọ síbí, wọ́n gbà lọ sọ́, wọ́n gbà ṣe. They are everybody. These sharks, they are making Oshibanjo feel big.
Can I say
Feel
something
big.
there? Can I say something there? Because you are trying to say that he didn't say Ojibari per se. He actually
No, he
mentioned
said. He
that.
said. No,
Hold on.
no. I didn't say. He didn't say. He said it. He mentioned that he put him forward.
Okay,
But
cool. All
it. Yeah. He's saying in the context of that. Look, I have fought the Yoruba cause. I say it's Yoruba, and I put Oshibanjo forward, like to show how ungrateful Oshibanjo is. That's why he said it. Say, even there were three names. I said no, I give only this guy. Then Oshibanjo turned around and became too big in his head. He's going to be the next president. And all these people, Babangida, all these people were pushing him. He's going to be the next president. He's young, he's this, he's whatever. He speaks English, okay, all of that thing. But the point, you don't have capacity. You've never held any position at all in government. You don't have base. Tinubu will have to use his machine for you to win. So why will Tinubu use his machine to put Oshibanjo into office? So Oshibanjo went. The only channel that Tinubu could have to the administration would have been Oshibanjo, but Oshibanjo already got so big, he already turned against Tinubu. So I don't know what goes on behind the scene, but I would suppose that Tinubu didn't have too much window to influence Buhari that much because of Oshibanjo door that is closed, and because even if it was open, there were too many sharks surrounding Buhari because they saw in him a man so illiterate in economic terms. Was the jackpot. This is their Christmas gift. Buhari was a Christmas gift to many of these guys. They sold to him so many economic policies. In the mind of Buhari, he thinks he's done great. He didn't work his try again. But if you don't know, you don't know. But Tinubu this is his profession. He's an accountant. He knows investments. He knows nobody's going to sell. I will assume nobody will sell Tinubu double market. Oh, where Nigeria was very lucky to escape. It is this they call it arbitrage. Arbitrage. George Soros almost destroyed the whole of UK's currency, the whole of UK's economy because of arbitrage, due to arbitrage. If Nigeria was a safe space, like these killers in Wall Street, they are just afraid of Nigeria because they don't. If they are not afraid of Nigeria, if they enter Nigeria with all this double currency, they will finish the whole country. Nigeria will be worse than this. I mean, it's so idiotic. But Buhari doesn't know. The Buhari just said to him, "Oh, this money and dollars will come in from the traders, so we have to do this. They can use it to bring in." Okay, but no, but there is a standard accounting or whatever or investment theory that means this is not going to work. But Buhari wouldn't know. For the sharks surrounding Buhari and for Oshibanjo situation, I don't think Tinubu will have been able to influence so much. But as a party man, as his party, whatever failure, we all eat it together. The success, the failure, everybody eat it together. But personally, I wouldn't blame Tinubu more than 10%.
All right, 10%. So 10%. So brace yourself. I suspect Tinubu gets 100% from Emmanuel. But Emmanuel, you're up next. So you heard the question. So it was a space that Fatai opened up. That just who gets how much of the blame for the Buhari administration goes to Tinubu. So tell us what you think, and at the end of that, give us in percentage terms how much of the blame for Buhari's administration you are attributing to Tinubu, and then after you've done that, tell us also how complicit you think Oshibanjo is. So Emmanuel, you're up next.
Okay, one man. Before I go on with that question, I want to address something, please.
Go on.
Actually, I'm the one that actually interjected with this this discussion we're having here. But
Okay.
one man, I noticed that you were busy meeting me. You didn't allow me to flesh my thought, and you allowed Enigmatic to hijack everything I was about to say or something like that. I felt bad.
I wasn't targeting you. I muted about 2-3 people. When too many voices are coming in, that's just what I have to do. I'm sure
I was equally muted, so don't put my matter on your head.
So it's just when there's one dominant voice coming through, I mute everybody else that's trying to punch through. Otherwise, it'll be chaotic. But give us your submission. But I'll make note not to mute you again.
Okay, one man. Now, let me take it from this angle. We know the reason why. Let's just look at it on the peripheral surface. Why Wike is fighting that power, how to rotate in a good way that everybody will have a say when some certain things ought to happen in a party or as a country, right? That something needs to be done for this region, for this one, and that's why we all hear from Wike what he has been saying. Now, Tinubu brought this man for us, and having done that, he promised a lot on behalf of him, that this is what we are going to do. He's not saying this is what Buhari is going to do. He said this is what APC is going. You people are making this in as if this is a one-man activity. This is not one-man activity, because they came together as a family and they campaigned for us as a family, and they roll out policy for us as a family. So now you are coming to tell me that you have a great idea to make Nigeria perfect. Probably the one you wrote in your manifesto is not enough, maybe it's not followed through, or it's not going on, why not as a party, why not as a family sit down and say this is not working, let's redirect our footstep, or let's do something else? But you allow it to roll like that. You allow the mess to continue. And 2019, the same thing happened. You came back again, mount on the podium, and you are still saying the different thing for his favor. The man you know that they have not done well, you still campaign for him. And you want me to exonerate him for this administration. It's not possible. There's no way it is possible, because he did it first time, second time. He's part of the problem. Because if you have that great idea, which is where I'm fixated upon, he will make it as a family, the way he brought it for us as a family, and sit down and work things together, because we are fighting for one thing, just one thing, to make our country great. So if you are fighting to move country forward, and if the person you put there is not doing well, I know there is a place you will have a meeting as NWC or something like that. So they have a meeting and they discuss one or two things they are doing. So there is no way you would tell me that they will use machete or something to cut Buhari neck before he will accept. No, I will not accept that. I know that ordinarily he's supposed to make a move, because we know that we all say here that he's a political juggernaut, that he knows how to do this thing. Why not put that skill to this part that we are lacking behind? Because we are fighting for one cause, to move our country forward. So I will say, okay, I will give this whole thing, because he's part of it, part and parcel of the problem we are facing. APC as a whole, it's not just Tinubu. APC as a party, that's what we are saying. Every member of APC as a party has failed Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
All right, and the percentages?
No, I said 70 to 80.
70 to 80. And how complicit has Yemi Osinbajo been in this administration?
He's very conservative. I was expecting 150%.
I was expecting a million. Yes,
Yemi Osinbajo. I'm always objective. I'm not when it comes to all stuff like that. But what I can never do is to zero my mind on what is glaring enough. Do you understand? Like you see what is happening, but you just want to, close your eyes on some certain things and just move away.
Like,
no, I'm not like that.
All right. So Osinbajo, before you start the fight, Osinbajo,
Emmanuel, like what?
Oh no, don't give him examples. So otherwise, we have to be a referee again.
Yeah, give me some specifics if you can.
Some specific. I should give you one.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we are mentioning about Tinubu now, you jump to Obi. Why is Obi not condemning the killing in Southeast? How does that relate?
I like to create scenarios. I like to juxtapose ideas, and
you are always doing that. You don't want to speak to the discussion, the discussion that's going on. You just want to move around and try to exonerate yourself from certain things, and I don't like that. Let's focus. When you come to Obi, let's talk about Obi. We know how we have about Obi here. When you come to Tinubu, let's stick to Tinubu and talk about it.
Okay, I'm used to creating scenarios and just opposing ideas. So when I'm talking about Obi, I like to side by side create a scenario and bring it to a certain realistic conclusion, because they are all politicians and they're on the same table. They are oligarchs, they are thieves, they are criminals, they're all together. So basically, so you can carry on.
All right, give us Osinbajo, and then I want to go to Thomas next.
We know Osinbajo is a bit tied down, because we saw what happened when the power was given to him. Barely how many weeks?
Wow. So you are going to exonerate Osinbajo, who was the number 2 in this administration, but you give Tinubu 70% of the blame.
One man, let me land. Let me land.
All right.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Because we know as a vice president, you don't really have power to enforce things. You get right? Because we saw what happened when that power was given to him few weeks. You see how he was sacking people and move. In fact, our naira, appreciated within that few weeks. You understand? Because that's what I believe in Osinbajo. I know Osinbajo will do great as a president. That's why I said, if I thought, what?
Atiku was a very forceful vice president.
I'm talking about Osinbajo. I'm not talking about Atiku.
Why couldn't Osinbajo also be? If Atiku could be, you said as a vice president, he doesn't have power, he can't do anything. But Atiku did a lot as vice president. He almost killed Obasanjo. Why couldn't Osinbajo? That is the personal failure of Osinbajo.
Fatai, Obasanjo gave so much power to Atiku at the initial stage. Obasanjo, gave him so much assignment, so much things, to carry out.
But Osinbajo had a lot of power at the early phases too.
I'm not sure of that.
A lot of portfolios, like for instance, the humanitarian affairs, this department that Sadiya Farouk, she arrowheads now, which is one of the biggest,
away from him.
Yes, and then created
one man. In fairness,
very powerful.
And we know why they took all those power away from Osinbajo. The action he took when Buhari was outside the country, when he was sick, the action he took by firing that.
But why did he not rally against the administration in the manner that everybody is inviting Tinubu to do?
Because
why did they not rally against the administration?
Because it's
constitutionally,
Tinubu, So the hatred for Tinubu is different. Osinbajo is still their baby.
One man. Constitutionally, that is not allowed. But what I'm even saying,
but constitutionally, Tinubu has a power, right? As another Nigerian, constitutionally.
No. Enigmatic. When you are talking like this, I think you are not helping the situation.
No, I'm talking to the constitution part of it.
Enigmatic is a problem.
No. Brought constitution to it. So let's assume on the constitutional level now. Let's blame Buhari and Tinubu, and then we absorb Osinbajo constitutionally because it's so reasonable. Because under the constitution has provided Tinubu some powers that Osinbajo, right, does not have, which is bravo. Because when we are talking ideas constitutionally, we can say this man has the constitutional power without even having it. Then the man who has the constitutional power, does not have it. So can you see all this double standard? That is what I'm talking about.
No. Look, constitutionally, Osinbajo as a vice president have his own responsibility, but the president can still assign him some additional responsibility if he pleases. So he cannot go outside his own constitutional responsibility. And at the same time, with his own constitutional responsibility, if the president wants to frustrate him and make life miserable for him, the president can still do it in Nigerian context. So he saw what happened to Atiku, that was trying to, carry his shoulder up against his boss. So he cannot go after the president. So he mellowed down. He was doing his own. He has some ministry or some governmental agency under him that he manages. He's just doing his own. But when the president was outside the country, the action he took with respect to the way he fired that guy, that DSS guy, and some other people that attempted to topple our democracy, that anger the cabal, the president. When he came back, there's so many power, even some of his staff.
You are talking about Osinbajo, right?
Osinbajo. Some of his staff were withdrawn.
But
many of his security staff and some other staff, because the appointment have to come from the presidency and from the president, they were withdrawn.
We know all this.
They were replaced. So
just that constitution that this guy mentioned. That's what I'm actually trying. I want him to defend that, because a man that does not have a constitutional power,
okay,
right? A man that does not have a constitutional power, you are forcing him to the level.
Enigmatic. Wait, let me land my point. Let me land my point.
Constitutional power.
If we listen to Enigmatic and Uka, we not leave it today.
All right. Let's land that point, Enigmatic, and then Emmanuel, you round off your space, and then I want to hear from Thomas, whose phone is about to die. Apologies that I'm breaking the sequence, but Thomas just informed that his phone is about to die and he's been waiting a long while. But land your point, Enigmatic, and then we'll go back to the sequence.
Okay, so now I wouldn't have said anything, but because he mentioned that constitutional power, I want to understand what constitutional role does, or what constitutional power, because they've mentioned this several times. Remember one man, right? It is on this platform and every other forum that they've mentioned that somebody who is a private citizen just like you, and even the people that are accusing him of having some mysterious constitutional power, is in Lagos, controlling the CNC, controlling the Nigeria Army, controlling the Nigeria Police Force, right? And that was the reason I was bringing that scenario and just opposing ideas. That when you are arrogating some constitutional power to an ordinary Nigerian, and then when something similar happened in Anambra State, the ATIKU'S SARS issues happened.
Let me go on with what I'm saying.
Guy, right? So what is the sense in that? You can go ahead and justify your concern in that.
All right. Hold on. Let's leave that space rhetorical, and you just give us your assessment of Osinbajo, so that we can get back to the sequence. So back to you, Emmanuel.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that for the fact I saw what Osinbajo did immediately power was given to him, I noticed that the man is in another level when it comes to policy and economics of the country. So I know that he will do a great job when giving power to him. You get right. So what I'm saying, the reason why I'm linking this whole failure to APC members, I'm not just Enigmatic should understand that I'm not just pointing finger to Tinubu alone. I say that he is part of the problem that we're having, that we have currently, or the failure that we're experiencing. You understand? And you cannot. You say that Lagos is Tinubu's performance. What he has done in Lagos is what we should look at how he's going to run Lagos. Because let me finish.
Let him land, and then we just move on.
The Fashola performance and all the people that follow him, that he's the one that put them in a position. Now. Wait, let me come. Now
you see what's happened. Now we've lost Thomas, and they waited so long. But I'll carry on.
Now he put Buhari.
He said his phone was dying.
To attribute his success to him. So I was saying that
he's just much ado about nothing.
No, I don't want him to mention my name. What I didn't say. So when did I say that? That's what I want him to understand.
All right. Thank you, Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, I must just move on. Let me move the conversation on to Thomas. Thomas, you heard the what was opened up by Fatai, that the blame. The question is, how much of the blame for the Buhari's misrule is attributable to Tinubu, who by his own utterances claims credit for being the one that gifted Buhari to the Nigerian state? So how much of that blame of what we have been through for the last 8 years goes to the looter from Lagos?
Oh, thank you, one man. I've been listening to everybody. It's just very funny. To me, I'll give Tinubu 5%. we can't really blame Tinubu. And this notion of Tinubu single-handedly bring Buhari to us, I disagree with that. You can't tell me that Tinubu stick gun to all Nigerians' head to vote for Buhari. The only region Tinubu has the power is the Southwest. And if Southwest votes for Buhari, it's their problem. Tinubu has only one vote. He has only one vote. So this attribution to Tinubu, I don't buy it. What I will even give him that 5% is that because he's the APC man, that is it. And he gave Buhari votes. He indirectly gave Buhari votes from the Southwest. That is it. You actually said earlier on, Buhari was there. They sidelined this Tinubu we are talking about. They sidelined him. So why are we saying we should be giving Buhari's problem to Tinubu? No, I don't agree with that in any way. I'm giving him only 5% because the APC man and he came from the Southwest. He gave Buhari some votes from the Southwest. All the Southwest votes, how many votes are they? They are not more than 4 million. So I don't think we should be attributing this problem to Buhari.
But Tinubu is a powerful man. Tinubu is a powerful man and a man that wields a lot of influence. So why could he not wield that influence to support Buhari to govern better?
But one man, you said so. But if he gave Buhari's advice and Buhari tends not to do it, what can he do? All this policy they are bringing now, all this manifesto they are bringing now, that we are saying, Tinubu, he has something in his brain. Are you telling me that he doesn't do the same thing to Buhari? But if Buhari decide not to honor his advice, what can he do? What can he do? So this attribution of which we are giving problem of Buhari to Tinubu, no. I want to ask you, one man, can the Fulani be killing?
Are you giving Tinubu a totally clean slate for 2023? Are you saying you are giving him a clean slate that he will run entirely off his own speed and none of the APC space, apart from it being the vehicle that is riding? Are you saying all the Fulani headsmen and all of that, which he, he cannot tell us that he brought Buhari in and not then take some of the blames for what Buhari did?
That is why I said I gave him 5%.
5%.
Because yes, 5%. Because I can't really exonerate him 100%. One man, can Tinubu be president of Nigeria and they are killed?
What about his rather crass commentary when Fashona's daughter was killed by Fulani headsmen? And he was saying, why are they claiming they are Fulani headsmen? Where are the cows? Where are the cows? So not
did he say that?
He did say that. He did.
Are you sure?
I'm certain.
He said that. He said that. And those people were later arrested, and they were Fulani people.
Yes. Actually, it was the major guy that spearheaded that move was the deputy manager of Metiala on those states. He was arrested.
So if we are saying that Tinubu he defended this administration, which a lot of people will tell you that is even more damning than if he was a member of the administration, so.
But one man, all this talk from Tinubu, I can say Tinubu doesn't want to commit a political suicide. All this talk, I will govern as Buhari govern. You want to wrestle power from somebody, you can't be talking against him. I'm saying this, can Tinubu be president of Nigeria and the Fulanis are killing Yoruba and he will be folding his arms? No. They killed in what they call it in Lekki toll gate. They did all this. He kept quiet. It's not that he doesn't know what to say, but he doesn't know what to do. But because he won that power, when he gets there, then you will know his color. You will know what he stands for. He can't be speaking against Buhari and wants to take power from Buhari now. That is the political suicide.
Aiding and abetting, right?
That is not aiding and abetting. Ajalekoko, you understand what I mean? That is it. If he gets the power now, you will know how he will act. They can't be killing Yoruba now, and Tinubu is the president of Nigeria now. Come on, guys. It can't happen. He will deal with them ruthlessly. So that's what I just want you to know. You know me, I'm not Tinubu fan, but you can't, if Wama, you remember how many times OBJ wrote letter to Buhari advising? Did he listen? No, he didn't listen. What can Obasanjo do? There's nothing he can do. So that is just my own submission. But all this attributing to Tinubu, no, I will give him 5% because the APC man, and indirectly he gave Buhari Southwest votes, and it's even minor because all the votes they got it from the north. So that is my submission, woman. Thank you. My battery is dying.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, brilliant.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Patrick, your device is not connecting properly, so impossible for me to let you into the screen. Maybe go out and come back in. But let's get back to the sequence and see if we still have Akim. So Akim, the conversation, your thoughts. All right. Well, it's not like Akim to be quiet. If he was around, he would have chimed in. So on to you then, Ajanle Koko. You were somewhat the person that really opened up that space, and I suspect that 100% is coming Tinubu's way. Akim, Ajanle Koko rather.
Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Thank you.
Ajanle Koko, you are so good. You have to call your name twice.
Look at that. Olumba. Look at that.
Look, we cannot continue to deceive ourselves. When a political party wins a general election, particularly the presidency, they win as a group of people to govern the government. To govern the country. So, APC won 2019 as a party with group of people with the same vision, same ideological vision for that country. And that promises that they gave us before the election was why people voted them to govern. So the president is not given that authoritarian power by the constitution of the country and the constitution of the party. So the leadership of the party have a responsibility within the party to direct the president if he is taking a wrong path that is totally against the vision of their party, of what their party stand for, of what their party promised the people. So, but what did we get under APC? The leadership of the party in entirety failed to redirect the president when he was doing wrong, to call him to order when he was failing the country. So we have to hold the leadership of the party, including Tinubu, for not carrying out their responsibility as a true Nigerian as
well, what if the
patriotic
president?
Nigerian.
What if the president is not receptive to being guided?
The party have the power. The party leadership have that power to redirect him. Once the president sees that the entire party leadership are standing up against him, he will listen to them.
One might say, what if he is not listening? So what power do they have to remove him or to call for another election or what?
There is no way he won't listen. So that question should not even
Yeah,
come
but he
up
has
in the
not
first
listened
place.
now. We know he has not listened
No,
now.
you don't know. You don't know. One man. Nobody knows. You don't know.
Why you talk like this now?
Oh, hold on now. Look, don't let us say Buhari does not listen.
Okay.
All this saying that Buhari does not listen. Buhari does not listen, and all the APC legislators and senators and House of Rep, the legislator as a whole, all of them are rubber stamping everything to him. But yet, Buhari doesn't listen. Everything he passed to, every bill that is sent to them, everything is rubber stamp. You want to hold Buhari responsible for that? So they all fail the country. So Tinubu, particularly, is the leader, number one leader of the party from the Southwest. And that leadership role is well recognized, and they gave him the national leader of the party. No other person hold that position of national leader, but only him. And national leader means that is the leader of all leaders, except the president in that party. So, all the legislators...
Sorry to interject, but that is an honorary role now.
Forget about honorary or no honorary. It is the party that gave him.
Buhari was the actual leader of that party.
Yes, they gave him a national leader, and Buhari is
so what percentage can you blame him for now?
Let me finish. Don't you Tinubu surrogate. Don't push me.
Surrogate is the new vocabulary in town now.
Yes.
So I have the floor. Let me speak.
Yeah, carry on, Ajaleko. Carry on.
This is round robins. I'm waiting. My time is going. I beg. I just a joke about that.
So this man is the leader from the West. All the senators from the West, they listened to him. What did they do? Did they make any attempts to even... What have they done there that make impact in the life of Nigerian people? The fiscal policy of the administration failed. Monetary policy of the administration failed. What did they do that make impact in the life of common people in Nigeria? So what I'm trying to say here is that Tinubu cannot be exonerated. They all him, even though that is not in government, but as a leader of the party, with other leaders around the country, within that party, all of them aided and abetted the president to carry out this havoc against the country. Make the country look like a country that is about to sink. And you say we should not hold him responsible, or we should not attribute some blame to him? No.
Oh, okay. If we're attributing the blame, to what degree, what percentage would you attribute?
I'm giving him
it?
80%.
Yeah. 80%.
You know why I'm giving him 80%?
Why?
Do you know why I'm giving him 80%?
Why?
Look, Tinubu told us in Abeokuta that when Buhari failed the second time, after maybe second attempt, or is it the third attempt, when he failed and he was crying over the TV, on the TV, they watched him crying. He went to him and told him, don't cry. We will let us form alliance and you'll be president. And he said he donated his private jet that they used in campaigning in 2014. They gave money. They did everything. He sponsored financially. It was the financial backbone of the party for them to win that presidency. Buhari does not have kobo. It was only his form. They even wanted to buy his nomination form. He said, I will go and sell some cow in my farm to get the form. Nobody should buy form for me. But others, yes, people can do something. So he was the financial backbone of the campaign that took Buhari to the position of president. So how do you say you don't want to blame him? Blame him 80%, give him 80%. If not for Tinubu, Buhari will not be president today. Okay, and when you say you don't want to blame him, when some people doesn't want to blame him at all, if Buhari has performed well, one man, I'm putting this question to you, Tinubu will be taking part of the glory today, isn't it?
Oh, of course, yes. That's usually how life works,
He will be taking the glory of the success today. That as he's saying that I'm the one that brought him in, I'm the one that supported him, I'm the one that backed him to be president. He will be basking around that. Look, we are success story, and I am part of it.
All right, brilliant.
So if you agree that with me, then you should agree with me as well to blame him the same time that
I don't agree with you that I agree with you that he has some element of complicity for all of the reasons that you said. The Olule phase, by his own admission, whether he's boastfully taking credit more than he's deserving or not, but his wordings that he gave us Buhari cannot then say that after we have now experienced Buhari, which a lot of people feel that it's been one of the worst experiences the country has been through, that we cannot then exonerate Tinubu, but to what degree of complicity? World pace, to what degree of complicity? So the percentages for Tinubu are world pace.
Sorry, let me quickly tell you this. What do you want me to say now? Come on, do Bulu Bala or Agbado or PDP APC? Or let me come and do Chatham.
Atiku had his own version of APC, PDP, APPDP.
Yeah. Okay. Why am I saying this?
Hold on. Since you said that, let me just share something with you. Hold on. Just stay there. Since we are doing Bulaba, I'm glad that Emmanuel is here. So let's do a bit of Bulaba, but with an Anambra accent. So here it is. So anybody that can interpret this, please do, because
no.
Yeah.
It is at the last stage to collapse.
And the funniest thing is that obedience laugh at drug lord Tinubu. Yeah, Tinubu, we know he's a...
So they are all talking gibberish anyway. I think we all saw it when he had that interview with CNN. The presenter, she could barely she didn't even know what to think. And she's an Igbo woman, by the way, that CNN woman. But sorry, back to Tinubu and his coach.
Let's coming back to you, one man. I told you before, don't let the super brain go first. You not put the super brain first. You will put a Jalikoko, the father of the day, to come before me. What do you want me to say? Bulu Bala, PDP. I don't have anything to say much than to just say, well, I give him 100%.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why I said it. 100.
So that means you are exonerating Buhari completely.
No, then, I'm not exonerating Buhari. Buhari and Tinubu are same. Buhari and APC. Yeah, Buhari and APC are same. You cannot separate APC from Buhari, and you cannot separate Buhari from APC. Neither do you separate Tinubu from APC. Separate APC from Tinubu. First, Tinubu Segani brought Buhari. You might not like it. You might say it's wrong. He campaigned. He spent his money. He told us we need a general. In time of difficulties, you need general. And he was the party leader. Actually, a lot of people see APC as Tinubu party. And he brought...
what do you mean? Who sees APC as Tinubu's
actually,
party?
a lot of people.
Nobody does. It is,
okay.
Oh, come on. That's
okay.
far.
Okay, it's okay. That's on the debate on that day. But now, he's the national leader of the party. And they won and they came into power. They took power from the incumbent and came into power. And if he is directly involved in the administration, that is their own cup of coffee. Then come the second term, he campaigned again. This is the party you say you don't have a stake. You are campaigning for the same man again, and you make him second time the president. Then come the third time, you don't want to give a ticket. We went to Abeokuta and said, Emilokon, not is the time for the South, or it's not the time to fix Nigeria. It's your own turn. Your own turn, your own words. And started saying, and we went further. I made the Buhari president. I made Osunbajo this, and it went on and so forth. And went up to the Ogun governor. We saw that. Now, let's put that aside. You can use Obasanjo as a case study. Obasanjo installed Jonathan. We all know. When Jonathan was going astray, what happened? Ogaja Koko. Obasanjo came on national TV and destroyed his what? PDP membership.
Yes.
That's how a true leader acts. He distanced himself from that.
Yeah, but Obasanjo was already out of politics.
Doesn't matter. He was a PDP man, ex-president, which was more powerful. He distanced himself.
It was at a different phase in his journey.
One man, okay.
If Tinubu had been president before Buhari, do you think he would not have been critical of the Buhari administration?
Hold on. We'll get to that. Quickly, thank you for interjecting. It now makes me remember. Next time, please, Emmanuel, you understand. Edmatic is a lawyer. He's a certified lawyer, as one man said, and he went to study in Ignacio and in the East. Two ideas they don't allow to come together or mix with each other. And just a simple question that's enigmatic. He gave us thesis and gave us case studies, and he was taking us as the judge and trying to.
Yes, you know when enigmatic starts with admitting without conceding, then you know that you are in for a long essay. Admitting when it just starts admitting without conceding, you know that okay.
So you know that
just go and put the kettle on.
Yeah, it took us as the court premises, and that we are the judge. Not in the court, the lawyer, all the defender do is to try to convince the judge, not the weakness or whatever. It's the judge. So don't listen to Ajimatico, please. It would spin you walk side and you forget your thought. Anyway, so
but enigmatic does have some good news that is going to. But I'll come to that in a moment. But
okay.
Carry on. Yeah.
So that's one thing background. He's good at that, and he makes his point. I give him that. Anyway, so Tinubu, you cannot exonerate Tinubu from this government, and you cannot exonerate this government from Tinubu. They are both. I'll say they are both together, as this guy will say, Gajalekoko, accomplice and aiding and abetting, directly or indirectly, one. So I give him 100%.
All right, brilliant.
The party failed, they failed together. The party succeed, they succeed together. That's just it. Then the Osinbajo, I give Osinbajo 101%. He messed up badly. If you are sidetracked in your government, internal regime, 3 deputies resigned. They didn't like the way Tinubu was going, and they resigned. Why can't he resign? First, they sideline you at the first 4 years. You stayed. And you came back and shared traders' money. That will make them sideline you more because you will stole some. Then you are saying they took power from me. He has no power. You were supposed to. You honorably resign because most of them in that they're only in that administration. I don't think they are up to Osinbajo qualification when it comes to academics. You have done the honorable thing and just step down. I said, you know what, this VP is not the end of the life. There's more to life to this. He will resign and he would have bigger name today.
Who is more complicit, Tinubu or Obasanjo?
Both of them, but Olubadan is 110.
No, not both of them, but who is more? They are
because it's inside the government. Osibajo, yes. That's why I gave him 110. Right. That's why I gave him 100. He's 100 inside the government. He would have stepped out. Because Tinubu cannot stop anywhere. He's just
but have you noticed that a lot of people seem to be giving Obasanjo somewhat of a pass? They'll say, "Oh, remember when Buhari was in hospital and it did XYZ and all this kind of." I don't know why they always give that guy a pass.
Yeah, I don't know why they give him that pass. I don't know. I don't understand. I can't get it. I can't fathom it. You know, so Obasanjo will have more blame than Tinubu. So he's inside the government. He's seeing what's going on. If you are being messed up, you step out. You step out and move on. But you did not. You even went further to share that money. You almost died 2 times in an electoral crash. And you came back to contest again for that same position. And we say we should not give them blame, that they are not involved. It's just only Buhari. No. One more, that's my submission.
All right, brother. All right, 100%. I think you've given the highest so far. So Kulata joins us lately. Hopefully it's been following the conversation. A space that Fatai opened up. What we're actually trying to see is how complicit Tinubu is regarding this Buhari administration, and if there were blames attributable, how much in percentage terms would you attribute the failures of Buhari to Tinubu?
I don't even understand what everybody has been saying. It's like I'm listening to an alternative reality. In what world is someone that doesn't have an executive or cabinet position blamed for the performance of a cabinet? It's like you're in a company, your board, your C-level board and directors and co, they're responsible for the performance. But you advise the candidates, one of the CEO, you advise that they hire the CEO. You have to blame for the performance.
You are using a wrong analogy.
You have to blame. You have to blame. Interrupt me. You have to blame. You have to blame for the performance of the company. The only thing you gave was to refer this guy. You gave him you wrote a reference for him, presented him, and a few people, and you're not the only person that referred him. A lot of you referred him, and the company hired him, and then he brought his own board to come and execute the plan, and they did not execute the plan. But you're now going to say that I blame you for your referral, even though you're not the one executing the work. You play no role in executing the work, not even an advisory role to execute the work. I mean, what kind of ridiculousness are we talking about here? The people that hold the responsibility are the people executing the work, not the people that gave you a reference. The only thing they do was give you a reference. So if you can apply that to a normal common sense world, then we're just talking out of sentiments. The man has nothing to blame. You can't blame him for referring someone. He referred him. He's supposed to go and do the job. He got there and he messed up. So why do you blame me? You are the one that should have vetted.
Why do you think? Because, of course, you know that this is not even new to this space, and this is not even an original conversation. This is something that is being discussed all over the country that Tinubu is. Why do you think that is?
Because it's a total nonsense. Do I blame Ronald McDaniel do I blame? Let me see. Let me not talk American politics. You see, there's a different thing in the hiring process. That's where it was involved to get him hired. And once he's hired, the job to deliver is on the president and his cabinet and his advisors. Is Tinubu part of his advisors? Yes or no? One man.
No, not as far as I'm aware. In fact, the distance from him, that's what we know.
Does he have any sort of official role in Buhari's administration?
Not that I know. They distance from him. They used and dumped him. That's what we know.
Can he execute any policy or can he pass a bill?
If he tried to, they will put him in jail because he doesn't have the authority or power.
So what's the extent of his involvement in Buhari to get him elected, yes or no?
Well, this is it. It's an eternal space. This is just what it is. But it's the strength of feeling though that confused me
It's
somewhat.
just feelings. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't work on feelings. I can dissociate my feelings away from analysis. It is not. If you're going to blame Tinubu, then you blame all APC voters. Everybody that voted APC, they're equally responsible. So if you want to get a percentage,
but by that level of that logical sequencing that lands Tinubu with all these percentages, it lands Wole Soyinka also, who pushed Buhari quite aggressively in 2014.
Anybody that aided, anybody that aided the appearance, though. Sorry, I'm hearing myself.
No, it's Patrick. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Anybody that aided the emergence of Buhari is equally accountable for his performance, because if we want to get that ridiculous, then let's get ridiculous. Are you trying to absolve Buhari from his own individual execution of the job that they elected him to do? He's supposed to be the CEO of the damn country, and he did not do his job right. Then we now have to look at everybody that supported him. ATIKU'S, Saraki, Tinubu, all of them. Let's not get ridiculous now.
Sorry to interject. Soyinka was held accountable for it. He has to even come out on national media to recuse himself and distance himself. And he said in his word, I did not say to vote for Buhari. I said
he can say, I'm not blaming Soyinka. Did I mention Soyinka? I never mentioned Soyinka. I said anybody.
I mentioned him only to highlight that Soyinka played a frontal role as well.
Yeah, that's why they were holding him accountable too. The nations were holding him when Nigeria was going haywire. That's just my section.
So people are just venting. That's all they're doing. They're venting. They're emoting. It's just all sentiment and all emotions.
Let me ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
How would you define the reasonability of giving somebody who has a constitutional office, executive power like Olubadan passed, and then pinning somebody like Tinubu and Nigerians down for Buhari's failure?
And the magic is very, very simple. It's very, very simple. What is the role and responsibilities of Osinbajo in the government? What is the role and responsibilities of Tinubu in the government? Tinubu has 0 roles and responsibilities in this government. Osinbajo has roles and responsibilities in this government. Amongst that is being the economic whatever that the vice president is constitutionally obligated to do. Well, I mean, if you do what's it called? If you do a RACI matrix, RACI matrix, what is Tinubu's part in it? Tell me. You tell me. In a government, in the functioning government, do a RACI.
You can't rate it now because
what's he responsible for? What's he accountable for? What does he consult for?
You can't basically build something on nothing. Basically,
exactly. So it's just sentiments that this guy helped him. This guy helped him.
Matic, you are wrong.
Okay,
you are wrong. See, this is why I say you are wrong. The presidency, you have different arms, like you have judiciary, executive, and legislative. So is the party. The party has its function. The party produce members that can allow the presidency govern his idea or pass his put his motion in order or pass his bills like that. Now, Tinubu is responsible for that. Here in this platform, just a few weeks ago, we were mocking Peter Obi that Peter Obi does not have the capacity. Who does he have? Who has he produced? That Tinubu have more than 50 senators under him. You have this, you have produced, you have Fashola, this. All these are under Tinubu via party. To give to Buhari to govern. Without a party, Buhari cannot govern. We know that. Without a APC as the majority in the House, Buhari cannot pass any bill.
But you heard, you heard what I said, that to the extent that you blame all APC voters, that is where you consider Tinubu, because he has no active role in executing any plan in the government. The only role is
you are not
his
right,
only role is cheerleading. His only role is cheerleading you guys to go and vote for APC.
You can't blame.
It's fine. That's your opinion. That's your opinion, Ajani Koko, and that's fine. You can hold your opinion, and I hold mine. In as much as Tinubu led people to go and vote APC, that's as far as responsibility goes. He's as responsible as anybody garnering votes for APC, and there were a lot of people that garnered vote for APC. So you can't directly say.
But I'm not sure that you can say that, though, Kulata, because
why not?
Why not? Because Tinubu cannot detach from this administration because it is such a.
Nobody's saying it's detaching. No, you're not getting me wrong.
Right.
There's accountable. We're holding in account for a bad performance.
But also complicit. He cannot claim not to be somewhat
the complicity is to the extent of voters voting this administration is power. And that's where the complicity ends. Because I ask you again, what is role? What is he accountable for the economic performance as an example of this government? Tell me if one exists.
Is accountable for inviting the country to invest trust in this man.
He gave you a reference. He gave you a reference.
Who has been a categorical failure
by some. Okay, one man. You refer me. You refer me to McKinsey. I joined McKinsey. I joined McKinsey.
Right.
I joined McKinsey and I mess up. But when I was in McKinsey, I had my team. We started the project. I had my team. We executed the project. We messed up. Are you responsible for my failure?
Right. If I refer you to McKinsey and you messed up.
Yeah, but are you responsible? Let's address that question first before we start the association. Are you responsible for my failure?
Well, yes, somewhat.
How?
Yes, because if I refer you to McKinsey and you messed up, and then I turn up at McKinsey then to then take that role that you messed up. They have no reason to.
No, you did not turn up. To the extent you did was just to give me a reference. I still went to do the interview. McKinsey still interviewed me. You just said, "Oh, this Kulata guy is no bad." But McKinsey sat down. Wait. Let me make my point.
On my recommendation, though.
But your recommendation is not an automatic ticket.
Right.
You get what? The same way you referred me was the same way they referred 1,500 candidates that they rejected. Because the McKinsey still had to interview me to find out if I was fit for purpose. And they said, "Oh shit, this guy." They said, "Oh, this guy is fit for purpose." And he interviewed well. He did this. And they voted him in, and then he came in with his team and said they're going to execute it, and they gave him the project, and he messed up. So, are you responsible for referring a successful candidate? There were many people that referred other candidates that were not successful. So, what logic are we bringing into this? I don't understand it.
No. I don't
understand it.
I think that analogy is wrong. It's
not wrong.
It's flawed.
It's not flawed. It's a referral, and you bought into the referral.
This wrong analogy,
scenario, right?
Look at the referral.
Okay. Let's use a political scenario in Nigeria. Let me take you back to Southeast in Anambra State. When may so rest in peace, Dim, right, Ojukwu, when he referred, like, quote and unquote now, just like the way Tinubu brought Buhari now to Nigerians. When he brought as the savior and messiah to Anambra people to vote for Peter Obi, and the guy performed woefully in his first term, right? And then they voted for him second term. How would you blame Ojukwu for his failure in office?
Why would I?
Okay, so anybody can answer the question here, anyone.
Ojukwu is, the person that is in office is personally responsible for his own performance in the office.
What's your question, Matic?
Okay, when Ojukwu brought Peter Obi to Anambra State, right? He failed woefully, and then he said he wouldn't support him for a second term. People did that, and then they even the ABGA chairman then what's this man? The Shekwas, what's his name? I forgot his name now. Yeah, he was even prostrating and all this kind of stuff. And they said, okay, so he had to bring him back again. Then Nigerians voted for him second term. So should we blame Ojukwu and Anabarians for voting a failure for a second term, just like the way they are painting Buhari and
my kind of opinion, yes. You're still blaming Ojukwu tomorrow for Peter Obi failure. And that, I think that even led to Ojukwu start having problems, second term, start having problems, divided house in Abga. That brought Abga, almost brought Abga down in Anambra. I guess you are very familiar with that, issue, right?
Exactly. Just to let them know that there are failures in Nigeria political space, and we should just look at it.
But one man. My opinion is that accountability and authority goes together. If you are going to hold someone that is accountable for something, he must have been authorized to do that thing, or must have some measure of authority there. Some people have moral authority, like Tinubu does now. Maybe we expect him to have with Buhari, but Tinubu has no formal authority even within the party. The role national leader is not a constitutional role within the party. You understand? He doesn't have. He's not a member of.
Patrick, tell me Tinubu's role as national leader of APC. Tell me his role in the economy of the country.
At all, he doesn't have. So he only has, what he has with them is moral authority, and that might not be enforceable. So holding him, for example, if you say Buhari has failed, you now want to say, okay, in what area has he failed and who is responsible for that? If Buhari has failed in the area of maybe road and road construction, I can say, okay, a portion of it should go to Fashola, a portion of it should go to Buhari himself, a portion of it should go to, you understand? But to now say that even Buhari has lesser blame on his failure that Tinubu, come on.
Nobody said that. Nobody
said Tinubu. Somebody said Tinubu. Wait now. Someone said Tinubu is 80%. Percentage is proportion. When you are saying when you have two people you are holding accountable, when somebody takes 80%, the only proportion left for the other person is 20.
No, you're getting it wrong.
No.
You're getting it wrong. You see,
all of us know simple arithmetic here. The total failure. Wait now, the total failure.
One at a time. Yeah, go on.
The total failure is 100%. He has a total failure. The question is, what proportion of the failure can you attribute to Tinubu? That's the question.
All right.
Somebody said 80%. So automatically 20% goes to other people. Fashola, Obi, Fashola, Buhari, and who does that? Who does that kind of thing?
All right. Let Kulata take on that space. So, what percentage of it is attributable to Tinubu is the question. But I think you may not even want to attribute blames. But back to you, Kulata.
I'm not going to attribute because it's a simple thing. He presented a candidate. You all interviewed him. You all agreed to hire him. So actually the blame should be on the people that hired an incompetent person, because nobody put a gun to your head to vote for Buhari. You guys voted for Buhari. And next thing, the least you can do is you don't take Tinubu's referral anymore. And if Tinubu presents himself as a candidate, then run away from him, don't vote for him. But I will not attribute an economic performance that he had zero direct hand in running of the economy. Why would I give him a blame? He was not part of the cabinet. Everybody in the cabinet has a portfolio. If there's an area of the portfolio or a lagging KPI, you point to the person responsible for that KPI. You don't try and point fingers to people that are outside of that ecosystem. That's where I'm going to end it.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, I'm coming back to you in a moment, Enigmatic, because of course you've had an achievement which it'd be good if you're able to share with the platform so we can celebrate you properly. But let Patrick have his speak his contribution on that Tinubu space, and then I'll come back to you so that you can talk us through, because I was quite impressed, and I think we all will be. But to you, Patrick,
yes, thank you, Ajani Koko. Yeah, but the challenge I have is when we start attributing blames to Tinubu and all these stuff. Like I was saying earlier on, authority, accountability goes with authority. If you hold somebody accountable for a particular thing, he must have some measure of authority within that space. and that authority enables him to take action for which you can now blame him for not taking. You understand? Now, with respect to Tinubu has no formal authority in this cabinet. No, zero formal authority. Does he have moral authority? Yes, because he's seen as an inspirational leader. He's seen as somebody who could rally people around.
Sorry, if we are going on the basis of that Buhari has been a failure, which for the purposes of the conversation, let's assume that, then is Tinubu's judgment not called into question? Because he, by his own self-boasting, claims that Buhari almost single-handedly his handiwork. So if that handiwork is attributable to him and he has failed in the manner that a lot of people will insist that he has done, then surely Tinubu's judgment called into question his capacity to make right decisions and all that.
Yeah. You could say
in addition to that, Patrick, please let me make this so you can address everything together. You see, you're saying he have no authority. I want to tell you, Tinubu.
I say he has no formal authority.
Okay, but he have authority. That authority is what is known with him as Godfatherism.
That's why I say he has moral authority.
Yeah, that authority, what should have been a formal authority, he delegated it to some of his.
He doesn't have formal authority.
I said, what would have been the formal authority for him? He delegated it to his political associates that represent, that are in government, in position of power, senator and all the rest, and ministerial appointment, and they report to him what is going on in government. So this guy is part of it. He's in the government by proxy. So just to chip in that.
Yeah. So if you say that was that not a failure of judgment, fine. It could be one of the failure of several judgments he has made. You understand? He's made good judgment. He's made very nice judgment. Now he has failed. He failed in this one. Not completely failed, because I will not say Buhari is completely a failure. Every government has a failure. What proportion of the failure do you now blame Tinubu for? That's what we are saying.
Patrick, sorry to interject. We are allowed to interject and to push you back. Are you saying now that Tinubu was a shadow government in this government?
No, he wasn't saying that. No.
Oh, okay.
When I said Tinubu was what?
Is he a shadow government in this government?
No, it wasn't a shadow government.
Okay. Was it a direct employee of this government?
It was not. He's not a direct employer of government.
So what is APC?
How can Tinubu be a direct employer of government? Nigeria is direct employer of
he's a member of APC.
No, Nigeria is the direct employer of this government.
Sorry, please take Patrick to where you want him to be.
Okay, take Patrick too. Let me quickly round up. He's a national chairman. He's responsible to provide people who help Buhari govern that space, producing House of Assembly and Senator, even to up to Shomla at the Senate, the chairman of the APC. Whatever. Now, are you telling me now, with all that is responsible for, that is still not part of the government to take the blame?
You said the national chairman is responsible to provide Buhari.
He's the national leader of the party, and APC as a party, their only job they have is to produce people that will help Buhari govern that space.
He has that responsibility, right?
Yes, and
he doesn't. There's nothing that says he has that responsibility. You are just attributing to him that responsibility. Can you show me where it is written or it is said, it is presumed that he should have such responsibility? Or an example of such structure elsewhere.
Okay,
where that person has that responsibility?
Let me tell you, what's the responsibility of the national leader?
National leader is just ephemeral. He's not in their constitution. It's just to respect him. This national leader that could not hold someone as a chairman, he has an interest as a chairman. This guy is my guy. He could not even hold him in office. So we are just assuming all these things. We are just presuming that, as national leader, he should have this power. He should be the one doing this. Then what's there for the presidency to run? If the national leader has such there's nothing like national leader in the constitution of APC, any party in Nigeria.
Patrick, it's almost as though the expectation was that Tinubu should have been running the Buhari
government.
Exactly. You know,
and that's why he has more responsibility over the party than the president, than the vice president, than all the cabinet ministers, National Assembly, and everything together. To me, it is just an expression of the sincerely of the hatred and dislike for the man. That's just the truth. For someone to say it's 110% responsible.
No, that's just too far-fetched. You were talking about a resentment for this Tinubu, and there is no denying there's a worrying level of resentment towards the guy. But where is the attribution? He's a politician. We know all of that, but he's not unique or peculiar as a politician, a corrupt politician, etc. As corrupt as Tinubu is, I'm not sure that he's as corrupt as Babangida or Abacha. But there seems to be someone like a personal hatred for this guy, which I can't put my finger on. Where is it coming from?
Yeah, because we happen to live in a time where there is a marketplace for conversation, and the kind of thing that sells in that market is hatred, resentment for a group, for an individual, for anybody, for opinions and ideas. Whereas this platform, for those who know how to use it, are supposed to promote ideas that engender good relationships and promote creativity. But the point is, what is selling there is sectionalism, and people begin to take side. It is that scarcity mentality. The more that I get, the less you have, and we are in competition in a way that is not healthy. Now, that is the time that we live in. And people are just not fighting it. People that to me, I expect to be able to take a stand to say, no, this is not good. We shouldn't be doing this in any form, are not. And when you take such a position, someone in the chat yesterday said, Patrick is dangerous to this country. maybe I am, but I fought for democracy.
I can see that. I've always thought that as well.
I fought for democracy and I risked my life. Do you understand? How dangerous can I be?
You said? Made that statement again. I didn't hear it well.
I said, yesterday I was talking and I was taking a position that you should not say that Nigeria is totally a failure. We should not begin to say bad things. Someone in the comments said, Patrick is a dangerous person to Nigeria. I said,
are you not?
Patrick?
Are you not with your fashion?
Let me tell you this,
Patrick.
Are you not tired of tired?
Tired?
Are you not? Now I'm gonna go all these people. I
said, I'm not Abubakar Shekau now. How dangerous can I be? If somebody can have that kind of thought towards me, you can imagine a Tinubu, a kind of perception. And I've not embezzled Nigerian money now. I've not even contested for any of, except the one I did when I was a student, So that's a challenge. But I think it's the hatred, and people are encouraging it. People are enjoying it. You always have people who have listening ear for it. Those are the kind of platform that have more crowd and more followership and more view. And if you want to improve this crowd now, start doing Pala Blue and begin to, before you know it now, all this like that, I will say please like, you won't even be begging people to like. You will say, no, this, if there's a way for like to be too much, you will say, no, let's limit our like, let's extend something tomorrow. That is the kind of market that we have created in Nigeria. It is very sad, but there's really nothing we can do about it. But I believe that we should put the blames where the blames are. Buhari is responsible for this government. If Tinubu as advisor man is not listening, he's responsible for that. Oshibajo has some responsibility, but the proportion of the power between the president and the vice president are not 50-50. So you can't even say that he should share responsibility with Buhari. You understand? So to me, the vice president is almost like at any time that the vice president is not acting on behalf of the president, the vice president is almost like any minister in that cabinet. I'm telling you, they even have portfolio, which he necessarily does not really have as much. You understand? So, but when he's acting on behalf of the president, yes, he does. But when he's not acting, he's just going to be like any minister on that cabinet. So So you can the lowest you can give him is maybe 30% responsibility. Then if you give him 80%, what does all those other ministers share? You understand? What percentage do they get? Then you and me, what percentage do we get? You understand? So let's be objective.
You cannot blame us because we already left that country in the first regime.
And so when you left, how well did you do to make sure that things don't go wrong then?
My best brought Yaradua, at least we can say that. From there, it's
not
my fault. I said my best brought Yaradua. We can say that.
Your best brought Yaradua that resulted in a Jonathan that was also a failure.
That was on you now. You were still in country that time now. So you want to remove yourself. Yeah.
That was also a failure. I take responsibility for it. So to me, that's the point. Please, let's put the blames where the blames are.
All right, brilliant. So are you still there, Enigmatic?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So, Enigmatic, so you've had a moment in time over the last couple of weeks or so. Are you happy to, because I was impressed, and, I want people to be as impressed as I am. So, let's use you to show off a little bit. Enigmatic on D. Tell us what happened, the journey to the achievement.
Well, I'm a very private person.
All right. Okay. Let's leave that there. All right. Yeah. All right. So, but Enigmatic has done something so impressive that, but I know, yes. All right. So,
you buy Bentley?
No. It's more than that. It's more than that. But no. Yeah. So let me just let me do it in the style of Rudolph. Is there anything that anybody has seen in the news today that they want to share with us? What's
Yes, let me go.
Oh, Akim, we came to you earlier now. You took your usual break. We are so boring. We put Akim to sleep. This is it.
It's Ajaliko's voice that woke me up.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. But yes, we're doing what caught your attention in the news today. I saw Rudolph doing that, and I thought it was a good So
if there's one person you don't want to copy, it's Rudolph.
No. Why?
You see him with his Taliban's people that he always put on his platform. You don't even want to go there.
No. I like Rudolph, but I'm just a bit concerned that it's somewhat turning into an upmarket Niger watch. But he's a trained professional, so who am I to
Rudolph is a cool guy, and he actually like one man.
Everybody's cashing out. Everybody's cashing out.
You see him smiling when he's listening, and you see.
Yes, now because the rest of them are yam heads now. I'm the only one with a brain.
This guy, they like Kenneth.
Actually, I'm going to show you something, but carry on. Carry on.
Everybody is cashing out with this with the OB movement. So if you are on the train, you get the views. You get
I think that's what he's doing. I think it's just an economic push. Of
course, that's the situation. Overhead, guys, you guys, people are apportioning blame to somebody who is not a part of government. I don't understand how we get to this position today, whereby we say the buck stop with the man at the top, and somehow someone is apportioning blame to somebody who is not even a member of government. Being a member of a political party and the leader of a political party is a completely different thing from being a government. The man who is the head of the government is in charge of the government and how the day-to-day affairs of the government is being run. Okay, let's put it what is factual. What is factual is that after the election, Tinubu was sidelined. Everybody, this is public knowledge for everybody. The guy was completely pushed away from the government. And if you remember the first scarcity that happened under the Buhari government, when you had Ibe Kachiku as the junior minister of petroleum at the time, Tinubu came out and he said, if you cannot fix the issue, you should retire. You know, he came out and he spoke out against the government at the time. So throughout Buhari's first term in office, Tinubu was not involved at all. So, and if you want to even say,
I think you cannot make a point. You are not saying it in the right perspective. You didn't say that if you cannot fix it, you retire. That is not the way you put it.
no, that is exactly how you put it.
No, Tinubu did not say that directly against Buhari. He didn't say so.
No, it was not. It was against because at the time when there was a scarcity, Kashiku made a comment at the time that they are doing all the best they can do, and then that was when the statement came out from the Tinubu side to say, if this is all you can do, if you don't know what to do, then you should go. That was exactly what happened at the time. And how can somebody who is not the head of the government be apportioning a blame, 80% of the blame of the government to that person? How does it even make sense? How does it work?
Let me answer you. My apportioning of 80% is not to Tinubu alone, but to the entire leadership of the party that aided Buhari to fail that country, because it's their party that the people voted for. Though Buhari is the head of the party, but the leadership under the party arrangement still have a lot of power that they can use to redirect.
Under the party arrangement,
yes,
Tinubu is not part of the leadership structure.
He was the leadership. He had the leader. He was actually hold on, Akeem, hold on. He was in control of the party. This your man. What is the man of?
Sorry, Ajaleko. Just 1 second. Sorry, yeah. Ajaleko. Just enigmatic. Can you have a look in the private chat? But carry on, Ajaleko. Carry on.
Yeah, I saw it to one more. I saw the chat.
Well, it's in the private chat, so that's why it's there. But that's too enigmatic. But carry on, Ajaleko. Yeah.
Nothing to happen, you know.
All right. Okay, back to the conversation. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Oshiamole and some officers at the National Executive Committee of the party represent Tinubu interests. And we have some others in the government. Yeah. So Tinubu was for them to name him national leader, though it sounds honorary to people, but let me tell you, is the most recognized leader after Buhari in that party.
You could say he is the most influential personality within the party structure, but within the party leadership. Okay, if he was that influential, if he was that strong within that party, was the same Oshomole not kicked out or against his will? Against Tinubu's will?
That was a different ball game entirely.
Well, so how come so? If he had the power to make sure Oshomole was made his chairman, how come he didn't have the power to stop them from removing Oshomole?
Let me tell you this, Akeem. If Oshomole had wanted to contest that thing in the court, he would have won. He would have got his position back.
He went to the court. It was the court that
he
didn't go
to the court. No, he didn't go to the court. He didn't go to the court. Don't say
that. The case was through the court.
No, Oshomole did not go to the court.
Ajalikoko, it was the judge pronunciation that kicked Oshomole out of office.
No. It was Buhari and the Kamba in an effort to stop Tinubu from being a candidate of the party. It was an effort to stop him that they took out Oshomole and some of Tinubu's power within the national executive of the party. You know, that is why they took them out. So, but Tinubu calmed down. They said, let's re-strategize. Oshomole don't go to court. If he had been to court to challenge the way the president took him out, he would have gotten that position back. And that would have caused that they would have drawn a red line there. But they decided to let it go, re-strategize, and took a different direction, you know, and took that that position today that he has. So, Tinubu is
I think
not just
you're
any
missing
leader. He's
this
not
whole
just
thing up. No, you're missing.
Isn't the party a strong man? We're measuring performance of a government, not party.
No,
a government.
Sorry,
so why are we creating a strong man out of a party?
Is the party that governs the country. We have individual as the head, but the party platform, APC, that govern the country. So you can't take out APC from Buhari, and you cannot take out the leadership of ATP from the failure of this Buhari as well. So that is the way it works.
I want to quickly clarify something here. I think you confused something just now. The removal of Oshomole as a person, was legally done. It was the dissolving of the National Working Committee, the body that Oshomole used to head, that had an issue. So Oshomole was no longer the legal head of that body because he was removed from his own ward in Edo State.
Akim, let me respond. Nobody. It was Buhari that dissolved them. It doesn't
but
have
Oshomole
that.
was no longer the legal head of that body. That is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Hold on. It doesn't have that power to dissolve the national executive. National executive, hold on now. The national executive of the party represent the party. I mean, they represent the members of the party across the country. And one man cannot dismantle them. They have to go to convention for them to be dismantled. That is the way it works. And that is the way it's written in their constitution. So, look, Oshiomhole himself said it recently in a recent interview that the way they took him out, if he had gone to court to contest it, he said we got his position back, but he just left it alone, just for peace.
It was the order of the court that took Oshomhole out. So what court is he going to?
If you are right, what I think what Jericho is getting wrong is that Oshomhole was so powerful in that position. By the backing of Tinubu, he has to take the court to remove him from national chairman when he was doing all the illegality when he was national chairman. Am I correct, sir?
It was the court that removed Oshomhole. Look, what Ajali Koko is getting wrong here is this. You see, the body, the National Working Committee, the body itself, was headed by Oshomhole. So as soon as Oshomhole itself was taken out as a member of APC from his own ward, you cannot not be a member and then be heading the party. So that went through the court process, and the court pronounced, give judgment against Oshomhole. Oshomhole was not legally, Oshomhole could not legally head that National Working Committee. That is a separate thing from the dissolving of the National Working Committee of the body itself. So before the body was dissolved, Oshomhole had no legal power to head that body. Even he himself, that was why, if you remember during the Obaseki primaries, he rushed and do everything that he needed to do against Obaseki. And he knew that he had a case in court that could go against him. And that was what happened at the time. Yeah, what Buhari did by dissolving that body was not right, but Oshomhole didn't have any legal power in that body at the time. So
I'm glad that you mentioned that. Yes, Buhari was the one behind the whole scenario, just to take them down. The entire if we are to be Oshomhole that alone that they targeted, it would have been a different case. But they dissolved everything and then appointed ad hoc.
No, I think
is it hard hoc? I think they were hard hoc where Malabuli
Ajali Koko, again, in that respect, I think the interpretation is wrong. Buhari was wrongly advised to carry out that duty. He didn't carry it out because he didn't want Tinubu to become the presidential candidate. He was just there and he got the wrong advice to dissolve the body.
I'm surprised that you are talking like this. No, but Buhari, you think Buhari is not? When you see that man looking like Mumu sometimes, you think that he doesn't know what is going on.
No, that man, the body. When it comes to political issue, Buhari is so dumb. You won't believe it, man. That man has he had no idea what he's doing.
I'm not sure with that we can say Buhari is dumb. Buhari was the military head of state of the country. He was the petroleum minister under Obasanjo military administration. He's now a two-term president. He's not dumb.
He's not dumb. What are you talking about, Akeem?
The man is dumb as a rock. He was the one
behind it. That is why he already signed this thing that let these people go.
I'm telling you, look, the
man is dumb as a rock.
When it comes to political,
sorry, hold on. Why is that? How so?
Okay, you said we should talk about the stories. I'll talk about it later.
Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Do you know how many times he extended the time?
Can you imagine a situation? Can you ever imagine a scenario? Any politician, any other politician, Obasanjo, Tinubu, anybody, Goodluck Jonathan, will go and campaign for his own party, say in Ogun State, and tell the people to vote for whoever they want to vote for. Can you imagine that such scenario? He did it in Ogun State. He did it in Imo State. You're supposed to be campaigning for your own party.
Who did? Sorry.
Buhari asking the crowd, vote for your conscience. Vote for whoever you want to, because there are factions. There were factions in his party in those states, and the people who were loyal to him, the emotions and the Okorochas of this world.
I think you may well be because Buhari has said severally that people should vote for, even as early as yesterday. It was one of the stories that we were going to discuss, but I didn't think it was strong enough. He campaigns at every opportunity for his party, but he also has to straddle the space of being the president of the country. So I think so. Those are the two spaces that I think he's trying to straddle.
No, you cannot go to a campaign for your party, and then you ask the people in that campaign ground to vote for who they want to vote for. No, you tell them to vote for APC. Tell them to vote for your candidate. Tell them to vote for your House of Rep members. You can't say vote your conscience. What kind of campaign is that? You might as well go home.
So are you suggesting that Buhari does not want his party to win?
That is what he was doing there, because at the end of the day, look at the places where he made those statements. He made that statement in Ogun State, where Amosun had issues with APC and they formed a splinter group. He made the same comment in Imo State, where Okorocha also had a splinter group as well. So no other politician will ever do that. So is that not dumb?
All right. So the dumb space. So I was going to share a clip with Ajahn Lekoko and the rest of you guys just on that Rudolph space that Ajahn Lekoko was speaking to earlier on, and I still will. But that space now that you guys have opened up, Buhari is as dumb as a rock. Let's do just and this time, the round robin is just meant to be a short little presentation space, so nothing long or labored. But because it confuses me when somebody will suggest that somebody like Buhari is dumb. The last thing he is dumb by my own reckoning. But let's see what the space thinks of it. And the comment section, you are happy to join in as well. Taking your prejudiced hat off and looking at this guy's life's journey. He was a military head of state. They fight through to come to the top of the rankings to be a military head of state. He was the petroleum minister under the Obasanjo military space. He was the chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund under Abacha, and is now a two-term president. And they're saying he's dumb. So is Buhari dumb? Enigmatic, but just a round robin on that. And then I want to show you some rather amusing little clip. But yes, a round robin on that. Enigmatic. So actually, Kulata kick it off because you said it's as dumb as a rock. Yeah.
Buhari is a dunce and is a dumbass. In, is so obtuse. For you to go if you take a case to Buhari, all he's going to ask you is swear by Allah. And when you say I swear by Allah, then he listens to you. If you can't swear by Allah, it doesn't listen to you. Like there's no sort of intellect, there's no sort of functioning brain. He's almost outsourced every part of his brain to other people. And I don't know if you played the video I sent to you. It was supposed to be something probing the CBN governor. And we're talking about billions of dollars here. Like, what kind of person does that? Anyway, let another person take it. But Buhari is ridiculously dumb.
All right. Let me, is it that Facebook one? I'll look for it now. Just
Yeah.
All right. But no. Are you saying he's latterly dumb, or he has always been dumb, or is now dumb in his old age?
I think he's had a lot of good cover up all these years. As a young man, maybe he had energy. Now with no energy, with a flat brain, it is showing.
My God!
One man. When I say dumb, I use the word politically. I say politically is dumb. So I'm not too sure about his other aspect of life. But when it comes to politics, the man is dumb. Trust me.
Intellectually dumb, inquisitively dumb, everythingly is a dumb man.
Okay, so if he's a dumb man, how is he able then to maneuver himself to all of the spaces that he has occupied since his mid-30s, now into his 70s?
You should see how he got there. The question is, how did he get there? That should have been the appropriate question.
Okay. So he came into prominence or infamy, however you choose to look at it, via a military coup. But then, of course, the army, they are full of sharks and sharp brains. So he has to overcome all of them to come to the top. So, and he stayed at that top for a few years. And then, of course, Obasanjo, in the preceding military administration, he found sufficient in him to make him his petroleum minister. So even going further back, barely in his 30s, petroleum minister. And then Abacha, you say for clan and whatever, but he found sufficient to make him chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund. And then this guy, by whatever means, has maneuvered himself to become your president for 8 years.
Oh man,
you think it's dumb?
Oh man, in the next maybe 15 years, right? Maybe 15 years, if maybe my son or your son, they are making some political conversation, and they at a point they found out Malami is Malami now in 15 years was, the at the time Nigeria Attorney General. You probably want to believe, he was a smart man to have made it to that far in his legal profession.
Well, clearly, is it not?
No. Malami is how would I say it? It's a definition. It's a definition of a dogmatic buffoon in legal profession. When you in Abuja, when you mention Malami, I can tell you one man, Malami will not win a moot session with a year one student. I'm not kidding. That's how dumb it is.
No, he's not a clever lawyer, but that doesn't make him a dumb person.
It's I'm telling you the real definition of dumb. That's what Malami is. So when you listen to that kind of story,
how is he able to make it through the law school then?
No, that's quota system now. Quota system. You know, it's different marking. Okay. 30% is 100% in the law.
Question to Ekebrini. How Balo should that sound?
Quota system, no near now.
So when you look at just like this humanitarian minister, one man, that ministry is one of the most lucrative ministry in Nigeria. But that when you see the quality of people in Buhari's government in 15 years, if people are discussing them, you probably think how come? So when you look at Buhari, you just mentioned Buhari's trajectory in office now in chronological order, right? When he became the MPF or whatever minister, what stuff like that. Do not forget most of these top military hierarchies. They still have political patronage, right, behind the scene. So there are so many things that are involved. So when is Buhari really dull? I would say is the way maybe Kulata defined it can be too harsh for me, but I would say Buhari is a mixture of clannishness, right, plus an absolute intellectual idiot. That's the way I'll put him. Right? So
I think you are. This is some sort of like a scholarly snobbery that we're hearing here. It's not scholastic enough for you. It's not Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge.
No. It's Obasanjo, Harvard, Cambridge.
Obasanjo is an engineer. Obasanjo is an engineer. So I think.
Okay, let me give you another scenario. Tanko Muhammad, the former CJN. Have you seen his result? Have you seen his Wike result?
No, have you?
Oh my God. You know why? So when you see all these outside men in top positions, then you have to question yourself. And that's I just gave you a scenario, right? I have some people in this US that I know for a fact, top dudes, right? That they were almost having some, could have helped Nigeria, but at the end of the day, they couldn't. And when you see those people that actually made out those positions, portfolios, those cabinet positions, they are all of them, not even a single one from the north, outside men. So are they smart? Are they brilliant?
Do you think smart or clever comes under one uniform metric? Is that what it is? Is that?
It's relative, woman. It's basically relative. But when you are making that definition, I'm not trying to put down the Northerners. There are so many fantastic, brilliant Northerners.
Would you say Lionel Messi? Would you say he has a genius brain?
Lionel Messi is a genius soccer player.
No, not soccer player. His brain. Would you say he has a genius brain?
Well, for him to have accomplished that much, right? For him to have
do you follow football? Do you follow
yes,
football?
Of course, I do.
Yeah,
for him to have accomplished that much in the game of soccer, right?
Soccer. Yeah, the football.
It's football. Football. What's soccer?
In football, right? Without being handed, the achievement or the pedestal he's been able to get to now in his career, then he's a genius. I'm not going to compare that with a certain Buhari that has been handed almost everything on a platter of gold up until now. So Buhari is being referring to Buhari even as an intellectual idiot is very conservative. Buhari is a willful nuisance of a human. We shouldn't have Buhari at all as a president, because if you know brilliant folks that were actually recommended to this guy that he turned down.
Do you think Nigeria has an overabundance of brilliant people, more so than we should be? Do you think we have an overabundance of brilliant people?
The administration that probably has been
no talking about Nigeria. Do you think Nigeria has an overabundance of brilliant people?
Yeah, I'm trying to tie it to politics now. Yeah, that's a yes first. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Let me ask you a follow-on, then you get the floor too. So if Nigeria has an overabundance of brilliant people, how come then somebody like Buhari, who is dumb, is at the top of that food chain?
Because of Nigeria's factor, and that's why we talk about certain political issues over here. That's why we cannot see. That's why you never see somebody like Shuore or Adewale Adebayo on a very good day, right? Atiku, Buhari, Atiku, Buhari, Peter Obi, Tinubu, by virtue of old age, we shouldn't see them in our political landscape any longer. We should be seeing people. We should be rooting for folks like Omoyele Shuore. We should be rooting for folks like Adewale Adebayo. But this
enigmatic. Obi is not that old now.
I'm talking intellectually now. For that one, now 2 years.
What are you talking about? Obi is not intellectual.
All right.
Let's not go there. There's a guy from Delta.
Enigmatic. Do you remember what Donald Trump called Buhari? Does anybody remember?
He said is brain dead or something.
Donald Trump will be calling somebody something. You'll be acknowledging that one.
He said, "Don't ever introduce me to someone that lifeless."
Yes.
Yes. So something like that. But one man, look, we've been very unfortunate with the kind of leaders. I think the only Nigerian leader who has actually replicated, a semblance of having intellectual folks, technocrats, smart folks in his administration is probably a bit of that is OBJ. And the second person who's probably going to do that, if eventually he becomes president, is probably going to be Asiwaju, right? Because I can attest to some teams that he's actually reaching out to now.
So now only Yoruba people smart. I mean, what are you talking
No,
about?
but look at Soludo now. Look at Obasanjo now. Look at all of those smart folks, smart Nigerians then. But when you give Buhari, there are so many Nigerians that I know, right? They have recommended to this guy, and he will just at the end of the day, he will just turn them down, and then by the time you wake up to see he has replaced, who he has given that office to, you'll be surprised, completely surprised. Like, what is this man thinking? So you
remember the former sports minister.
Sorry, I wanted to lay out two questions just off the back of that conversation. When Akim came in with the Peter Obi, I wanted to ask if who you consider to be brighter between Peter Obi and Tinubu, and not Tinubu and Buhari. Since we are now saying Buhari is dumb. So I wanted to ask that, but we already know the sort of answer we get from Enigmatic. But when Kulata also came in, just as a jokey aside, that not only Yoruba people smart pass, is it your consideration that the best administrators that Nigeria has are Yoruba people in terms of governance?
When you look at, if we have to talk politics, right, we have to be very realistic. And then I'll start maybe from 99. So we can
condense it so that we can. I want everybody to
within 2 minutes. When we start from 99, we can probably define, juxtapose, and then articulate the ideas and the character and the type of leaders the two regions have been able to produce since 99 up to now. Look at the governors and the level and the politicians in Southeast. Compare and contrast them with those from the South.
Anybody, why be saying that Southeast?
No, you said that it's just opposing. I'm just opposing that idea. Because it's a look at, for instance, in Abia State now, from Oji Uzokalu to TAOG to this Ipeazu now that is there.
Kerosene governor.
The kerosene governor, then maybe to another worse one that is coming up. Look at the one in Anambra State from Mbadinuju, right, to Ngige. Ngige did at least he did his bit. To Obaino, to Peter Obi, then to Soludo. When you go to Imo State, you see Ashike Odenwa, right? That one guy. So a lot of stuff like that. So when you look at that, and that's why you do not see that successive plan up until now. That's why you see the problem still going on over there. And when you go to the north, you can probably say something similar. But when you come to the south, to the southwest and the south too, I think they have a replica of what is happening in the southeast, and that's why you see the hatred against Asiwaju. Because when you look at Fashola's legacy, when you look at Fashola's quality, then you come to Ambode, you come to Sanwo-Olu, you come to Osun State, from Oyinlola to Aregbesola to the one that left, then Adedansa will drop the level, right? When you go to Oyo State, or you come to Ekiti State, up until this current governor. So when you look at the qualities of those leaders and then what they've been able to do within the national political space of Nigeria, then you can basically answer the question for yourself. And that's why Soludo is quite different. But of course, Soludo his political career is almost gone now because he has gone against one of their.
But Fayose was part of the South Ekiti government as well.
No, you can't. I'm not going to rank Fayose. Fayose is we can probably trade Fayose to the southeast or south, maybe. So.
I've always thought that for Nigeria to succeed, it has to be governed by a Yoruba person, and only really to cite the Obasanjo example. But then of course, the outlier that disproved that is Babangida, who I thought was decent too. But for time, let me move it on to, because there's a clip that I think might amuse you guys that I want to play. But
let me say this before I leave one mic, because I'll be leaving soon.
Oh, so
I think 2 days ago I was listening to the show and I heard what Mr. Baba Gomez was saying. He was basically saying, and I want to honorably and respectfully tell him not to say that again,
What's
because
that?
look, he was saying that if Obi fails to win or loses the election, Nigeria will burn, and a couple of obedience will look. I want him to. That is not nice. We don't give importance to what is meaningless, because they should understand the fact that this election there will be a clear winner, and whosoever fails to understand the fact that it is politics, his majority carries the vote. Buhari still has his koboko where he has kept it, right? He's still going to be the president.
Is it not? Sorry, enigmatic. Is it not your anticipation that if Obi does not win, there's going to be a violent outburst?
Nothing,
because a lot of people think that
nothing will happen.
What do you mean nothing will happen? Of course,
no. Look, one man, a whole general, right? An army general in the name of Muhammadu Buhari lost election 3 times. Nigeria never. There was no even.
No, Nigeria would not burn, but there'll be violent skirmishes. In pockets. Well, there certainly will be in some quarters in the southeast.
Are there no violence in some part of the country now?
And then there'll be violent outbursts in Lagos too, in some pockets of areas.
That's when you understand the language Nigerians will speak to them, because now everybody, they know that, look, when this guy inevitably loses, right, that they will want to go back to their cocoon, to the chanting of we are leaving Nigeria, we are going to Biafra. They would let them go to your Biafra, but restrict it to that your Biafra. Look, what happened in the NSAS, right? That thing that happened in NSAS will never happen again in Lagos. Go and write it down, one man. Because there was a pronouncement from Nnamdi Kanu that they should burn down. He was giving instructions. You can go back and play that instruction. They won't allow that again in Lagos. Nigeria will not allow that. Buhari is still going to be the president until the 25th or so thereabout of May. Buhari will just go back to the hangar where he kept his koboko for them. He will deploy Operation Pepe, Operation Fish, every operation to them. He will beat the hell out of them. They should just know if Obi loses, he should just go back to his trading. They shouldn't think about doing nonsense. So it's a warning to them, because they are ready for
that. What do you mean? Go back to his trading, continue consumption.
Yeah, now he won't fall down Nigeria.
It's importation.
Enigmatic, you mean we abandoned Labour Party, or what are you talking about?
He has already abandoned Labour Party already.
That's true. That's true. Obi has abandoned Labour Party. Him and that guy formed something else. It's true. It's true.
Sorry, when did this happen?
Today. They formed him and that professor, what's his name again? Patutomi. They created something, obedient something, which is
like creating a parallel presidential campaign.
Exactly, like a parallel council.
There's a problem in that party.
How did I miss that?
You missed that. It's a major news today.
You see, it is in a situation where you have a lot of hungry people together. They will manage it themselves. All of a sudden, you just come and pour a lot of resource, a lot of money. Of course, the DOT will scatter now. That is what you're going to find. These are people who have never politically been relevant. Then all of a sudden, Obi went there, and they see a lot of money pouring into the party. All of them want to cash. I've told you, this period is the cash out period. Everybody is cashing out.
You have made I can tell more than 30 bloggers, influencers that are on their payroll. You would have made a lot of millions if you've been chanting Obi.
It's a cash out period, though.
All right. So you know, Ajale Koko, once upon a time we used to have all this egotic language that elicited some resentments. So I've been trying to reacquaint myself with my Southeastern brothers, Ajale Koko, and of course, I spent some time with Rudolph, but I've been making further incursions into that space. So let me show you this. It might amuse you, but watch this.
No,
now
just collect the cash. Just collect the cash. The cash is very important that you collect it. But this time around, with this CBN policy, things are working. Apart from APC that wants to do surrogate, but other parties are working. They are going to that extent. We are now seeing their capability, and then we are seeing those that are able to actually rescue Nigeria.
Okay, so we have Engineer Cheche. Engineer Cheche, you're welcome to the program. Unmute yourself. Okay. One man went to the moon.
One man went to the moon.
You're welcome.
Yes. Thank you for having me. I thought I would come here with my British affectations and irritating voice, according to Rudolph's friend, to come and chime in my opinions. But there it is. Good to be here. Good to meet you.
Which British what? Where is the British?
No, it's a standing joke between me and Rudolph. One of his friends accused me of having British affectations and a rather annoying voice. So yes, I think Rudolph understands, but good to be here.
Okay, so your quick intervention before I go to Engineer Cheche. What do you think? I wouldn't want to go. We've all here agreed that at this stage we shouldn't be talking about disqualification. But if I think our good brother Patrick brought in a good dimension to this. The impact of this Naira change and the recent CBN policy change, do you think that would influence the voting pattern or the way the 2023 election would go? What's your thought?
Well, yes, I have two opinions regarding the Naira change. One, the political question you are asking, but then further an economic angle to it as well. But to go directly to the question you are asking, it definitely is going to affect the elections because, of course, people would have been stockpiling for that election. So I actually saw a clip of a trailer full, and I kid you not, the trailers that they used to ferry cattle from north to the south, a trailer full of Naira notes, being driven, trying to force it into legitimacy. So a lot of those monies will hemorrhage, and that, of course, those monies being stockpiled.
Sorry, if I may interject there. The trailer load you alluded to.
Yes.
That's when Naira gets old, they're brought back to CBN for destruction and reissue. So those are not kind of discovery or hoarded currencies. Those are monies being taken back to the CBN.
Is that how they ferry money? Trailer? I thought they use bullion.
How else would they do it? Because these are condemned money. So that's how you start.
All right.
I mean, unless you are alluding to the one very, very close to your doorstep that can be, you know what I mean? That put them in bullion van and
look at that. You started it. You didn't even give me a chance to settle in. I mean, goodness me. Yeah, but I take that point for that example, but nevertheless, the point that I'm making still subsists. There's a lot of illicit money that is being hoarded for elections, which is going to hemorrhage because it's too voluminous for them to push it back into the banking system without the EFCC asking questions. So those monies are going to be destroyed ultimately. And for the economic side of it, that is good for the balance sheet of the country because the monies that is not gone back into the banking system by the 31st of January, that will be underwritten to the value of the country. So that gets credited to the country because, of course, those monies still have the value. And if it's not in legitimacy, then the government just writes it to itself.
So do you genuinely believe that in the year 2022, somebody would have money stuck somewhere and they will go and destroy it rather than hand it over?
Well, it depends on the volume. I'm not sure. I keep talking about clips. I have seen clips of people's houses, and I don't know the veracity, of course. They're just online clips with bills and bills stacked up in rooms. So all of this money is clearly illicit money, and they're too large in volume. So a lot of those monies will be destroyed by the people who are hoarding them, or they'll give them out to friends and families. But ultimately, about a trillion naira, I am estimating, would not be able to make its way back into legitimacy by the 31st of January. That's just me guessing at it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I really came in for the Chatham House space. I don't know if the conversation has evolved beyond that, but if you are discussing that at some point, I'd like to chime in.
Okay. Hold on, Onyeka. Hold on. Let me allow you to, in 1 minute, make your intervention on that Chatham House case.
Yes, of course. I know that, you see, I have a different view, as you may expect, of that Chatham House space, and I feel that a lot of the pushback that we're hearing from that space is because the Tinubu political space has sideswiped the people that are looking to be critical of him. So they were expecting that he was going to go there and make a major faux pas on an international stage, and that did not happen. So the raw meat that usually goes to the carnival was not being fed at that event, and that is where the rage is coming from. Well, I can expand on that if you want to have a conversation around that.
Well,
So that was me trying to make friends with the Southeast. So that was one of I'm sure you know that guy, Njenje guy. He's one of Peter Ob's boys, So yeah. So that's me making a incursion.
That was a nice one there. That was a very nice one. It was civil. It was no interruption.
Yes, and that is where I was hoping Rudolph will evolve his space into, so that we can have those sort of conversations. But the wild lanes are too many.
Is that Rudolph? Is that Rudolph's show?
No. That was in Gen Media, but Rudolph was there. As I was as well.
Okay.
But Rudolph is normally fair. It's the people that go there that.
No. Rudolph feels always fair. He's a nice guy, actually.
Nice guy. And I want to tell you, woman, I think he really like you. I've watched his body language.
I try to interact with his space, but
every time you are talking or you're speaking, it's so fascinating, and he will be smiling, he'll be looking at you.
Superior brain. What can I say? Superior brain. Who would not be? I try to interact with that space, but maybe when it calms them down a bit, then I'll go back again. But I'm not sure. He's too. He is a nice guy, but the space is somewhat like those Niger Watch sort of people. Just a wild lanes, But I thought that would amuse you, Ajale Koko, But yes, back to talk us through then this new development. I'm not sure. I thought I was on top of all of the news, but I didn't know that there's the beginnings of a pattern of ways between the Labour Party and the OB movement. So what's the plan? What's unfurling?
I'm just hearing it from Kulata and what's enigmatic. I didn't know that. But the question I want to ask now, is he still carrying the ticket of Labour Party, or what's he trying to do? Is he trying to because it's not possible for him to cross to any other party now?
It's still Labour Party, but Utomi inaugurates what is called a big tent Obidati Independent Campaign Council. So a different campaign council, independent from Labour Party. What the hell is that?
That's a hell.
What's the Labour Party response to that? Because this is what they were warning about in Abeokuta when they were. This is what's the Labour Party's response? Are they surrendering to him just for the popular? What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, it depends. Labour Party, apparently, there's a lot of people in Labour Party chopping, because I don't think they ever expected they will ever get this kind of money coming through. So you can see the OB money creating a lot of ripples down Labour Party. Then you see Arambambi or whatever, they kicked that one out. Ogun State Labour Party is messing up. They kicked Okupe out. So things
No, they
that
dissolved
Labour.
the whole Ogun State Labour Party now has been dissolved by. So what one man the point the problem now is, Labour Party is like it's been factionalized. The obedient faction that came into Labour Party, right? And then those legacy Labour Party folks, now they are feeling cheated that they've cornered almost all the spaces. And then all those spaces they've cornered are the ones that, those are the areas that those funds are coming into the political party. So, when you are hearing cries and hues like this in political parties, just go and look at the root. It's money. So, and then OB is not, doing the best to actually, and then it's like they've captured him too. There are so many issues going on in Labour Party, and the guy is just there like, I just want to run on this party, and then anything that will happen, as long as I'm staying afloat, it can burn to ground.
With all this that is ongoing, I've kept on saying that I don't think he can continue staying in this Labour Party after the elections. I just don't think so. The party can't handle the OB. It's too big for the party. So you can see the party kind of crumbling under the weight of OB's movement. I mean, I've never heard in my life that you create an independent campaign council, and they now said they created it for competence. So does it mean the people in Labour Party are incompetent?
How much input would Labour Party have, if any, in that?
I don't even know. I read the headline and a few paragraphs, and I stopped reading it. I put it in your Instagram.
I saw it. I have to go have a good look at it.
You see, this what is playing out is an indictment of Obi and on his capacity to lead, because for all this while that he has been in Labour Party, I think if he's political savvy, if he's have that capacity to lead, he should have organized that party well, harmonize what and what, and give everybody that sense of belonging within the party. He wouldn't have allowed the obedient to overshadow the structure of the party and the leadership of the party that are on the ground. He should have harmonized them. He should have bring everybody on board. And this crisis that is playing out now will have been prevented. So, one man, you remember, this is what we have said it on this platform. That's how they are a person that is political ideology and economic philosophy, which are pro market driven economy. How can he reconcile that with that of Labour Party that is purely socialist ideology? We have been saying this, one man. We have been saying this. We have been asking for this question. We have been asking this question. How would he be able to reconcile it? If you say, oh no, they don't mind. That is what is playing out now. She already described Labour Party as orphanage home for internally displaced politicians.
I'm just skimming through what Kolata sent in, and it might not be entirely as it first appears. Let me just give you a few paragraphs. Utomi inaugurates Big Tent Obidati Independent Campaign Council. So from that headline, you are already panic-stricken. The chairman of the Big Tent Coalition of Political Parties, social movement, civil society organizations, and candidate support groups, which make up the third force for reclaiming Nigeria, Professor Patutomi, has formally inaugurated the Big Tent Obidati Independent Campaign Council. Speaking in Lagos at the inauguration event, Professor Utomi stated that the Independent Campaign Council is designed to overcome. So this is where the language gets a bit ambiguous, and when people are trying to hide things, this is the sort of language that they use. Speaking in Lagos at the inauguration event, Professor Utomi stated that the Independent Campaign Council is designed to overcome environmental challenges in the execution of campaign goals to reach the grassroots of the country, reorientate politics, and take back the country for the good of many. So what does that even mean?
You see, that paragraph was what tripped me. Read that paragraph again and give it a common sense interpretation.
That is 419.
That's 419.
That's Professor Pella now.
Abracadabra.
It's abracadabra politics.
You want to overcome environmental challenges in execution of campaign goals to reach the grassroots. Can't you overcome that with Labour Party campaign council?
Yeah, but the environmental challenges is
environment.
No. Hold on to that environmental culata. The environmental that they're talking about is the environment that the current campaign structure is nested in. So
exactly.
Environmental challenges means Labour Party.
We're saying the same thing. Also now.
Yes. Look at that. Then they will use all of this language. They're starting to make you think at 3 a.m. in the morning. You don't want to be thinking at 3 a.m. in the morning. But unbelievable. Fun and games. But still within that Obi space, the campaign in Kogi State, just scanty crowd, barely anybody there. They were lamenting that they weren't given a bigger arena, but the arena that they even got, apart from the people that drove in from Lagos, nobody was there.
One man, I don't want to believe that the crowd was scanty because I watched the video.
You watched the video?
Yeah, I saw the video. Yeah.
It's a scanty crowd, Ajale Koko. You know they use camera tricks.
I they took the camera around the stadium. I saw a lot of people within that complex, but I don't know. You know, this time around, let me tell you this. Even the article that they are showing, they're showing it from that's the area view. Yes. When was the time? Was it before? Was it during the campaign? Was it after? We cannot really tell.
No. We can tell. No, hold on, Ajale Koko. We can tell. You see, I'm sharing the screen because only to show you the OB space. So the campaign was meant to kick off at 10 a.m. in the morning, and these images were taken at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So that is our OB and his running mate, the Mauritanian. And then, of course, so there they are again. So that's the crowd. That's an aerial view. That's an
this crowd is plenty now.
Look at this crowd.
Look at this crowd. Look at this crowd. This crowd, go now.
This crowd will take you to Aso Rock.
You know what? Someone said Tinubu's primary delegate is bigger than this crowd. 1,000 something he got. That is bigger than this crowd.
This is not 1,000 people.
It's not 1,000 now.
You know what I heard, one man? What I heard is that they've decided now to give them. Before you were crying that you don't have space, they decided to give them a whole. Each state they go to now, they will give them accommodation. They will give them everything they want, so that everybody can see what. So that's why they give them that.
It's the way them Tinubu showed article. They gave him TBS. You know how massive TBS. They gave him TBS.
No. The politics they play in Lagos. Those MC Olubadan boys prevented they stopped them. They didn't let them come over there so that they can.
But Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, this is ATIKU'S crowd in Lagos.
Not good.
This TBS is to come and shame you. It's so big now. How can you fill this place up? It's not possible. Look at how massive the place is.
Yeah,
but Teslim Balogun Stadium, Tinubu was there. I mean, no, is it Tinubu? No. What's the name of the governor of Lagos State?
Sanwo-Olu.
When he kicked off his own campaign with local government, I mean, those senators and all the rest, 2 weeks ago, or is it a week ago? The whole place was filled up, and it was, 25,000. 25,000 is not even much, but I know people that are there are more than 25,000.
Did you guys see Kaduna today? They filled that place up.
Yeah, no, they said the place was thronging with
what's the capacity of that stadium? It was full, including the field. I was like, whoa. But
that was, Kulata, you don't see one. Tinubu was looking around. I said, what was he looking there? They carry camera there. There was one guy that climbed up to the stadium.
That guy would die, that guy would
all the way to the top of that lamp, that stadium.
The floodlight that was there, that floodlight, that high floodlight.
He went all the way up and was carrying the flag. I said,
well, stupid by if he falls down.
It will.
just from one thing that Ajale Koko just said then, what number would you say a decent crowd would be for a presidential campaign, just in an average state? Let's say, for instance, let's even use Lagos. What number? What would be a decent crowd?
10,000. 10,000.
10,000 would be a decent crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Because Ajale Koko said 25,000, and I was there.
The Teslim Balogun Stadium, the capacity I think is 25,000 capacity, and the whole place fill up. Even the people on the floor everywhere was. I think it's going to be over 35,000 people there that day, or even more. So, and I was wondering, why did they go to what do you call this place? Tafa Balewa. I think Tafa Balewa is bigger than there.
No, Tafa Balewa is too big. You can't fill it up. I don't think it's possible to fill it up. Don't even attempt to go there with your crowd.
You think that was a setup, Abi?
It's a setup now. Look, there's no way how many crowds will go there. It will still look empty. So that's what they will be doing to opposition party. They'll give you Tafa Balewa, and then they'll prevent your crowd from going there. So maybe 50 people will show up.
That's what they did to Atiku in Lagos. Hey, you say you want to come, okay, come and campaign now. So those MPLM boys have position themselves.
And the worst thing, our Atiku to solve our they did, so they were complaining in the bus. The people that made it, they didn't give them money.
Do you think Atiku is spending enough on this election? Do you think he's spending enough?
I think he's managing his money, because there's no Wike. I mean, the only people that can give him money is Okowa, and I don't even think this guy, the state beside River State, oh my God, the state was starts with A, oil company, damn, no. Oh my God, the state was Akwa Ibom, yeah. Akwa Ibom State is not. I don't think that guy is releasing money like that.
They are not. They are not too rich. They have money too, but not like Wike.
So they're not giving. Atiku is not getting that government money. Election is best run by stolen money. So
yeah.
The only stolen money they have is probably Delta State that is reliable, because which other states will give him money now? Wike is not giving money. Akwa Ibom may give it Tashere, but probably not. What does he? I mean, he doesn't have anything to gain.
And the money, the 13% derivation that they got recently, Wike is Tashiri one. Wike, there is money around. People should go and ask that.
They should go and ask.
That money is spending on the project in River State. So they be careful to spend that money now. But woman, I want to put a question. Okay, considering the situation in PDP and APC now, who can you say is the most dumbest between Buhari and Atiku?
But I would say Atiku is dumber than Buhari only because Buhari has managed to maneuver himself into a presidency.
You know? He saw the problem coming. He saw that Tinubu wanted to scatter everything, and he backed down, and he let Tinubu have his way, and the party remained in good shape. But Atiku is so dumb. It carried away with his useless ego, and the party is collapsing on his head.
You know, Ajale Koko, what I feel we have gleaned from this electoral cycle is that Atiku is not a front man. He doesn't have the instinct for it, but he tries to act in the manner of, and I'm only saying that example from the Deborah Samuel space, how he managed and failed. I was seeing some interaction between Ruben Abati and Fani Kayode, and a lot of these things were really, you know, when they're condensed into cold facts, the way he handled that Deborah Samuel space, it told you then that he is not really, he doesn't have an instinct for the right decision. Because even the people that were pushing back against him for that Deborah Samuel space, they would have been disappointed that he folded in that manner. And then the way he has managed this Wike space, it tells you again that he doesn't have the natural... Obasanjo would have handled that space perfectly. Buhari would have managed it differently, but still get his way. And he would have... But Atiku, you know, he just... I think he's an actor.
I couldn't believe that it could be so dumb. I couldn't believe it at all. I couldn't believe it. But he just messed up everything for himself, you know.
And it is all of these decision makings that people will take into consideration to see if he's fit for what he says.
I think it's compounded. It's dumb, quite all right, but it's also duplicitous, like it's treacherous. So that caught up with him.
Yes.
That caught up with his dumbness. Yes. So it's now came out flat-footed. Now he can't do anything to save his life.
You can fool all of the people some of the time, Abi, or how does that thing?
But we have to give thanks to Wike. That Wike guy is a master politician too.
He's not a master politician. Anything. He himself, he was fighting for his own personal benefit.
Yes, that one. That's right. We are talking about the fight that he took against the party. The way this guy was hammering them on every project, whenever he commissioning project, the way he speak to press, the way he carry media around, and the way he's jabbing, he's stabbing the party hard. He draw that sentiment. Look, Wike is winning on sentiment. It's winning on how do I call it, on the media space. It's winning on it's winning on propaganda. It's winning on everything.
I think the most effective move Wike pulled, outside of course, withdrawing his support, is announcing this 13% derivation. I think it's a genius move.
He's a genius, man. That guy, he flattened PDP. He flattened. You see, that project is commissioning every day, and in inviting. Look at it. Look at the strategy. It's inviting top politicians across the country. Even the people inside Buhari office, he invited them. Abubakar Malami, he actually invited the president, but the president couldn't come. The president, sent Abubakar Malami, and he was praising the president that this man is a very good man. Our party has been there; they didn't give us this money. I will thank him. He's a good man. He just turned the table completely.
Yeah, but this is the same Buhari that you guys said has failed earlier.
No. I'm talking about Wike. That was Wike now. That was Wike. You said on that, he said, if somebody is nice to you, what do you have to do? You have to praise him. He said that is
so the way of saying he has not totally failed.
He said he is not APC, he is not in support of everything that the Mr. President did, but for this money that he gave me, that I've used to the benefit of my people, You say, I will say, thank you, Mr. President. Look, it's Atiku just oh man, just forget about it.
You know, I was just saying to somebody earlier, even in the course of this session, that Wike's political astuteness is to the level of Tinubu, and who I'm not sure who that conversation was with.
No. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, not at all.
It's the same. I agree with one man. Look,
no.
Please,
Even stylistically, Wike is at a disadvantage because Wike shows his cards too much.
Yeah,
way
but that's
too
his
much.
personality now. That's his personality.
Yeah, but that limits him. You can read him. You can read.
Yeah, that
Wike.
limits him. If he's playing against a very smart person, if he's playing against a very smart person, he will be down in no time. That's just the truth.
That limits him.
For the fact that he's winning.
If Wike was playing against Tinubu, he will be down in no time.
For the fact that he's winning, we have to give it to him. That
you think if he was Tinubu in that convention that day, Tinubu would not have already got Tambuwa on his side before even Atiku came out.
That's true. Actually, that's true.
But that would have been done and dusted long time ago before even
because at the APC primary, Tinubu he left no room for errors
at all.
He bagged it.
He keeps telling them, "Let's go to the field."
If you are saying if we are to be Tinubu, he would have got Tambuwa. Why couldn't Tinubu got Oshibajo?
No, he got the ticket.
He didn't have to get Oshibajo.
Somebody that is sound. What did he need it for?
When you see politicians of equal level pursuing the same ambition, sometimes they will not step down for each other.
No, I think
that is what happened.
He doesn't play like that. You see, he didn't have to get Oshibajo because even though they made every effort to make sure they get Oshibajo, but he got sufficient enough to make Oshibajo irrelevant.
Look, you are right. You are right.
And Wike did not succeed in that. Wike did not succeed in that.
A dodo board. He's fighting against a dodo board, and that's why you see Wike versus Tinubu, right? In this manner. I give Wike 2 weeks before he will be completely obliterated. 2 weeks, because you can tell, even you that you are not a politician, we can tell Wike's next move. We know his next move, but Atiku being Atiku,
he caught Atiku off guard though, did he not?
No,
Atiku is not smart. He couldn't even break their ranks. He couldn't even break their ranks. I mean, he's dealing with 5 people. He's dealing with 5 people. You just take 2. If you can't get 2, take 2 out and let them just be 3 or take 3 out. Just get something out.
Wike projects too much. That's his problem. He projects. You can read him from a distance. He projects. Tinubu doesn't project at all.
You don't even have to read him.
That's the problem with Wike.
You know what it takes Tinubu, right, to get Amosun to his side and fire me? You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. So when you look at Atiku's game now, Atiku's game plan, you will. I see it more like maybe a spiritual spell. I don't see it as normal thing. I'm serious.
You mean Wike?
No, Atiku, all these errors, all these the elementary errors is making. I say
it's a very fetish man, Atiku. Yeah, I don't think that's a Babalawo. No, what that after a while,
Atiku has run so many underperformed campaigns that I think he's almost used to that way of running an election. He doesn't know how to go through it, apart from the last one he did. And the last one he did, don't forget, that was an effort from the Wikes and all PDP governors who worked so closely and
so hard.
So, but apart from that one, just look at every time he has made decisions to run for election. He made a lot of stupid mistakes. Sometimes he shows so much desperation, going to parties where you know that you don't even have a chance to run for election. How can a former vice president go to a party like was it the ACN at the time, or to contest for election? How are you going to win election?
The more you guys talk about this, the more
Tinubu who owns the platform.
the more article seems very,
wouldn't
very
even
dumb.
dare to contest on that platform. You jumped on it, and then you are trying to win.
Progressive, do you know effortlessly who would have replaced OBJ if he had played his card right with OBJ? It's part of this showing your card very early too. That
it shows his card is the treachery. Is that treachery? And he's the one that introduced bribes into National Assembly now with $5,000 back then. Is the article that started bribery in our National Assembly, and Obasanjo caught on it quickly.
All right. So, gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off. But before I do that, let me do a bit of administrative stuff. Plenty Water comes in with a super chat. It says, Buhari got over 12 million votes single-handedly. More than, let me do that again. Buhari got over 12 million votes single-handedly, more than once in presidential elections. That homie, not dumb. Some people that ruled 20 million people uninterruptedly for 23 years still can't get 2.5 million votes. So yes, it's true that our conversation about, I'm not sure that anybody can say Buhari is dumb. I mean, I'm not sure that I can consider that Buhari is dumb. So thank you for that, Plenty Water. Ajale Koko has been asking about you. Do you remember Plenty Water, don't you, Ajale Koko? Who disappeared just
Nice to see you back.
Yes, good to see you back. So that's Plenty Water.
Is it not one of those guys that stay maybe a day and they can't stay the fire and they run too?
No, he's like an OG from 8 months ago. It was a staple here, and then who's that other guy, Lord Michael? You remember Lord Michael?
Yeah.
Do you know that? Do you know that from coming on this platform, the DSS were chasing him? He told you. Do you remember when they told us?
Yeah. He said something like that about his money or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, he said when he went to Nigeria, they were trying to, the DSS were trying to apprehend him in his hotel, and then the hotel staff had to smuggle him out just from coming on here. So you guys, and he never used to show his face as well, by the way. So they have voice recognition technology.
We have not seen him.
I don't know, man. So we are Kulanta with his very distinctive voice. Just don't book anything else anyway. Anytime soon. You know, me, I've already surrendered Nigeria to them, but
I'll call American Embassy on them. They'll know Shege.
Uncle Sam. All right. And then, of course, to acknowledge Ayo as well, who's continued to keep the buy the coffee thing 100. So that's Ayo. Let's just so that's Ayo there. So that's Ayo there. So thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you, gentlemen. Ajale Koko, it's been one of those funny sessions again that it just ended up in just gisting. It's just really gisting now. No, yes. So
fantastic.
Yes, it's always fun. It's always fun. So we do seek to start to round off to land on Ajale Koko. Of course, we kick it off with Fatai, who's a new entrant into the space. So Fatai, are you still there? It's a bit like Akim, who will log in, take a quick nap, come back and say, but I'm here now. We've been calling you for 6 hours, but you're here now. So thank you, Fatai. So we go on from Fatai to enigmatic Hondi.
Okay. It's been another funny session today. So just like I said earlier, we are praying for Nigeria the election is getting closer. And then by the grace of Almighty God, nothing will happen. Nigeria will stand. Nigeria will survive. This election, there will be a clear victory for whoever becomes the next president. And then those who do not want to agree with that, they should understand that they are still under a democratic government. Democracy gives every room for everyone to run, and then when the result is out, you just have to be, display that political sportsmanship. And if you know you want to do otherwise, do not forget once again, we still have a president until a new president is inaugurated on the 29th of May. And the president is not joking. So he still has his koboko where he has kept it. He'll just bring it back and whip your ass. So stay out of trouble. Let's pray for Nigeria. And then let's all continue to do well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, one man. Babaja, Kulata, Akim, right? The bro in Canada, what is his name now? And everyone on the comment section. Have a nice, lovely night, and then hi to your families.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic.
Thank you, Enigmatic.
So now you don't call my name again. We'll not be friends again, Abi.
How you thought that?
You know, you have to do like this. They do like the connection work. I don't know, man. Like
Konnichiwa. What is Konnichiwa?
Konnichiwa.
I want to when I lose. That's when I come out for walk off. But I think we can just leave.
No, you could me not call my wife will cry for your neck.
Who do you think is going to lift the cup? By the way, it's looking like France.
It's France now. France looks like it. France or Argentina.
I want Messi to pick to get.
I want Messi too. For sentimental reasons, I want Messi.
No, but that team is very good. That Argentine team is good. Look at those young guys.
Yes.
No, they are not really spectacular, bro. They are playing to the strength of Messi. If you look at them, so they understand.
I wouldn't mind if Morocco wins it as well. If
Morocco cannot beat France. France is so organized.
All those.
You want Nigeria to be the first African?
No. But I want Morocco to go through.
Africa will not win it.
No. If Morocco go through, if Morocco beat France today, that means Argentina will leave the cup. Argentina will beat Morocco.
No, if Morocco can beat France, then Morocco can beat anybody.
Don't say that too.
They beat Germany, beat Spain, beat Portugal.
They were parking their balls before. They will go and hire the whole train everywhere in the world and park it for 200 minutes.
Yes.
And go to penalty.
It's not good for football. It's like an anti-football sort of.
Croatia might beat Argentina. You know they defeated them in the last one. What happened? 3-0. Wow, sorry.
I was seeing me yesterday.
I went to look for it. They can get a spot in third place. If not,
that match was not just interesting to me, Seth.
It was one-sided.
I was expecting a tougher sort of.
They did better in Russia.
I have to drive because it's 4 a.m. my time to watch this match. So I have to go to my friend's bar and sit down. I already want to watch this Morocco match. Because if I start to stay home, I will sleep off. I cannot watch it.
When are they playing? Are they playing now?
No, 4 a.m. My today night. No, you guys are still behind. I'm already on Wednesday. So it will be Thursday, 4 a.m. in my morning.
So what time are you now?
I mean, 1 p.m. 1:04 p.m. on Wednesday.
So in another 3 hours, it will be coming on.
No. On Thursday morning for me.
Okay.
13 hours.
So it's 13 hours difference now from so it means you guys will be like almost a whole day ahead of the US in New York.
Now whole day now. Don't be saying
wow.
Hey,
go on.
Please, on a New Year day, please, you should have this your 9 a.m. section or 10:30 a.m.
On a New Year day.
Office.
So you can catch me at Thomas on New Year now. Yes.
You want to make me homeless. My wife will kick me out of the house.
So New Year day.
Yes, now.
No, although New Year's Day it usually gets boring after a while because then you are eating the leftover from Christmas and then you've argued with everybody and then nobody's talking to anybody.
I mean on the 31st afternoon, your morning time, do morning section. That your normal.
That makes sense.
So to break in the new year.
For us, me and me and Thomas will be entering New Year at your 11:30. You're already entering New Year.
All right.
Okay, your time zone is close to Thomas, right?
Yeah. Me and Thomas just 1 hour different.
One man, before you sign off, are you following the how would I say it? Are you following the battles between the APC media team against Arise TV and all those that are
I know we covered it yesterday, and the conclusion was that Rufai Osene it's written beyond.
They fired a very heavy salvo to Arise.
But I heard that Alake he came out again today to fight back. Yeah,
they took them to the cleaners. So eventually, I was unable to be here to speak. I would have, because this Obasanjo and Tinubu's issue has been years ago. It's been a long time coming. So it's just like more or less like a rehashing of a metamorphosis that but it's just getting clearer to people who are basically not really conversant with the whole thing. Because when you look at Rufai, Rufai is well loved by the obedient, right? Because in 2019, go and look at Buhari. He was ATIKU'S Obi guy, and then until recently he was Obi guy behind the scene. And they actually had to bring out all the they say internet does not lie, so they brought everything. They brought all the receipts, quote unquote. And then when Bati was even campaigning as a deputy governor, the running mate to this guy Buruji Kashamu and all those things. So it's sort of so now the whole thing is out, and then it just trying.
That Rufai, he's just too unprofessional. That's just the real.
I used to like him, but
I've never liked him though.
Himself caught up with this.
I never liked him.
If you look
especially
at this,
when they'll be putting out of context.
It's too contrived. The guy is too contrived. One kind.
We're quoting philosophical lines.
Yeah, according to Laurent Bocaux, the French philosopher from 1802.
Very unnatural. It just seems very affected.
But it's a super brain. It's not a Yoruba man.
Super brain? Are you oh
my God.
It's from Ogun State. So there are some things you cannot keep in.
One man, let's close.
When we start to hear that Rufai is a super brain, then it's time to go to bed. It's time to go to bed. So let's come to you then, Patrick. So Patrick, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks to all super brains in the house. Yeah, it's a wonderful session. I look forward to having a session tomorrow on Christmas or New Year Day. Please, one man, I want you to come on too, because everybody in my family will probably be traveling. I'll be the only one at home. So let's I need this company so much. A lot of plans, and let's come up with our plans for the New Year. To everyone in the house, Kulata, Ration. We have not heard of from National Mind for some time.
I'll text him. I have his number. So yeah.
He came. He was on the comment section doing the number.
Yeah, really.
Yes.
I miss him.
Patrick, Rational Mind, your friend, your best friend.
Yeah, my friend, I miss him. I used to think that Rational Mind. I used to think he's from Southeast. Later, I was a Obama.
You guys are not good. There was a day I couldn't come on the platform. I was listening to you, one man, Kulata, and maybe somebody like that. All of you are bombarding Rational Man. One man was saying, just hands off. Look, just hands off like this. Carry your hands off and let us just leave you alone. Everybody was bombarding.
Everyone said, what are you saying? What are you saying?
You say you're just spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning.
Yeah, I say you're spinning it. You're spinning the narrative. Rational Mind, really miss you, Tony, everybody. Enigmatic, thank you for coming. Ola and Thomas, please stay safe in Nigeria. God bless you. I'll join you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you. I think Thomas is actually back in Australia now, but from Patrick, we go on to World Peace. World Peace. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa, everybody. Quickly, let me greet people in the comment section. I use my normal signature. My country people don't reach the final hour. Wanna click, like, share, and gonna thumbs up. Not forget to back off if you want, man. Do what I say, not what I do. I do my own. Now, booyaka, it will be. Anyway, one man, thank you for today's show. I greet you, Kulata, Egmatic, whatever you achieve, congratulations on it. But not forget my 10% for I saw. And Baba, Patrick, and Oga Progressive Akim, I greet everybody. Thanks for coming today, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. And one man, quickly, you didn't talk about the I'll blessing that they were rebuked in by Olubadan.
No, that was the first conversation we had.
Oh, okay. Probably I missed it.
That's the
it's
first
hard time all this obedience stop all those propaganda they are carrying around if it's true. And again, something that maybe you need to look into. I don't know the way these ESM are killing people in Southeast. I saw some APC guy that they were shot today. You know, putting the flag there is.
I wonder if the Southeast is gotten so wild now that is almost untamable. So, people are now drawing parallels with the Southeast and Sambisa Forest.
Yeah, should. I think he's going to that. He gets into that position right now because I was just watching some videos. I couldn't stand it. The guy, the lifeless body on the ground, the guy with a campaign vehicle, they were all shot. So I don't understand again if this Samuel Ekpa is political. I want to believe.
Did you guys talk about Nnamdi Kanu has come out against Samuel Ekpa? Did you guys talk about that?
Where are you getting all these things from?
You guys. You're not getting news again, though. Okay, they came out today. His lawyers or something. They wrote. Kanu is saying something about the killings in the Southeast that is not in support. So I think there's a fallout between him and Samuel Ekpa. So maybe that will help.
You know, we've always said on this platform that it will come to a head between Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa for who is the alpha of that space, and I think this is what this is the phase we're about to enter, because Simon Ekpa's ego is that big now that he's not going to subordinate himself anymore to anybody.
True, you have tested power, and somebody that has $3 million from $3,000 in account now having $3.something million. You see, power corrupt, absolutely.
But the whole thing is just a hustle. It's just
it's
a money grab.
Money grab
is the membership fee or whatever. That's just what it is. That's all it is.
And mostly this political season now, campaign season right now, there's a lot of money coming in from different politicians. So this guy is making a lot of money, but the way he's taking it to, I don't really like it. I was so disappointed today. Even though you don't like APC in that area, killing the people that are still Igbos you are killing, just kill them like life don't.
There was a time Ajale Koko, remember, we were trying to speculate the net worth of the IPOB movement, just speculating on the membership fees that the members would have been paying worldwide. And it's a worldwide movement, a mass of them in Europe, in America, etc. And if they are on average paying, let's say $100, or let's even say $50 per month or something, we're talking about something in the region of $70 million per annum, if not 100. It's big business. It's big business.
Yeah, it's big. Now, at that time, even at the beginning, I heard Uchemefo was on payment. His salary was like £7,000 up to £15,000 monthly. You can imagine that. So it's a big business. You're making a lot of money, But again, on whose expense? On your own people, your own region. I think you need to do a session on this. What happened today? If you see those videos, man, you will not be happy. And I think they are getting away with it because these guys is APC, Fulani Party. You just kill your own people. There's no election. There's not going to be an election in the Southeast. What are you doing? You are doing yourself. I don't get it anymore.
So that was what Alexander was trying to caution against, that Enigmatic is saying he spoke out of tune or out of turn,
Oh, I don't think he spoke out of turn or out of tune or out of whatever. Yeah. Because what they are doing right now, it's not even making sense, and they say they are formidable. I don't understand. You're just changing yourself by your own self. I don't get it. I don't know who's doing them. If you want to support ATIKU'S, that's how you're going to go about it. You're making that place a war zone. That you cannot even vote. The APC cannot vote. That means your Southeast is gone. on this election, and you cannot get a referendum, you cannot get a country through violence. It's never done. You're not a political actor. You want to start sitting for his region. I don't know. Like I said, Samuel Ekpa is a reflection of the Igbo people in that Southeast. That's how I see it. Anyway, I pray we talk about it one man. I'm not getting much to talk. He paid me, say my very good friend, Mr. Allah. Other than that, Allah, I will help you use it. Other than that,
it's there in the comment section waiting for you.
I see you. Don't cash result. You collect 10%. I see you. Hey, Kota, thank you. Oga Jalikoko, I greet you. One man, peace. I'm out.
All right. Thank you, War Peace. So thank you, War Peace. So from War Peace to the in-house statistician, Kulata with the data.
So thank you, everyone. It's been a busy week for me. Of course, more busy weeks coming towards the end of the year. But I want to thank. It was a fun session, gisting session, like everybody said. But from a Nigerian space, I mean, this Southeast thing is a thing. I mean, I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting more peace, more maybe people preparing for election, trying to like outvote everybody. But the more this thing turns, the more the event turns, the more I think it's going to be another suppressed vote. And it's going to be very unfortunate. But at least let everybody have a clear eye so you don't cause problems after election. If it's looking likely that your candidate is not going to win, make peace with it. Make peace with it. Just try and do something about like fighting for interest after the election is won. If your candidate doesn't win, it's not the end of the world. NSAS happened. Other things can happen. Take it back movement can be there. We need to do better in demanding what we want after the election. So I do worry about the Southeast. Like I really do worry. People are getting killed needlessly. And what really pisses me off is, I mean, I have to say it. What pisses me off is when you call it out, everybody starts playing ostrich. They start blaming anything but the problem. It's just weird. You know exactly what the problem is. When they catch these people, you know the ethnicity, you know everything. But then you blame it on this, blame it on that, blame it on this, blame it on that. But the problem. And how is that problem supposed to go away? So the problem being fermented there, it may take years before they resolve it. And it has to take collective action and not this cowardice that people pretend like they don't know exactly what's going on. But anyway, it's my concern. I mean, I have family there too, so it really concerns me. So anyway, I'll leave it. I'll talk to you guys hopefully tomorrow before the holidays. So thanks, one man. Najanli Koko.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kulata. So that's Kulata. So from Kulata, the final word to the mighty one, the man with the golden gun, Aja Lekoko. Or Ajabi Lekoko, as Igo used to call you. What even? A lot of people we don't see anymore. What happened to Igo?
A lot of things is happening, man.
Yeah.
Like Igo was saying that, the economic reality in Nigeria is not friendly with him at all. So
remember how we used to drive around in Victoria Island and show off and tell us that Nigeria is better than New York, and that we are washing corpses in now. Where is it now? They don't show up, man. $1,000 to $1. $1,000 to $1.
Oh God! So thank you, one man. Thank to every panelist on the that participated in this session this evening. Kulata, Patrick, World Peace, Enigmatic, Thomas, Fatai, Akim, everybody. Your contribution was quite meaningful. I hope that you guys will come back tomorrow so we can, join one man and then trash out whatever news that he brings. So our guys at the commentary section, you've all done great as well from the beginning to this time. You are the strength of the platform. Come back and tomorrow, and let's do it together as well. Our listeners around the world that are listening, being with us to this time, use this moment to click on the like button. If you haven't done so, do it right now to help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. Our good brother, Plenty Water 77, we welcome you back. So I hope you'll be frequent with us again. So nice to have you back. And one man, you have done it well again today. 6 hours, 4 minutes. It's not a joke. But you were able to, analyze the best as we can. We did the best that we can, and we give the greatest thanks to you for bringing us together again today. So tomorrow gonna be another day. Bring it on, and we shall join you. We shall trash it out together. Continue the struggle from there. Good morning to you in Britain over there, Americans and Canadians. Good night to you all. See you one man, the eagle. Tomorrow gonna be another. Thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So that was Ajale Koko. So yes, so that was Ajale Koko. So that brings the session to an end. So we just meandered through. So if you ever wondered what meander means, that was just what's happened. It's just walk leisurely without any real, just a leisurely stroll through a session. So that was what happened. A leisurely stroll through a session. Pleasurable as always is. It's just the fun of it, just boys gathered. I wish we had more women on the platform. That's just the one thing that needs to be corrected. So a leisurely stroll through another session. And as I often say, that the sessions have an organic life all of their own. So you see how it played out again today. The talking points, we never really got into it, and the conversation just took a life of its own. So that's really what happens. It's just really, you come in, you settle in, and then you just go with the flow. That's certainly how I do it. I just go with the flow. And it's only really the time spent in your company that is the real joy of it. So let's spend that time together again tomorrow, which is today, but then of course just in a few hours time. So I'll before I start to talk gibberish, you'll say I talk gibberish all the time. I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on within the comment section over here. I say peace.